Welcome to AK Audiobook channel. O Villain Deku. Chapter 1, A New Beginning. Heroes are nothing more than a lie. Haha, my name is Izuka Midoriya. This is the story of how heroes only leave you in the dirt. They show others that even with all the power they have they can't even help someone in need. My story begins in middle school. I grew up, quirkless. Everyone surrounding me treated me like I was filth, as if having a quirk separated my life from heaven and hell. Oi stupid Deku, don't dream of applying to UA. My friend Kakin. He and others torture me on a daily basis, kept telling me that I would never become a hero. Even saying I should die. Yes, I say under my breath. At some points, I started to believe him as I cried late at night watching videos on heroes. Especially All Might. He is the only thing giving me hope about being a hero. The only person keeping me sane. Haha, as if someone like Midoriya can become a hero. He's just a quirkless nobody. He should just grow up and accept reality, that he's a worthless nobody. Everyone starts laughing after hearing the comments, no one dares dispute them. They're right. What can I do? I'm just a quirkless. Quiet down everybody, we are going to begin our class now. Classes finish and I start to head out the door. I was immediately knocked over by Kakin in the doorway. Deku, you're an eyesore, get out of the way. As I fall, my hero notes, which I use to write down each of the hero's abilities, strengths, and weaknesses, falls out as I touch the ground. Kakin picks it up and flicks through it. You're still writing this garbage, you quirkless dumbass. He takes in hand, tears the entire notebook in half with pure strength alone. He then takes the two pieces of notebooks and blows them away with his quirk. Ashes of my book slowly fall to the ground. CYA, nerd. Why? Heek, why am I treated like this? Because I don't have a quirk. Lunchtime arrives, I can't sit with everybody else. They isolate me and pick on me, sometimes I can't even eat. I take my food into the halls when no one is looking, I head to the toilets so that I can eat in peace. No one can judge me, no one can look at me, I can have some peace and quiet. As I bring my chopsticks up to take a bite. Splash! Water comes from above, soaking me and my food. You really think you can escape that easily, Midoriya? You're just a worthless nobody. I look at them with anger in my eyes, why won't they just leave me alone? Someone's getting pretty cocky of themselves. They say as they notice my gaze. Smash! They bang my head against the door and threw me to the ground kicking. I scream but no one comes. No one helps. They use their quirks to hit me, some didn't hurt as much but others. One person had an acid quirk, it wasn't extremely acidic but it still hurt when he grasped my wrists, coating them with acid. High tea burns. After they are finished, they threw me to the ground. This is a lesson, don't fuck with us. What did I even do wrong? I've never talked to those guys before. Why? Why is everything so cruel? Why do they get satisfaction from my pain? Is it to show me that I can never be more than I am now? Is it to prove that I'm worthless? First-degree burns appear on my wrist. I head to the school's doctor. They said I should stop making trouble, I come to see them at least once or twice a week. How am I supposed to stop it when I don't even know what I'm doing wrong? He touches my wrist. He tries to touch it gently, as water secretes from his skin, it flows onto my burn. Slowly the burn starts to fade. Quirks really are useful, aren't they? You're all healed up. He says as he starts to drink a liter bottle of water, I guess he has to replenish himself. He signals me to leave with hand gestures. The day comes to an end as I head home, I ignore all the hardships, it's just like any other day. I see explosions in the distance. I heard All Might be coming to town soon, I might be able to get an autograph. I say as a smile forms unconsciously. I'm home. Welcome back, sweetie, how was your day? Yeah. It was good today. I say as I force a smile, she worries too much about me. She's really too kind to me. That's great. Today we are having miso soup. Okay, thanks, Mom. I'll be in my room studying, if you need me. Unknowingly to me, my mom had a sad expression on her face as if she knew what I have to go through every day. Ever since I was told by the doctor that I was quirkless, she has been more and more upset. She must have realized my only dream was crushed. I have nothing else to do other than study, maybe I should look for a part-time job. It might help my mom. What should I do though? I can't be a hero, I can't be a policeman as I'm not old enough. I'll think about it later, it's not like I can do anything right now. I switch on my TV to see All Might, he saved the day again. With a smile beaming from his face, he can give anybody hope. I want to be a hero, I will be a hero. My room is decorated with all his merch, from posters to covers to outfits. All Might is my hero. I look through all the old footage of All Might. I need to make a change if I want to become a hero. My mom recently bought me some dumbbells, I haven't used them yet. Maybe I should start building my strength, maybe I won't be picked on as much anymore. I leave the TV screen on as I watch montages of All Might's heroics. I pick up the weights and start. Here we go. Chapter 2, Training begins. Training log, 1. Warm up, 10-minute run at 60% of max heart rate and dynamic stretches. It's the first time I'm doing something like this. Just from the warm-up I'm completely exhausted. Session, 30 weighted lunges with dumbbells. 30 weighted squats with dumbbells. 20 mountain climbers. 5-minute sprint. Repeat 3 times with a 5-minute break. Cool down, active recovery, slow, 3-minute jog. Static stretches. Fatigue, 8-10. Heart rate post-session. During after resting. 180 to 130, 85. Muscle soreness. I'm not used to physical activities, so the process of exerting myself really put a strain on me. I can't give up though, I can't allow myself to be a punching bag anymore. Perceived exertion 6 to 20. 15-20. Overall session satisfaction. 6-10. Comment, I think it might be better if I include more anaerobic exercises to improve my heart and condition my leg muscles. I need to change the exercises so that I have a better range of muscle development, mainly through my legs and back. I should do these exercises every day, I should give myself a rest day as well. I need to push myself in order to become someone who won't back down. In order to become a hero. I mumble to myself as I read off my training regiment. Should I also practice martial arts? I don't have anyone to teach me, so it's probably not worth it, and even if I did go to a dojo, I'd probably get kicked out for being quirkless. For now, let's just buy more training equipment. I head out, I take a bus to get to the town's district. It was packed with hundreds of unique people. I guess being normal in this place is the same as being abnormal. I look around to see if there are any shops that sell gym equipment. I spot a massive 3-story building, purely selling equipment. Treadmills, bikes, weights, etc. I start to walk towards it until... Bam! Mount Lady comes out of nowhere, crashing into and demolishing the building. I stare at the building with dead eyes. Ugh, why does this happen to me? Sigh. I guess I should have known, the massive crowd was watching the fight. It seemed to be a fight between Kamui Woods, MT Lady, and some unknown giant villain. Ah! I didn't bring my notebook today. This would have been a great opportunity. I accept the reality of the situation as I push through the massive crowd to watch the fight. Kamui Woods dodged his attacks and wraps his quirk around him, binding him. They go back and forth with their attacks, MT Lady getting back up and knocking him down as Kamui Woods was about to unleash his special attack. Reporters surround the two as they try to get headlines for her debut. They just took down that villain like it was nothing. Heroes are pretty amazing, aren't they? Can I really do that without a quirk? If I ever became a hero, could I take down someone of that size with nothing? I start to lose interest in what was happening. I headed back down the street to see if there was anything. Nothing was open as the shops closed in panic, due to the attack. Would closing the shops even do anything? Maybe some people would take advantage of the chaos. As I walk down the street, more and more shops appeared closed. I start to give up as I head home. Hi sweetie, did you get what you need? Ah, no mom, a villain attacked and all the shops closed. Are you all right? Her worry both comforted me and made me feel upset, even though I know she means well. It just brings thoughts to my mind that I can never be the person to help. I can only be an onlooker. Yeah, I'm fine mom. The heroes took care of them as soon as I got there. I say with a fake beaming smile on my face, I can't let her worry anymore. Do you want me to go tomorrow to get some equipment? No, it's okay mom, I'll go another day. Oh, and also, is it possible we can have fish today and a lot of rice? Sure honey, also you're doing a lot more exercises than normal, be sure to do it in moderation and don't hurt yourself, okay, sweetie? Got it. I head to my room and grab a new notebook, completely blank. I start to write down the details of the fight and try my best to capture what I saw. I try to include everything, from what I witnessed and what the crowds mumbled. Each of their strengths and weaknesses, especially because there's a new hero. MT Lady, they say her quirk only allows her to grow to one size other than her base form. That's inconvenient in small spaces and in towns such as Musudafu, because of this she may even demolish buildings in the process. Afterward, I finish my notes. I start my midday training regiment. I turn on the TV screen to see that All Might is in our city. He just took down a villain who uses wind to slash the opponents. It cuts and cannot be seen. All Might crack the ground, it splinters the road as fragments of it fly up. The villain falls backward and his attacks stop. All Might quickly knock him unconscious and restrains his hands. With a smile beaming from his face, he shouts into the sky. It's all right because I am here. Crowds around him start cheering and chanting for All Might. All Might, is it possible we can have a comment on today? I'd love to stay, however, I have an appointment to keep up. He leaps away into the sky with one kick on the ground. He completely ignored the reporters. It must be because he gets asked so much. He's the number one hero. The best hero. If I can be anything like him, it'd be a dream come true. Chapter 3, All Might. Ring ring. The next day comes, the school bell rings. It feels like I'm just waiting for days to pass by. The lesson begins by introducing the differences between heroes and vigilantes. Heroes are individuals who are licensed under an agency, and vigilantes are wannabes who take it upon themselves to try and be a hero. The lesson continues as time flies by. It covers heroes' economics, rules and regulations, etc. Is there anyone here who is applying for UA? Should I even bother putting my hand up, as I think about it? Kakin starts speaking loudly. Don't even lump these guys in with me, there's no one other than me here who can get into UA, don't even bother trying. he states proudly as he kicks his feet up onto the desk. Should I say something before I can utter a word? The teacher states. Hey Midoriya, you applied for UA as well, didn't you? Why? Why would he say it? I'm having a hard enough time as it is. I sat there quietly, not having the slightest feeling of saying anything. It will just come back to haunt me if I do. I don't have a quirk, what's the point in saying it anyway? Deku, he wouldn't even be able to be a sidekick, he'd probably get killed on his first mission. Quirkless bastards like him shouldn't even dream of becoming a hero. He's right, what chances do I have compared to an amazing quirk like Kickens? I'd probably have better luck becoming a police officer or something. A villain is causing havoc downtown, it's said he has a sludge quirk. Sludge quirk, how disgusting. What should we do? There are no heroes around to help. He's kidnapping people and taking them hostage. From the shadows, a scrawny man steps forwards. His bone-like structure starts to change as muscle builds. He grows taller and taller. Before anyone can realize it, a voice sounds from the back. It's all right because I am here. Thoughts ring through my head as the last bell is sounded. Kiken's words stick to my mind. Don't even think about applying to UA, you're better off dead, you useless Deku. He stated whilst using his quirk to burn my shoulder. Maybe you will get a quirk in your next life. How about you take a swan dive off the roof of the building? Ha ha ha. I can't stop thinking about those words. Am I really that useless? Can't I do anything? I walk back home from school, thinking about every little word he said. More depressing thoughts come to mind as reality sets in. I open my notebook as I walk through the tunnel. Sounds of liquid can be heard, but I thought it was just something that flooded. Little did I know that the sludge villain that was on the news just minutes ago completely surrounded me. He encased me in his sludge. I can't breathe. Am I going to die? Someone, please help me. As the world around me starts to darken, I think that this might even be for the best. As I'm about to black out, I vaguely see the drain cover get blown wide open and All Might steps forth. With a smile on his face he says, "Do not worry, you are safe. Don't go giving up just yet." Like he could read everything I'm thinking. He suddenly steps forwards at a speed which I couldn't even see and shouts, "Texa Aas Sma Aash." The villain was completely blown away by the pressure as I dropped to the floor suddenly. I black out for a few minutes afterward. All Might slaps my face repeatedly to wake me up. Gaia, All Might. I thought you wouldn't make it, there, young one. You seem to be energetic enough, don't worry, I've already taken care of that evildoer. Al. All Might CA. Can you please sign my book? Already done, young one. Well, I'm off now. Wait, you're leaving? Before he jumps away, I grab his leg tightly. We go flying off into the air as he struggles with me. I just need someone to give me more hope. If it's All Might, I might be able to become a hero. We land gently onto a rooftop. I need to leave the young one. Goodbye. Wait 1 minute. I just want to know, can I become a hero even though I'm quirkless? I wait for his answer as I bring my hopes back up one more time. If it's All Might saying it, maybe I can really become a hero. Before he can say anything, smoke starts to envelop him. His form starts to change from the muscular hero that I've always knew and loved, into a scrawny figure. Is that really All Might? Somewhere else the bottle of goo, that All Might had previously exploded with pressure. It looks around and sees a young boy with his friends. Why do you even hang out with that dweeb? Who? Deku, we knew each other since we were young. He's always been an annoying bastard. The villain creeps closer and closer whilst they're talking. Before the young boy can turn around, the villain surrounds him completely. Are you really All Might? I can assure you, I'm really him. That All Might, the one who wins the day with a fearless smile, not giving in and saving the day. Kid, you should realize that there are some things that can never become true. I can put on a front but I can still feel fear. My smile is to give people hope, but for me, it's to keep my fear inside. Pro heroes have to risk their lives on a daily basis, some of them being unfortunate enough to lose them in the process. If you want to help people, there are many ways to do it, like becoming a cop. What you're saying is, you can't ever become a hero without a quirk. Chapter 4, Obsession. You can't ever become a hero without a quirk. Those words sting. I can't think of anything but those words. My mind starts to drift. All Might notices. He has a pitiful look towards me. This continues until he breaks the silence. Kid, look for something other than hero work. You can still help people. Is there no way to become a hero? He pats me on the shoulder as he walks off to the stairwell, not saying a word. Haha. I start laughing to myself after All Might leaves. The irony, the hero I loved for so long crushed my dreams. I stand there for a few minutes wallowing in my own self-pity. Boom boosh bam. A series of explosions go off almost in sync. One was right next to me. I head down the stairs as I have an ominous feeling. I quickly sprint to the bottom, the explosions happening not too far away. I continue to run, seeing a huge crowd of people in the distance. I rush to the flashing lights in the sky, where police choppers have surrounded a villain. A massive crowd, blocking a side street. Heroes gathered around like a barrier. I push through the crowd and fall to my knees as I get through the last of the civilians. I look up to see that sewage villain. Didn't All Might take care of it? Does it have someone inside it? I try to look closer as the heroes block me off. Stand back. We don't want you getting injured. I look past his arms as I see. Kicken, why is it Kicken? He looks like he's suffering. When it happened to me, I couldn't breathe. I tried as hard as I can to escape but I couldn't. He deserves this, my thoughts start flooding with those words. For all the stuff he put me through, for all the times he told me to die, he deserves all of this. However, a lingering belief in the back of my mind still believed I can be a hero, that I can at least save someone. Kicken looked towards me with a terrifying look as if his eyes themselves were screaming for help. When the heroes turned around, I sprinted past them. I don't know what I can do, but I have to be able to do something to help him. I can still be a hero. Stop him! The heroes shout from behind, as they try to grab my arm. I barely dodge it as I continued running towards Kicken and the villain. I can still be a hero. I can. I run towards him faster and faster. Kicken! Kicken started to struggle harder as he saw me approaching, using his quirk to try and free himself. I desperately start clawing at the villain, trying to pull Kicken out. If I do this, will I finally be recognized? Will I be able to become a hero? A loud sound booms from behind. Shockwaves soon follow. I don't have time to look as I'm knocked down by the villain. As it starts to strike me with its sludge, a familiar voice called out. I'm sorry, young man, I should have been more clear with you. He knocks the villain's attack away, almost blowing the villain itself apart. The villain's sludge starts to peel off of Kicken. But for now, I should live up to my own ideals. All Might. Detruits Maayash. He completely blows away the villain, gusts of wind shattering the glasses of building and scattering among the civilians. Rain starts to fall as he stands up proudly with a smile. Heroes start to approach as All Might lifts his hand into the air, as if saying, "It's all right, I am here. Get a medical cart, the victim passed out." Oi kid, Are you stupid? Why would you do something like that? I thought I could help. I say in a low tone. You almost made things much worse. I helped right, All Might. He looks at me similar to the way he did on the rooftop. That pitiful look towards me, I don't think I'll ever forget it. Kikin is unconscious, I guess he passed out to the lack of air. Did you see that kid's quirk though? He's someone that can become a real hero. It was super powerful. Amazing. Soon after everything settled down, one of the heroes approached me. Kid, I think you should leave. What's your name? First we will have to contact your family. Izuku Midoriya, I say in a dejected voice. I only thought I could help. Why do they praise Kikin but make me out to be the problem? I only wanted to help. I only wanted to be a hero. After the incident ended, no one but reporters approached me asking why I would run out like that. Do I know that person? Am I mentally stable? Those sorts of questions asked over and over again. The aftermath: when I got home, I was scolded by my mom. I was told to never do something like that again. When I went back to school, I was laughed at by my classmates because of how much of a weakling I am, and even Kikin started avoiding me more. Like I wasn't even worth their time. I was on my jog, when I bumped into Kikin. He asked, "Why the hell did you try to save me?" I kept quiet, I didn't know what to say. I didn't try to save him because of him. I did it because I wanted to become a hero. I don't owe you anything, you stupid Deku, Kikin shouted in a loud voice. Both of us walked away in opposite directions as if nothing happened. I don't know what to do now. Do I just quit trying to be a hero? No, I can't. I will become one. I began to organize my notes, read through different books. If I wanted to become a hero, I need something that I can rely on, something that can be as useful as a quirk. Something that can let me fight villains. I had a rough idea on what I wanted. I can't use strength or speed. Compared to villains, I'd just be cannon fodder, so I need to use something else. I will prove to everyone I can become a hero. Chapter 5: Hero Costume. I try to think how I can fight villains. I have a thought that I can use support items if I don't have a quirk. I start to mumble to myself ideas. I need something that can restrain but not kill. I start drawing up blueprints, after blueprints, looking over my notes on heroes and villains, looking at the support equipment on they use and the theory behind it, along with the help from online support rooms specializing in equipment and books on physics and other related items. I create a draft on the support item I can use. I start to create a route on tech companies specializing in hero support items. Every few days, they get rid of their junk at the end of the day. I check it after everyone has left, grabbing bits and pieces that I could find. One day, a person was working overtime on one of their projects. They asked who I was and what the hell I was doing. I told them that my friend is an aspiring hero, but he has a problem controlling the temperature he puts out. She understood me and even gave me advice on how to use sensors to help detect body changes, from temperature to muscles. Because of the notes they wrote for me, I have a better understanding on how to implement sensors for my support item. I can't create something scratch, but I can repurpose the parts thrown away, fix them and make them better. Weeks pass and then months. I finally have a prototype on my equipment. I just need one more part. I managed to salvage nickel and titanium from certain components. I make a makeshift crucible, and melt it down. Using accurate ratios, over time, through trial and error, I create a type of nitinol compound. I separate it into small threads, twisting and braiding it into a small wire. These wires were almost the size of a thread. I tried to make it as small as possible. When I did this, I then started the braiding process, which strengthened the wire whilst keeping the original flexibility and properties. This wire is light, extremely flexible and has a muscle memory effect. This allows for accurate movements. I connect the wire to a pair of heavy-duty gloves in order to prevent friction on my skin. The prototype works by sensing muscle contractions in my hand, wrist, and forearm through sensors detecting muscle contractions for accurate information. This information is then relayed to a computer. Through certain contractions it's sent through a macro to perform certain movements with the wire through electrical impulses from a battery. It can revert to its original form through temperature as it's one of the properties of nitinol. Because of this, it's possible to superheat the wire, to also tighten and constrict movement. This allows for the wires to move based on my muscle control. During this process, I kept up my strength training. I also applied for UA, however I've heard nothing back from them. Of course you need a quirk and referrer to help you get past the application stage. I will show them that I can be a hero. I spend weeks and even more time, practicing the movements of the wire. There are of course bugs, such as the friction affecting the other structures, causing it to freeze up. I added more mechanism and changed the macros around in order to correct these bugs, some even to the point of changing the materials as it might not able to handle the friction of the wire. I added a temperature control device in the wire coil in order to prevent the nitinol from randomly retracting to its original form because of the friction. This process took the most time in order to fix. I start to alter my workout routine in order to include the gloves. This is so that I can gain more improvement with it whilst doing free-range exercises. I begin simply by grabbing objects and pulling them towards me, retracting the wires in the process. I could count dozens if not hundreds of bottles that I have smashed in the process. One accident with my muscle control can completely change what I want to do with the gloves. Even when I start the exercises I accidentally trigger the gloves. Because of this I decided to add a safety mechanism for when I'm trying to do something else. This is a simple switch on top of each of the gloves. Pressing allows for the wires to start to move under my control. Slowly I got better with them. Each day, improvements rise, and my failures start to get smaller and smaller. To the point where my mistakes are related to something other than me, such as an external stimulus or a bug within the programming. Along with the support gloves, I created a black and green suit in order to support and augment my abilities. Lightweight but strong material to act as defense for if I were attacked by a villain, and a small exoskeleton, to temporarily enhance my abilities. This uses an extreme amount of energy from the core, so it can only be used for a few seconds to be able to dodge. If the energy wears out, I won't be able to use my gloves either, so it's for emergency situations. The orange core that supplies my gloves and maneuver gear, it's the weakest point on my hero costume, so it's covered with a protective layer of the leftover titanium I used for the wire, to cover it to the point where it can't be damaged by villains. This part weighs me down, so I need to take it into account when maneuvering. And finally, I created a face mask to protect myself. It's a full-faced mask with a smile drawn onto it like All Might's to give people hope. The mask itself is made from a bulletproof glass, tinted on the outside in order to not show my face. The costume itself is dark, mixed with green. It's black in order to camouflage myself, in order to stop villains at night. I don't like breaking the law, but in order to become a hero, I need to prove myself. The easiest way to do that is through vigilantism. Chapter 6, Design Work. Months have passed since the incident. The numerous hero academies that I applied for, none of them have gotten back to me. I guess it's expected. I have no experience, no references, and no quirk. As I continue to think about the past few months whilst working on my support item, mainly making sure they are synced up and other routine checks, I notice a certain knock at my door. It was my mom. "Sweetie, can I talk to you about something?" She has a serious look on her face as if the world is crashing down. "Sure, what is it?" I say whilst putting down my soldering iron and mask. I think it might be best if She continues to stutter over her words as she tried to make out a sentence. I think it might be best if you look for some part-time work. I look at her in surprise as she usually left me alone to do my own thing, occasionally checking if I was all right. I guess me not getting into a hero academy didn't just get to me but her as well. I can guess why she wants me to get a job. If my dreams were crushed and I didn't know what to do, I'd probably do the same thing as Mom. I spoke to an old friend of mine working at a hero agency. She works in the design department. I just thought, because you recently have been infatuated with design, you might want to try interning there. An old friend. I've never heard about her friends. Was she too busy with me to worry about them, or did my mom go to different agencies and beg for an internship? I'm not sure at this point, but I can tell her request comes from a good place. If I get an internship, I might be able to improve my gloves as well. Really, that sounds great. I put up a great smile in response. She looks slightly relieved, as if she was expecting me to decline it. You still have to go for an interview, though. That's fine with me as long as I can be of help to someone. I gleam with the fakest smile possible. We continue talking about the date and the job requirements as an intern. The interview is scheduled in a few days. I decided to bring one of my other prototypes for my boot supports as to convince them to accept me. The boots are almost completely shock absorbent. They use a special metal with vibration tech to distribute the impact. This was supposed to be made with the exoskeleton. However, the boots themselves are a bit too large and bulky for standard use. It's more than enough as a proof of concept though. The interview itself is taking place in Hosa City. I managed to get there, with time to spare. I dress in a tidy shirt with a black strip tie. I wore a suit vest over it. Maybe it was too formal. The idea of improving my equipment to make myself a better hero is just too good of an opportunity to give up. I step into the room with two interviewers looking at me strictly as if I'm wasting their time. The interview starts as I am given questions straight away. What experience do you have in regard to design, and what are your duties as an equipment engineer? Is your question regarding my previous experience or my current and future experience after this interview? Both. A lot of my time is devoted to creating and designing equipment. If I were to list my previous work experience, I couldn't, as I have been working independently for a while now. Here is a blueprint of some of my current designs, trying to implement new concepts that not many people have experimented with before. I also have a prototype with me. Do you do any research relating to your work in this field? I have a lot of notes in regard to my research and the practicality relating to it. I have also received some support in terms of knowledge from the Dagari Hero Design branch. Both the interviewers look at me in surprise. I guess they weren't expecting me to list support from a major design branch. I put forwards my notes, with the writing and signature of the paper. The notes themselves were more like a thesis. It was very useful in terms of knowledge with sensory applications. They look at my blueprints and have a sense of shock as they realize the applications that my proof of concept can bring. It can also stabilize the body for unstable quirks or work as armor for powerful quirks like All Mights, although when it comes to All Might, if you use this concept you'd probably still get blown away. They continue with the questions, asking some such as what qualities should hero engineers possess and what characteristics they shouldn't have. I continue to diligently answer in confident with a sly smile on my face, becoming more and more confident after each question. Shortly afterwards, the interview ends with a complete contrast from a waste of time to genuine surprise on their faces. I'm not sure if this is enough to become an intern without going through a design hero course, but I am confident I answered to the best of my abilities. Night soon came as I contacted my mom that there is an issue with the trains, and that I am going to look for a hotel today. I take off my backpack and open it up, slowly unzipping it, revealing my gloves and suit prototypes. Hosa City is a massive city with many alleyways and buildings. One by one I start to put on my hero costume if I can just prove myself. I can become a hero in the future. I say to myself, dressed in black and green with a great amount of resolve. Let's begin. As delusional as I was back then, I don't regret anything. For everything that happened I can only be amused with myself. I laugh to myself as I sit alone at an empty bar. Looking into the corner, a dark silhouette of where someone strapped to a chair, unconscious sits. I look at him in the corner as I say with a wicked smile on my face. Phew 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 phew, isn't that right, Katsuki-kun? Chapter 7, A True Hero. I search the streets of Hosu, looking through alleys, hidden spots anywhere where I might find something. I climb to a room with my gloves to get a better vantage point. I zip from building to building. Nothing around, the streets are quiet. Maybe I should have gotten a radar or a police radio to assist me. Oh well, too late now. I continue to scour the streets. In the distance in the main road, I spot a car being smashed into, the person who was asleep dragged out by his arms by two other people. One was dressed in a grey robe, the other was completely encased in a black substance. It must be his quirk as it starts to ooze off him. I quickly jump from the small building, using my wires to scratch the walls and cling to them, one on each side. Slowly falling down as marks from my gloves almost like slashes, leaving it ingrained into the wall. I sprint over to the side alley where the man was dragged off to. As I approach the alley, find that the two people are beating the man senseless. I quickly shoot my wire, grabbed the arm of one of them as they are about to punch into him. Stop! I shouted, getting their attention. A brat like you wants to save the day. Isn't it a bit late to be playing hero, kid? I ignore their remarks as I pull myself forwards with my wire, sliding past and redirecting the grey-robed man, so that he punched the black ooze. It was like acid as burns started to appear on his hand. Jaya as he screams out in pain. Among the black ooze there were spots his acid didn't cover. I aimed for those spots, not using my wire as I feared it would melt. 1, 2, 3. I struck him hard 3 times, causing him to vomit black ooze. The other man gets over his pain as he charges towards me, making a side of his arm sharp like a sword. A weapon-based quirk, I dodge the sword desperately, barely avoiding it. He continued his swing and made a mark into the wall. Small pieces of my hair were cut. A 2-on-1 fight, both of their quirks stops me from using my wire to the best I can. His quirk is strong, it made a large scar in the wall, it's not like a simple knife. I charge forward, to the point where they were both ready to counter-attack. I jump upwards, hooking onto a fire escape ladder and with my other wire, hooking it on the railing. I pull my arm downwards hard, forcing the ladder to fly off its hinges and slams into the robed man. He violently smashes into the ground as the ladder hits him. He doesn't seem to be getting up. I charge my wire with my energy core, making it glow brightly with heat. I swing my wires almost like a wipe, straight into the ooze. The acidity didn't melt the other guy's arm, so it should be fine against titanium wire. As I strike him with the wire, the heat expands as it starts to boil, to the point of the entirety of the acid started to bubble. He screamed in pain as he melts under his own quirk. I quickly cool him off as I don't want to kill anybody. My energy core is running low as I switched from the two extremes of heat. Unknowingly for me, someone's eyes locked onto me. They started to sprint towards me from the main street. It was someone dressed in full support gear. He starts shouting as he ran towards me. It was clearly a hero, I think it's a small hero known as Groundhog. I had a relieved expression as I thought he would take them in for their crimes. Before I realize it, he traps my feet in earth, stopping me from moving. Before I could do anything, he continues to charge and I am slammed in the face with his fist, covered in rocks. Shards of rock splinter everywhere. I couldn't do anything as I started to black out from the pain. I think my skull is fractured and my nose is broken. Blood starts to drip as I wince in pain. He starts shouting again. Vile villain, you should know that you will never get your way. For what you did to these three, I will make you pay. Villain, I wanted to be a hero. Why is he calling me a villain? Tears leaked on the edge of my eyes as the man started speaking proudly. I wanted to be a hero. I came here to be a hero. I helped save that person. Why am I taking all the blame for it? Why am I the one suffering for their deeds? As my eyes fill with hate, a voice from the shadows emerge. Interesting. Who are you? Before he could finish his sentence, he was grazed by a knife. The figure from the shadows emerged quickly, so fast that I couldn't even see what was happening. Before I realized it, the hero fell to the ground. The person who did it walked up slowly to him, saying, "You're just a fake." As he brings his knife down, stabbing into the back of the hero. As he put on a wicked smile in satisfaction, he says, "That makes 13. Before I realized what he meant, he appeared in front of me looking down at me. He said with a grimness in his voice, "You are interesting, you act like hero but treated like filth." He's right. Every hero I've met treated me like an outcast, the ones from the sludge incident, that Earth hero and even All Might. Join me. I can train you, I can make you into a true hero. What did he see in me that would make him want to train me? But I want to become a hero. I'm badly wounded, he'd probably kill me if I refuse. I'm quirkless. He stays silent for a moment as he starts to grin widely. He laughs silently to himself, as he says, "You are even better than I imagined. You managed to deal with them without a quirk, and you want to be a hero without a quirk." I never said anything about wanting to be a hero. How could he tell? My offer still stands. He's willing to train someone like me even if it doesn't help him. He's willing to train me. Extend a hand. Give me hope. Why is a villain more like a hero than an actual hero? I can't understand him at all. I think about it for a little bit longer as I say, "Please, make me into a true hero." He smiles at my response as he says under his breath, "Follow me. You can call me Stain." Chapter 8, Stain. Stain's POV. I watch amongst the shadows, leaning in to see two men dragging a man away. It's not my problem. I just need to find those fakes. Before I can turn away, I hear a screeching sound, the sound of metal rubbing against metal. As I look over, I see a young kid not too far from me scaling the building with a metal wire. Is that his quirk? Is he a hero? Unconsciously a deep grin filled my face as I start to lick my blade. He starts running across the street, completely oblivious about his surroundings. He isn't a hero. Is he a vigilante? The boy immediately runs after the men, without any care for himself. What is he doing it for? Why is he trying to save them? He's too young to be a hero. My mind starts to flood with thoughts as I move to the next building to get a closer look. The kid suddenly shouts to get their attention, trying to stop them from going after that man. For what reason? The two men start to laugh at the boy. Even before I could notice, the boy quickly injures one of the men. His moves are sluggish. He must be new. As I watch closer and closer, I see the boy continue to use those wires. Is that really his quirk, or is it equipment? When will he use it? Is he just playing around with them? He quickly flies up towards me, as he grabs on the handrail a few stories below me. He grabs hold of the ladder and throws it down at them. He doesn't get back up again. he starts to glow orange as his wire starts to glow as well, he strikes the oozing man. Soon after, he drops him to the ground. Before I can react, a man sprints out of the shadows. I know him. He's a fake. Groundhog. I will get rid of all of these fakes. I will purge him. The young boy gets slammed into. He could have avoided it. I look closer and see his feet are trapped. I start to think to myself, it's time to act. I jump down from the fire escape towards that fake. Interesting, I say as I look towards the boy. Who are you? I quickly slash at him, cutting his cheek. As I continue to fly by, I lick the side of his face, paralyzing him. Ka, I smile with delight as I look at the hero and the young boy. He stares at me with no fear in his eyes. You're just a fake. Heroes like you shouldn't even be heroes. You can't tell the difference between a villain and a vigilante. Hey. I put on a wicked smile as I look towards the hero, readying my knife. I plunge it into his back as I count. That makes 13. I finish off the fake, with a satisfied expression on my face. Now, for the boy, I move quickly in front of the boy. He flinched as he reacted to my speed. You are interesting, you act like hero but treated like filth. Why would someone like him want to be a hero? Why didn't he use his quirk? He was interesting, I want him. I can make him better, I can make him into someone worthy to be a hero. Join me. I can train you, I can make you into a true hero. The boy stays quiet for a few seconds, slightly annoying. He starts mumbling to himself as I barely can make out what he says. He's afraid. Before I can convince him to join me, he shouts. I'm quirkless. What did he say? Ha? Hey, this boy is so interesting. My eyes didn't deceive me, he runs into a fight without fear, he runs in without a quirk. I want him to join me even more. His heroic nature, I can make him into a hero, like me. You are even better than I imagined. You managed to deal with them without a quirk and you want to be a hero without a quirk. He has a slightly startled expression. He stays quiet, I scratch the back of my head as I say. My offer still stands. Him not having a quirk, means that he has to rely on himself, he might have the potential to become somebody great. He stays silent to my words until. Please, make me into a true hero. I smile widely as he accepts my invitation. I can make him better. Follow me. You can call me, Stain. I'm going to meet up with some people, in a few days. They keep pestering me, I now have a reason to accept it. Come with me, I can show you what this society is really like, what these heroes are really like. They are fakes. The kid stays silent as he considers my offer, he smiles as he says. If you can train me to be a hero, I won't refuse. Good. I will find you in a few days. What's your name? My name is Izuka Midoriya, you can call me Deku if you want. That's an odd name, why would someone aspiring to be a hero choose that? Deku, you want to be known as someone who is useless, someone who can't do anything. No. For me, Deku means that I vow that I will never be that type of person again. This kid. He really is something, what did he have to go through as a quirkless here? I say as I pass him a note, with the location I'm going to. Come to this location, same time 4 days from now. I will find you then. If he's with me, I can show him what villains are really like. From what I know, they are organizing an attack, they have been trying to reach out to me, but up until now, I didn't have a reason to accept it. If I can show him, he can become a better hero in the future. Of course. I retreat back into the shadows, diminishing my presence. I smile as I think to myself, he will really become somebody interesting. Chapter 9, Home. Midoriya POV. As the person known as Stain disappears into the shadows, he leaves me with a small card. It's written in crude handwriting, Kamino at 2 a.m. What an odd guy. If he can help me improve, I don't mind following him. If not for him, I'd also probably seriously injured. I start to head back to Musutafu. I change back in my previous unbloodied attire. I head on the bullet train as I slowly head back. Ping! My phone sounds. It was the Kamino company I just applied to. I start to get nervous as it's only been a few hours since the interview. Did they really hate me that much that they denied me on the spot? I look closer at my phone. I was accepted. Did they really have a lack of people to accept me that fast, or was it because I made a good impression with my designs? It says I start Saturday. That's tomorrow, isn't it? That's a surprise. As the bullet train reaches its destination, I start to walk home. It takes some time, but I eventually make it back. It's the dead of night and no one reacts when I step into the home. I guess mom has already went to sleep. Before I go to sleep, I start to bandage my arm and wounds. Is my nose broken? It doesn't hurt anymore. I guess I will have to visit the doctor later just to be on the safe side. I go on my computer and search Stain. Apparently there's not much information about him, however, there's some. He's apparently known as the hero killer. He kills heroes who he believes are fake. His ideology has inspired a lot of villains. Who the hell did I just agree to be my teacher? 12 victims are reported. That's what he meant by 13. I continue to read articles until I get extremely tired. I set up my alarm just before the afternoon. I lay in my bed in excitement. It's difficult to fall asleep. I slowly go to sleep as my mind drifts. All Might looms over me. I start running and running, but I can't escape. I see a life where I became a hero. The strongest hero. All Might was on my side the entire time, even as my mentor. I even went to UA and made a bunch of friends. Slowly the dream turned into a nightmare as one by one, my friends, my family, start to disappear, one by one. Soon the world around me started turning black. As I walked by, the people around me dissipated into dust, one by one. I start running, screaming for help. No one came. A shadow appeared before me as a familiar figure saying, "You can never be a hero." As if that life I lived were destroyed by those few words. HGHH ha! I wake up as if I just woke up from a nightmare. I can't remember what happened in it, but I woke up at the crack of dawn. Even before my alarm. I felt different when I woke, as if my feelings had changed. My love for heroes had completely vanished like smoke. When I look at my All Might merchandise, I wince in disgust. I tear the posters down one by one, throwing away my action figures. What exactly happened in that nightmare? Hours pass as I look around my room. It was completely empty. All my merchandise was gone, ripped up and thrown in the trash. I walked out of my room to make myself some breakfast. I see my mother sleeping in the couch. Was she waiting for me? I didn't see her earlier. Maybe I was just too tired to notice. I cook some breakfast for myself and my mom. I cook some white rice, fried tofu in some wakame miso soup. Chicken fried with curry spice and mustard, spinach with egg, and daikon with soy and vinegar. My mother wakes up to the smell as she looks over the couch. Izuku. Hi mom, the train started working about 2 hours ago, so I made it back and immediately started cooking breakfast. Would you like some? Welcome home, my mother says with a soft smile. Why are you cooking first thing in the morning? You should let me. My mother says as she starts to stand up to finish my cooking. It's fine, it's fine. I have some good news. "What is it, sweetie?" my mom says as she looks at me curiously. "I got accepted for the job." "Congratulations, sweetie. Isn't it a bit soon for them to consider you?" She looked absolutely shocked for a second. I guess she was really surprised. Yeah, I was surprised as well, but the interview went really well. I guess they liked my designs. "When do you start?" "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow? Oh God, what will you wear? We don't even have a briefcase for you. Do you have all the right things?" "I think so. I'm not sure what to wear, they didn't really specify a dress code. I can use my briefcase that I used in school, so that's fine as well. I don't think there's anything else I need to bring." "That's not good enough. This is your first job, we need to go shopping," my mother says as she starts pulling my arm to the door. Wait. It's like 6 a.m, I doubt any shops will be open." "Right," she says with a sad look. I guess she really wants to go shopping with me today. "We can go later if you want." "When the shops are open, of course." "Okay. Want to have some breakfast then? I just finished it." "Of course." We eat at a table as the food is overcooked. I should really leave the cooking to Mom. As the day starts to pass, we grab a few bits for my work tomorrow, some design paper, stationery, etc. The day passes as nothing else really happens. Night falls as I drift to sleep, anticipating what's to come tomorrow. Chapter 10, Bakugo. My first day on the job comes. I get everything ready. Double and even triple checking that I haven't forgotten anything. I bring with me a spare change of clothes as I wear the same clothes that I had to the interview, as I didn't know what the dress code was. I was dressed in a simple suit, trousers, shirt, and suit vest, with a striped tie. I researched it online and it seems design teams are smartly dressed and presentable whilst the development team is dressed in personal protective gear to ensure that they are working in a safe environment. "I'll be heading out now, Mom. Have a nice first day, sweetie." I smile as I exit my house. I start to head to the train station, as the Kamino company is based in Hosu. Time passes as I get on the train and head to Hosu. As I step off the train, I get my phone out and look at my map. The company building itself was in a slightly different location to the interview building. As I look at the massively towering building, I start to walk towards it. Guards at the front stop me from entering as they say, "Please identify yourself." I'm Izuku Midoriya. I was recently hired to this company. Give me a moment." He starts talking on his phone. He was shocked for a moment but then asked me if I had the email. I guess they are really strict on security here. Yeah. Here it is. As I scrolled through my phone, I showed the email and identification code which he repeated into his phone. "Please head inside. Go to the reception desk and receive your ID." "Thank you very much." "No problem, have a nice day." I head inside the building, to see a sparkling ground floor. Why is it so polished if they don't let anybody in? I head to the front desk as the receptionist looks at me. "Are you looking for your parents?" "This woman?" "No, I'm a recent hire here." "Wait, really? You guys are getting younger and younger. Do we not have standards anymore? I was told to request for an ID." "Oh, it's your first day, how precious. This person is killing me. She's treating me like a baby." "Before you get issued an ID, you will be given an introduction on your daily tasks. Please head through. My name is Cynthia if you need anything." "Okay, thank you." I head through the door to find a room with a few people inside. "Were they recently hired too? Please introduce yourselves." Each person starts to list off their names stiffly. I respond instinctively when the old man looked towards me. Izuku Midoriya. Pleased to meet you. What was that? Was that his quirk? It felt like a massive presence pushed me back as if a dragon was looking at a baby hatchling. He starts to go over the daily tasks. He looks at the paper in his hands, reading off the roles and departments for each person. He then gets to my sheet and then looks at me with a suspicious gaze. Really, Izuku Midoriya, you are to report to the design department. Everyone around me then shifted their gazes as they heard those words. What the hell? Most of the people around me were assigned as interns to the administration department, a few were sent to the development department. Why were they surprised when I was put in the development department? The meeting shortly ended after that. As I was leaving, I went to the table to pick up my already made ID badge. When did they take my picture? Oh well, I head back to the reception and ask. What floor is the design department? Wah! Design department, did I mishear you? I was assigned as an intern to the design department. Really? Wow, you must really be something special then. Wait. Why? People who work in the design department, even as an intern, are extremely experienced in their field. Most of them went through the design course in a hero academy. Wait, why the hell was I accepted so quickly then? Were my designs really that abnormal? How would they feel if I showed them my gloves? It's better not to. If they find out a vigilante uses the same tech as my gloves, I'd probably be on a one-way trip to the police station. The design floor is on the 20th floor. She says as she looks closely at my ID. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. Ah, oh, it's nice to meet you as well. Please treat me well. I stuttered over my words a little bit. She giggled in response as I start to move to the elevator. I headed through to the design department. As I looked around, there weren't that many people, although I had a few weird gazes. I reported to the head of the department as he showed me round and introduced me to everyone. They were surprised to hear I was a new intern. I was assigned to a small group. They were really nice people. We began our first task. A lot of what they were talking about were like a foreign language to me, but I understood enough to help out on basic tasks like pointing out design flaws and potential risk factors. The day passed by quickly, as it was actually surprising how fun the design department was. Although they were serious in some respects, they were really kind and understanding, and they helped me understand things I had trouble with. I started to head home, taking the bullet train back. The amount of money on my bank account is getting lower and lower each trip. I start walking back as I head past the river bank. As I walked, a familiar figure appeared in front of me. Bakugo, I knew you couldn't get into UAU Deku. I was accepted to UA and I was accepted to Class 1A, he says loudly with a smuggish smile as if he's trying to remind me of my once shattered dreams. Ah. I guess so, I don't really mind as much now. I mean, I'm in the design department and I'm also going to be trained soon by Stain. Why would I need to go to UA? You can't hide your disappointment from me, you dumbass. We even have All Might as our teacher. So. He looked shocked as I stated it so blatantly. All Might was both of our heroes. Me suddenly not caring at all that he's teaching him must have shocked him a lot. All Might. The ultimate hero. How the hell can you not care? You were his fucking fanboy for years. It's clear he's trying to brag. I ignore what he says as I had a funny thought. As I say. Wow. You really have a thing for All Might. Student and teacher relationships aren't allowed, be sure to hide it well. Wah! What the hell did you say to me, you stupid Deku? He begins to charge at me as I put on a sly smile. He starts to activate his quirk, almost as if saying he wants to blast me to bits. In response, I grab his arm, trip his feet and flip him over my shoulder, slamming him into the ground. He grunts in pain as he looks at me in absolute shock. How? Wah! He didn't think that I would have trained my body and my reflexes to the extent of completely making a fool out of him. But still, I thought I was gonna die. On my face I put on a mocking smile, as I played it cool. In contrast in my mind, I started, did I really just flip Bakugo? Seems like the hero course isn't doing much for you. Nice seeing you, Bakugo. He reacts when I called him Bakugo. I did it unconsciously but still. When did I stop calling him Kakin? I can't even remember anymore. I walk off into the distance as I look back as he's still laying in disbelief and shock flat on his back. I head home as I start to prepare some design paper. I have tomorrow off, so I thought it nice to go somewhere peaceful to do a few drafts for my work. Chapter 11, Students. I'm heading out for a while. With no response, I leave. I took my design prints and my assignment work and head over to the mountain side, through taking the train. Apparently the winter blossoms are blooming. A lot of people are gathering around the mountain, to watch and enjoy themselves. I take the train and then a bus to get closer to the mountains. From there it was an hour or two walk. I look around the mountain area for a good spot to relax and finish my designs. After a while of searching, I eventually found one. It was further up the mountain, but nobody was really around this area and it was still a nice spot. I sit on the edge of a wooden fence, overlooking the scenery. I take out a board to have something to draw on and I start sketching my designs. Going back and forth from the books in my bag to get references. As I start sketching, whilst listening to some music, some time passes. Vibrations started striking the ground. Before I realize what was happening, a massive dust storm rushes at me. A huge gust of wind pushes me forward as I fall off the fence, nearly going off the mountain side. I scream in panic as I was inches away from a long drop. What the hell was that anyway? Before I could finish my thought, a blur starts running from the direction the dust storm left in and then sprinted towards me. I am very sorry, sir. I was not aware this trail was being used. As he speaks up, someone from the distance is seen as they try to catch up to this person. They look completely exhausted, out of breath, and even looks like they are about to faint. Phew. Oof. Ida. Slow down. Phew. The person before me stands there wearing armor. It looks familiar. I swear I seen it before. Ah. Are you Ingenium? As it clicks in my mind. I've never seen him without his mask though. Oh, are you a fan of my brother? It is very nice to meet you. I am Ida Tinya. My name is Izuka Midoriya. It's nice to meet you as well. Oh, and this person is Okako Uraraka. Phew. Very nice to meet you. I look at her in pity as I see she's practically on death's doors. You seem a bit exhausted. Here. I look at the girl. She's petite, fair-skinned with puffy cheeks. She's dressed in a vest and blue, white, and red jogging wear. I hand her the bottle of water from my bag. Passing the water to Okako, as soon as I did she put on an extremely relieved expression. Did she not bring her own? Hey. So refreshing, thanks a lot. So what you guys doing up here? You nearly blew me off the mountain. We are currently in the process of training our quirks. Oh really? What quirks do you have? Do you have a quirk similar to Ingenium? I saw how fast you were going. What's your top speed? My words start to blur together as I start ranting about quirks and heroes. You are really excitable. We are both training our quirks' endurance. I'm training my speed. And I'm training my resistance to nausea. My quirk is zero gravity. I get really nauseous after using it. Isn't there any better way to train your quirk than running up and down the mountain? I ask her. Not that I can think of. She says proudly. An airhead, right? So are you guys studying at a hero academy? I guess based on what they told me about their quirks and how they are training them. Yes, we are currently studying at UA. Oh. UA, hey. What's wrong, Midoriya? Oh, it's nothing. I just have a friend that goes to UA as well. He's rather chaotic. There are quite a few people like that. It makes it hard to study, Ida says in an annoyed tone. Especially in our class. We are currently in 1A, but with all the shouting it's hard to concentrate. Our teacher basically gave up. He sleeps most of the time. Class 1AO. I guess you've met Bakugo already. They both look at me in shock, almost as if they are repeating my words over and over in their head. They give me a weird expression as they ask. Are you friends with Bakugo, just to double check if what I said was actually correct? Less of a friend and more of an acquaintance, I say in response. It's hard to believe he's capable of making friends. They both look at each other with a depressed look. What did they have to go through with him? Oh right, I forgot to ask, what are you even doing up here? You could have really gotten hurt. Is someone actually caring about me? That's a first. I'm currently doing an assignment. I work at a hero equipment design department. That's really cool. That is quite impressive. Not everybody has the skill to be able to do something like that. What company are you in? I'm currently working at the Kamino company. They are completely silent as they look at me in shock. This continues until... Are you serious? That's one of the biggest companies, barely anyone gets accepted. Wow! You seem to know a lot. How could I not know? Everybody knows. I look over at Ida as he is still looking at me in shock. Coincidentally, it is also the company that upgrades UA's hero gear. Some of us received our gear from your company. Wait, they upgrade UA's gear? Did I mess up over by joining this company? How the hell did mom have connections with them to even get me that interview? Who does she know, the CEO? I try to stop thinking as I start to have a migraine. Luckily for me, none of my blueprints got blown away when you ran by. I am very sorry for that oversight, Midoriya. Yeah, sorry. They both look at me like two puppies who just got scolded. It's fine. I'm enjoying myself quite a bit. It's a nice view over the winter blossoms. Is it okay for you guys to take such a long break whilst training? That's right, Ida, we need to make a move on. Right. As he says in response. It was very nice meeting you, Midoriya. It was nice to meet you guys as well. You seem really nice. Is it okay if we exchange contacts? Yeah. Sure. I tell both of them my contact details. I have no idea why though. It's also my first time getting a girl's number. Well, we probably won't meet again. After we finish, Ida puts down his phone and turns to Eureka and says to me. We are going to head off now. Let's go, come on Okako. She looks depressed in response. I wonder how far they are actually running. CYA, Midoriya. Bye. It was nice meeting you. As they run off, into the distance, their presence gave me a sense of familiarity. I guess some people who want to be heroes aren't all bad. I ignore it and continue my assignment. There's dust and rocks all over it. It's basically ruined as it's also torn. I have to redo it all over again. Chapter 12, League of Villains. I look forwards at my notes and then look up towards a cryptic building with blacked out and barred windows. It's a bar. I wait outside for Stain. I continue waiting for a while. A voice from behind me echoes into my ears. Are you gonna go inside or are you just gonna keep waiting? Gah. Stain stands behind me looming. I didn't even hear him approach. I was just waiting for you to arrive. I was in there the entire time, stop wasting time and come on. He pulls me inside, do I even have a choice anymore? As we walk in, it looked like a normal bar. There were two people, a person with his face covered in hands and a person who looks like the personification of black smoke. Oi, we're here. As he scratches his face he says with a scowl and an annoyed voice. This was the brat you were waiting for. He doesn't look like much. I flinch with the murderous intent he was putting out. He may not look like much, he doesn't even have a quirk. But he can help. He doesn't have a quirk. What were we even waiting for? We don't need useless trash like him. I've had enough. Why am I always being called trash? I immediately release killer intent far more than that fuck face of a villain. He reacts as he immediately gets into position to move. He runs at me, I prepare to counter. Shigaraki, stop! The smoked man immediately appeared in front of him. He couldn't stop him though. Before he had a chance to hit me with his palm, a voice echoed from behind. Tamura! As the voice resonates he completely stopped, not a slight movement. Who was it that could stop that bastard Shigaraki? He said. Deku, you calm down as well. Don't cause me trouble, Stain repeated from behind me, glaring down on me. Now that the children have calmed down, let's get on to business. As the monitor flickered with a silhouette. What do you want from us? Stain stated in response. We have a plan. A few days ago, we attacked UA. We destroyed their defense gate. During this time, we also took a schedule. What does that have to do with us? Oh, but you don't understand, this schedule is for one purpose only. To kill All Might. Stain reacts in anger and then switches to a wicked smile. Kill All Might? That's impossible though, he's the strongest and the #1 hero. It's not possible. Stain says in disbelief. Oh, but it is, recently. He has gotten much weaker. All Might has gotten weaker. How? When I will tell you something, but first I need some reassurance. As he said that a red light surrounded me and Stain. This is a quirk of mine, it allows for the entry of a contract. With this specific contract, it allows me to have reassurance what's said in here won't be repeated. Do you swear breaking this condition would mean death? Death? I don't know if I. Fine. He repeated without hesitation. I guess I don't have a choice in this matter. Sure. Me and Stain both respond. In that instant the red light turned to green and surrounded both of our bodies, then vanished into the air. Good. Good, now for this. All Might has a quirk that allows him to pass it on to others. This means that all of his abilities and strengths would also be transferred to that person. He recently chose a successor, so his power has been getting weaker. Wait. What? All Might has a quirk then can be given to others. Then why? Why did he say I can't be a hero? Am I not good enough? A sharp pain pierces my head as I shake in pain. It hurts. What the hell is this? The pain is overpowering, it flows throughout my body. What the hell is this, Deku? What's wrong? No, nothing is wrong. I say in response whilst my body trembled in pain. We are going to attack U.S.J, which is a campus off the UA grounds which specializes in rescue protocols. Naturally All Might is there and we have a special gift prepared for him. So why me? Naturally because we have investigated you. You have an ideology. Fake heroes deserve to be taken care of, and at USJ there is a lot of fakes for you to play with. I see. However, you did something I did not expect. You got an apprentice, and he is full of potential. I shiver in response to his words. The pain from before slowly subsides, it felt like my mind was breaking in two. Deku, was it if you were given an option to have a quirk even if it meant to deal with an excruciating amount of pain, to the point where you may even die? Would you do it? I start to think about it. I recalled every moment from my past. From the school years of numerous bullying, to the times where I was beaten to a pulp, to even the times where I was scarred by Bakugo. I think of every little thing that has happened in my life. Up to the point where I met All Might. My last hope to be a hero, I can't get the image of him turning around to me, repeating the words. You can never become a hero. Heroes are just lies we tell ourselves to give ourselves hope. There's no such thing as a hero. Even I know that now. We create our future for ourselves, and even if I become a villain, in the end, I will become a true hero. As I look over to the silhouette on the monitor, I clear say without a shred of doubt in my eyes. If I was given the choice between being quirkless and near certain death, but with a shred of hope of having one, I would choose having a quirk every time. My life without one was torture. It can't get much worse from here. Good. As I look at the monitor, even if it's a black silhouette, I can tell. It was almost obvious. He has a wicked smile on his face right now. Crack. The sound of glass smashing fills the bar. Without realizing, a massive swell of pain hits the back of my head as I drop to my knees. I slowly black out as I watch blood fill the floor. Chapter 13, Receiving a Quirk. Ugh, my head. Are you awake? A voice echoes throughout the dark. Damp room, it looks like a torture chamber. Where am I? You are in my facility. The silhouette man stands out and walks over to me. He is wearing a black mask with machines hooked up to him. Are you surprised this was done by All Might? Why am I here? You said you'd pay anything to get a quirk. I can give you one. It's a slightly painful experience. Can you really give me a quirk? Indeed. Usually we would have to modify your body in order to handle a quirk, however this is only the case if you have one already. You should be thankful that you're quirkless. What do you want in exchange for giving me a quirk? You can't be doing this for free. Ah, how smart. I only have one condition, and that is to support my successor, Shigaraki, now and in the future as an ally. So in exchange for a quirk, I have to become a villain. A minor trade-off, compared to what you'd be receiving, I believe. What quirk would I be receiving? Well, that is why we are here. Receiving a quirk can be mentally taxing, it can drive you insane. Different quirks can be more taxing than others. So consider this. Training. Do you accept my offer? If you refuse, you can go home. You can live a normal life, as a quirkless. Everything I've had to endure up until now, I won't let it go to waste. I will show everybody what it means to feel useless. I agree. Good. Then, let's begin. As he steps out of the room, he calls somebody else in. It was a small woman. I couldn't see her face. She starts taking out an array of tools and different equipment. This will be fun. It's been a while since I've had to break someone. Phew 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 phew. Let me hear you scream. Ack. They. Pain is overwhelming. I have to endure. I need to prove THA. Blood starts spilling out of every pore of my body. It was as if my sweat itself was turning to blood. She stops for a second as she switches her tools to a buzz saw. She starts cutting pieces of my flesh. She cuts the palm of her hand and drips it into my mouth. Slowly my sliced flesh starts to heal. Was this her quirk to make me suffer again and again? I can't back down now. Minutes pass. The pain builds, increasingly more painful than the last. My body is covered with blood, and all I can see is the face of that sadistic woman. An hour passes. It felt like days. Let it stop. What am I even here for to become a hero? Pfft, that's hilarious. Several hours go by. When will it stop? My flesh is being cut to pieces every few seconds. The woman is starting to look tired. Is she overusing her quirk? Do I have to wait until she's exhausted for this to stop? The woman took a small drink of a weird liquid. She looks much better. What the hell did she drink to stop her quirk's side effects? Was it blood? Days, weeks? It doesn't matter anymore. I can't even think anymore. I can't feel anymore. I start hearing a voice in my ear. What was it saying? He looks done. He lasted far longer than anybody else. I don't even know how he made it through. Usually people last an hour at most before being put in that state. Well done. It only means I made the right choice. Can I have him for my own? His screams are so much fun. The wrist locks on my arms and legs start to loosen. Is it finally done? Am I free? Well done, Deku. It was an experience. Now, I'm going to pass you on a quirk. Most people wouldn't be able to handle this type of quirk as it corrupts them if it's overused. If used to a certain extent, the pain can be worse than what you experience here. That isn't a problem. After a while, I stopped feeling the pain altogether. Oh well, that is interesting. What is the quirk? It was a quirk that I found a few years ago. Someone in a mental asylum suffered the effects from the quirk and went completely insane. I thought it was unique. I took it. I have never used it as I'd probably wouldn't be able to stand the side effects for long. However, I think it's a good quirk for someone like you. Finally, a quirk for my own. My suffering isn't in vain. If you do still feel pain, the process of receiving a quirk is extremely painful. So this is a good test whether you're lying or not. A black fog surrounded me. It entered into my body. Through my arms, my legs, every piece of my body. Was this supposed to be painful? I looked towards the black masked man. Although he had a mask on, he was definitely shocked that I couldn't feel anything. His entire being instantly brightened in that moment. It is done. You really can't feel anything. You will become somebody extremely dangerous. What do I call you? My name is... Well, you can call me All for One. Okay. All for One, how do I use this quirk? You have to be able to feel it. As for how you use it, that's up to you. So, when do we attack you? All in due time. We will contact you when we are ready. Have they reported that I am missing? No, we have sent people to inform your family that you have taken a temporary break. Haha. A break from work for the first few days. We have done everything to ensure that you wouldn't be suspicious. As for your designs, we have submitted them already. You guys did all that just so that I can help you take down All Might. Not exactly, this is more like a test. To see the capability of Shigaraki. Is that everything? Can I leave now? Hoo, you have an attitude. There's one more thing. This is a mask created with a disguise-based quirk. If you wear it, your appearance will change. That's extremely useful. Indeed, it's a rare item. It can't change your body's appearance, but it can change your hair color and your voice. Thanks for everything. No problem, all you have to remember is our deal. Yes. I will support, Shigaraki-senpai. Good. I still feel mentally exhausted. I can still feel pain. However, a knife stabbing into me feels like a needle pricking my finger. I guess it's both a blessing and a curse. More importantly, I need to find out how to use my quirk. Chapter 14, Kidnapping. Before I realized it, I was sucked in by a void. I stepped out and found myself in an alley, seemingly behind my home. I look back and see Kurogiri. Is this your quirk? Indeed. A final word of advice: when you come into our establishment, dress the part. You are going to be working as a waiter, or at least that's what it is on the surface. But wah! As he cuts me off, he states. Deku, it is natural to have more than one job, correct? Okay. As I finished my reply, he vanished. How did they know where I live in just those few days? They found out a lot about me. I head around to the front of my building as I am greeted by my mom. Izuku. Sob, welcome back. She suddenly hugs me as she continues to cry and sob. Hey! What's wrong? Why are you crying? How could I not? You were gone for an entire week. I was bombarded with calls from your work. I explained that you were sick, but an entire week? I thought I might be gone for a few days maximum. I guess it's because I lost my sense of time and my feeling of pain. That's probably the only reason I lasted so long. I got it, I'll be sure to talk to the manager. I'm going to head to my room, I need to write up some stuff. Okay, sweetie. I'll start on the dinner then. As I walk into my room, it's still as I left it. It was a mess as I had a chest full of spare equipment parts. The only thing missing were my blueprints. I guess they really did submit them for me. Even though they're villains, they aren't that bad. I sit on my bed, trying to meditate. This should work, right? Cultivators always did this to get their powers. Time passes as nothing happens, an hour passes and still nothing. I guess it isn't that easy. Wait. How do I even know he can actually give me a quirk? Maybe he just tortured me for fun. It would be pretty stupid as All Might actually could pass on his quirk. I mean, if he could, why didn't he give it me? I laughed to myself at the thought, in my mind repressing everything that happened, just thinking it was all some stupid joke. I should really head to work. I need to explain myself after all. As I head out, I see my mom humming in the kitchen, completely ignorant of what happened the past few days. The amount of scars that has piled up on my body. Even though she could heal the wound, the scars still replaced them. After getting off the train and heading for my work, I see the receptionist and she looks at me with a worried look. She must have known I wasn't in the past week. I head into the elevator and head up to the design department, where all their eyes was on me. I quickly headed for the manager's office, as she notices me at the door. Finally arrived. Even though you're an intern, we have expectations. We also have policies for tardiness. You are exceptional, there isn't a doubt about that. In just a day, you managed to get up to speed with everyone and implement your own concepts. This isn't something that is easily achieved. However, a week really, if not for you publishing the designs we asked for, you'd probably be out of this department already. I continue to listen as I get scolded for my absence. She notices my remorseful look. Look, if you continue to take time off, you won't be allowed to work here anymore. You will not be paid for the time you were off, you will also have to do overtime. This is the minimum punishment I can give you for your absence. Yes, ma'am. Leave. Of course. I will get to work then. As time passes, I get caught up with what I missed. Although the other interns had a hateful look towards me as I didn't get punished as severely as they hoped. Without realizing, time flies by, as the day ends. I walk out the building and start to walk home. As I cross the riverbank, I head through the alleys as it's much faster to get home. As I walked through the alley. Bonk! What the hell? He didn't go down from that. As I touched the back of my head, blood covered my hand. I looked at the people who tried to attack me as I start to move. I didn't have my equipment, so I couldn't fight back. As I looked at the weapon they hit me with, it looks like a metal bat with a dent in it. All for one, definitely did something to me. My skull would have been smashed open by that, normally. I try to run as a figure emerged from the front of the alley. Boss, we. No need, he is clearly tough. He lifts up a knife from his waist. I can't escape, both alleys are blocked off and I couldn't go to the roof. As he brings his knife up, he licks it with his saliva. He charges at me, throwing the knife in my direction. I barely avoid it. Before I had a chance to react, the person behind me caught the knife and sliced the side of arm with it. They start smirking. We will talk to you once you wake up. Wah! As I tried to speak, I started to become sleepier and sleepier. Until everything went black. Chapter 15, Shadows. I wake up in a dark room, it looks like a jail cell. I think I'm in a basement. What's with all the random plot devices making me get hit in the back of the head and unconscious? Recently I look around. My hands are bound in rope. The person who kidnapped me can be heard from outside. Are you sure this is really gonna work? Yeah. I think so, if we can take his friend, we can lure him out. Friend? I don't have many friends. The only person I can think of is Katsuki, but why would they take me? It can't be him. The door slides open as the man who put me to sleep steps forth. You're awake, good. A quirkless kid like you should be enough. For what exactly? To lure someone out? Oh, you overheard me. Well, yes, you are merely a tool to lure out Bakugo. You see, he was a friend of ours a while back. He caused us issues and abandoned us when we were looking for help. Now we want revenge. It really was him. Why I am always getting in trouble for others' stupid problems. Katsuki won't come for me, he hates my guts. Let's see about that. He says as he pulls his phone out from his pocket. He presses a button on his neck. Bakugo. We have a friend of yours, Izuku Midoriya, come to alone and we will make sure he stays alive. As he moves his phone towards me, he puts it to my ear, as if he wants me to talk. Before I can say anything, Katsuki interrupts with, Midoriya, that stupid Deku, ha ha ha, you really think I would come for someone as worthless as him? You are out of your goddamn mind. Ha ha. That's perfect, just like it should be, a hero acting like a villain and a villain trying be a hero. How ironic it is. As I start to fuel with rage, screams echoes around me. The darkness around me starts to speak to me. Is this my quirk? I can feel the suffering of the dead. It was mortifying. Stop him! As if the souls of the dead were screaming in my ears to kill him. I will never kill. I won't. As my thoughts turn bleak, the man tries stabbing me in the hand to get a reaction. I stay quiet as he puts on a surprised look. He cuts me again and still nothing. As my thoughts start to drift due to boredom. Are you mute, boy? You are worthless to us if you say nothing. Ha. Hey, you really think a bastard like that would even try to come for me? You're more idiotic than I imagined. You can cut me, you can make me bleed, but there is one thing you can't do to me. What is that? You can't make me suffer. Myself, on the other hand. Boom. The phone dropped as murmurs were coming from it. Katsuki must have called the heroes by now. I need to leave. The shadows around me rises up and bursts outwards. throwing and forcing the man against the wall. I need to remember. This feeling. This power. It's mine. Ha 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 ha. Is this all you are? You try to make me feel fear, yet you cower in response. Bulletin. But you're quirkless. We know you're quirkless. Oh yes, you have friends as well, don't you? How about you meet my friends? I command the shadows around me to rise up. I grunt in pain as I fall to my knees. The shadowy figures that were once rising falls into a puddle of its shadow once more. I tried to call on the victims of that murderer to help me fight. They must have refused. Or my quirk is too weak to be able to pull off something like that, right now. My vision suddenly blurs slightly as I get a wince of pain in the back of my head. I guess that's too much for me. Ha, you can't even control your own quirk, what a dumbass, haha. Are you in a position to talk? I say as I pull his knife away from him, stroking it on his face, making small cuts on his cheek as I suddenly slam down and stabbing his hand, causing him to writhe in pain. If you want to see what I can really do, you only need to ask. I try to manipulate the shadows to pull on his arms and legs, like a rope, binding him. I pull both of his arms in opposite directions as he begins to scream in pain, just from the feeling of his flesh and bones being stretched. I can see why All for One said this was powerful. Let's try this one on for show. You're out of your goddamn mind. That may be true. However, you aren't really capable of thinking either, are you, to use me as leverage to bring Katsuki-kun here? Hilarious. As I move the shadows around, I start to learn how to control them better. I try to use my shadows much like how I used the strings on my support equipment. I attach them to each of his joints and to each of his body parts. Slowly learning how to move his body. He's like my puppet. I try to use the shadows on the ceiling and grab him. Pulling him upwards, I attach it to each parts of his body, pulling him around like a puppet. Mind me for a second, these strings are like inverted controls, ha 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 ha. I move him to open the door, using a shadow to press down on his throat to stop him from speaking, as he walks into the corridor. Hey boss, what's up? WH boss, why? The puppet screams and murmurs as he watches his subordinates fall one by one. Of course I try to prevent them from dying. That wouldn't be any fun. Slashing at their joints to separate their tendons. Stopping them from moving. The screams of agony coming from them must be torturing this guy. One by one, we start to move outside the building. How many people fell along the way? 20, 30, 50, who knows? But seeing their expression when their boss betrayed them was absolutely hysterical. PPL, please let me go, I didn't know who we were dealing with. Please don't kill me. I won't kill you, I only want you to suffer and repent. I try to force my shadows into his mind. All the screams, agony and sorrows from his previous victims all barraged him at once. No. No, I didn't do it. I didn't do it, he starts mumbling and whispering to himself over and over again. The shadows have stopped, the voices around me quieted down as all the leftover screams of agony starts to vanish as well. He still screams in repentance. He's broken. Bakugo's POV. I've arrived the location of where that stupid Deku was being held. I walk into the building as I see a man cowering in the corner. Hey, dude, what's wrong with you? I didn't do it. I'm sorry. Don't hurt me. I didn't mean it. I'll get you some help. What the hell? I walk further into the building, blood covered the floors, bodies filled them as well. They all seem to be alive. Most of them are unconscious, some of them are screaming in pain. Who could have done this? I pull out my phone and call the police. Wait! Where the hell is Deku? I start running through the halls in fear as I imagine the quirkless Deku, dead on the ground. More and more bodies are seen as I finally arrive at a dark room. No one was here. It was a prison cell. It was covered in blood. What the hell? Where is he? Deku? Chapter 16, Experimenting. As I got home, I noticed a note on my bedroom desk. Since the kidnapping, a day hasn't even passed. The note stated I was to meet Stain at Hosu in a few hours. My mom has already fallen to sleep. I am tired as well. When the hell am I supposed to sleep? I tried to reactivate my quirk. I had the feeling of it memorized, however when I tried to replicate it, it was far from as overwhelming than before. I couldn't even bring out a quarter of what I did before. Why? I tried to think back to the moment I was captured, the feeling of helplessness and anger. What was it in that situation that made my quirk so strong? As I reflected more and more, my mind started to drift off. To the phone call, the hatred I felt. Suddenly a massive surge of energy from my quirk appeared. Anger, disappointment, fear were the things that fueled my quirk, negative emotions. To think all for one gave me a quirk specifically for my hatred. As time passes, I try a range of things with my quirk. I can manipulate the shadows to a certain extent. But what can I do with them other than that? The shadows are quiet. I'm at a loss. There's not much time before meeting with Stain. As I start to lose patience, I fall to the ground in defeat. As I touched the ground, the floor engulfed with my shadow, my hand seemingly slid into it. I pull my hand back out, not knowing what happened. It was completely fine. I try to test the waters by putting my body further and further inside the shadows. It seems it doesn't affect my body. As I come to that realization, I put my head into the shadows. As soon as I do, it feels like I'm suffocating. Feelings of regret, anguish, and pain intensifies. It also felt like I am underwater. I couldn't breathe at all. I take my head back out to grab some air. As soon as I'm ready, I go into the shadows entirely. As I step inside, the void-like realm appears to be a dark purple color. I look at the ground and it's almost like a reflection of my room that I am standing on. Where I stand, it's like I'm standing on the opposite side of an icy lake, beneath the water. I can't breathe and there are ponds of water everywhere where I can enter and exit, and I am standing on the ice. I try to move. As soon as I try, I am hit with an overwhelming pressure. Each step makes the intensity of the void even more apparent. More negative feelings flooded my mind as I start feeling sorrow and anguish that wasn't my own. After a while, it feels like my mind is about to break under the apparent pressure. I quickly walk out through one of the ponds. My entire body is suffering under the strain of the pressure as I quickly leave. I end up in the normal world. It's the same as the void except much brighter. The locations match as well. It's as if I walked to my desk in the void, I would appear next to my desk in the normal world. Isn't this too strong? I think to myself. As I do so, an overwhelming pain enters my entire being. What the hell? Ha as I drop to my knees, vigorously coughing, out of breath and gasping for air. This continues for a while as it feels like there's no air in my lungs for more than a minute. All the time I spent in the void realm was reflected as I left. As soon as I recover, I went to test something. I took a sketch pencil from my desk and entered the void, not trying to move around as I'd probably feel the pressure again. I put the pencil on the icy spots where it's just a flat surface. I leave the void and re-enter from another location, a distance away from where I put the pencil. As I enter it again, the pencil appears right where I stand. It moved, to where I am. Interesting. Wait, doesn't this mean that no matter where I enter and exit, it will be right next to me? Invisible storage, I say as I mutter to myself. Wouldn't this negate bringing my equipment around with me? I could just take anything I want and put it in the void. Was all for one even aware of this? I don't think he would have given this to me if he knew. So this quirk. It has portable storage, shadow manipulation and soul manifestations. This quirk is much stronger than Katsuki's. Although if my shadows are affected by light, his explosions would really screw me over. But still, as the realization sets in, I finally have a quirk. Something to call my own. I won't be treated or bullied as worthless anymore. Oh wait, if I reveal I have a quirk, that's just gonna make everything more complicated. I should keep it hidden. They also won't suspect me when I do become a full-fledged villain. Without realizing it, my thoughts of if or maybe turned into will much like when I wanted to become a hero. I have no thoughts other than becoming a villain. Is it because I realized I can't become a hero, or because heroes are the thing ruining this world? As I get trapped in my own head thinking about all the possibilities of my new quirk, I notice the time. Oh crap, I'm gonna be late. I quickly grab all my equipment and throw them into the void as I rush to the train station. I rush to where I meet up with Stain as he looks at me with a scowl on his face. You're late. Yeah. Sorry. Where is your equipment? Ah. I forgot to take it out of the shadow. I guess he will find out eventually. I trust him enough. He's the reason I got this quirk in the first place. As it's night, everything is shadowed in darkness. I reach into the ground, my arm entering the void as I grab my support gear. Interesting. That's the quirk you were given. Yes. My quirk is shadow manipulation. I can bend shadows to my will and enter a shadow-like world. Suitable. Is that all he's going to say about it? I'd thought you would be more surprised. You went through a week of torture. If you nothing, there would be hell to pay. He actually gives of a father figure vibe. I'd never say that out loud as I don't want my neck slit open. What are we going to be doing? Hero hunting. Chapter 17, Hero hunting. Hero hunting. Yes. We will cleanse this world of those fakes. The ones that do not deserve to be called heroes. His thoughts are similar to my own. Heroes should help and save people, without any personal gain. Cleansing this world of the fakes is a different approach than what I would take, however. His ideology, his appearance, his pressure can shake the world of heroes all on its own. Let's begin. Yes. Stain and I looked through each of the alleys, one by one. Trying to find a villain. If we can find one, we can lure a hero. But what will Stain do? Will he kill them? I don't know if I can handle killing someone. My train of thought continues as we go from building to building. I use a combination of my shadow manipulation to help control my support gear easier. Boom! A loud bang goes off as the side of a building explodes to pieces. Is it a bank? Villains start to run outside a building through the wall made by an explosion. He suddenly shouts to the other villains as one by one they start to carry out the bags from the building. There are several of them, as I hear words being spoken next to me. Perfect bait. Before I realized it, he had already jumped down to the street. How fast is he? He quickly navigates between the villains as the jump in surprise. Stain zigzags, cutting each of them with blood on his blade. I didn't even need to do anything as he takes them down in seconds. WH. Who are you? Deku. Stain says, calling me to action. Yes. Tie them up. What does he want to? Oh. I think I understand. I quickly detach one of my strings and tie them up to the point where they can't move a muscle. I position them in the darkness, so that only their silhouette would show. If a hero does come, all they would see is the figure of villains causing havoc. Would this really work? POV. I received a call about the disturbance. I'm heading my way there now. Be careful, the caller cited that there were multiple villains. Of course. Let's go guys. I head down the street, following the directions I'm being given through my earpiece. Right, left, straight. Until I see a group of villains in a broken wall with bags scattered on the ground. They haven't seen me yet. Are they talking to each other? They aren't moving. I should take this chance. I will take point, quickly follow behind me, use formation C. I quickly sprint at them, increasing my engine's power to third gear so that I can incapacitate them. I quickly lunge at them. As my vision adjusts to the darkness, I can see the villain's eyes are screaming as if to tell me not to. I then notice they are slightly hovering above the ground, stuck in mid-air. They are tied up. Damn it, I can't stop myself. I continue forwards with a flying kick. I can't decrease my speed. I try to rotate my body slightly in mid-air, using my engines to twist my body. Aghh. I suddenly crash into the villains, shoulder barging them. I can hear the crunching of their bones as their joints are locked up in difficult positions by the strings. Their body was suddenly being hit by a heavy force. Their bones completely break, one by one. What the hell did I just do? I continue to go flying as I smash into a wall. My blood drips from my head. My blood quickly gets wiped by a shadowy figure, as my entire body freezes up. I can't move. My sidekicks can only help me. The hero killer seems to be watching the fight. Wait. Why are they fighting each other? Is it the boy's quirk? They try to attack the boy as one by one, I see them fall. Damn it. What the hell just happened? 3 future pros down, just like that. As I snap back to reality, I can feel my body being able to move again, if only slightly. I look up to see 2 people, a small child and the hero killer. What the hell? I need to call for help. I can almost move, as I twitch. His quirk is wearing off. I try to reach for my earpiece. Restrain him. The hero killer suddenly says to my surprise. Is he training the young boy? Of course. What the hell is this? The shadows against the wall are grasping me tight as if arms made of shadows are locking down my entire body, grasping me in its grips. Suddenly the boy pushes his hand forwards as the same strings that held up the villains wrapped around my body, anchoring into the ground. They detach from his fingertips as I'm completely stuck. Does the boy have multiple quirks? No, that's not possible. Is it support gear? This all has to be one quirk. Why did someone like this become a villain? The hero killer looks down at me with a grin on his face. Fear fills my mind as all I can think about is trying to escape. The strings and shadows keep me trapped to the ground against the building wall. Please. No. Chapter 18, Ingenium. Deku's perspective. Is that Ingenium? Where are his sidekicks? Off in the distance, 3 people follow behind him, trying to catch up. His quirk relies on speed. But isn't he going too fast? Did he take the bait? As I continue to wonder, I notice him leaping into the air, engaging the villains. Isn't he going to crash into them? Bang! The villains start to break apart as he hits them head on. What if I was a villain and these were civilians? Why was he so rash to fight them? I look to Stain as he looks with a smile on his face. A fake. Deal with the others. Did he come to that conclusion because of Ingenium's mistake? He suddenly moves down to Ingenium. I move with him. As I look at Ingenium, as I notice his exhausts have been bent as the result of the collision. He can't escape. No problem, I say in response. I jump down to the sidekicks who are trying to catch up to Ingenium. They have a look of panic on their face as they see Stain confront him. Get out of our way, one of them says to me. As the sidekick A charges at me, I notice his movements are extremely slow. I quickly wrap up his arm with my support gear and dislocate it from his shoulder. He screams in pain and agony. The other two quickly follow up, trying to deal with me. The sidekick B is quite fast, however, I use my shadows to take control of the him. Puppet strings. As I say those words, I prepare my attack. I attach my support gear to each of his joints, tying them around. My quirk follow the shadows made by my support gear, latching onto him and controlling his movements. When I used this before, I only used my shadows, so it was much harder to control. A sudden look of confusion appears on their faces as they see their comrade change directions and start attacking them. Stop, what are you doing? I can't control my body. Help me. As he tries to resist my strings. He might have been able to break of it, if I didn't have my support gear to gain further control of him. I control the sidekick B to use attack the others, although I haven't gotten to the point where I can control their quirk, however I can still make them attack each other. The sidekick C strikes with punch and kicks, trying to take down his teammate as he hears sidekick B cries of fear, struggling and trying to get back in control. This is so fun. I watch in amusement as they struggle like ants. He must be controlling them, focus on him. They try to lunge at me directly, I lower one of my hands, only using one to control the shadows and strings, making it hard to control him as well. Instead, I use the support gear to trip one of the sidekicks C, the other sidekick A tries to attack as I block with my puppet, I target his good arm as I counter-attack with my puppet. Sidekick A screams in pain in response. Their screams are amusing as I laugh to myself. Slowly, but surely I am enjoying this even more, bit by bit. This must be the side effects of my quirk. I need to finish up quickly as I wrap the strings around one of the sidekicks C as to prevent them from moving. Whilst I use my puppet to injure the other sidekick A. One by one, the sidekicks get beaten to a pulp. They couldn't fight their friends, so I had to take liberties and injure them myself. They really don't make it any fun for me as I make them fall. I trap them on the ground with my shadows and then I tie them up completely with my strings, making them unable to move an inch. They start screaming to Ingenium as I head back over to Stain, with a satisfied grin on my face. He looks to me with a smile as he watched me closely take the sidekicks down. Ingenium starts to twitch as though it seems Stain's quirk is wearing off. He says to me with a wicked face, "Restrain him." Of course. I obediently do as Stain says. He suddenly tries to reach for his ear as I realize. I quickly use my support gear and call the shadows to bind his hands and legs, so that he couldn't move. He was completely incapable of escaping. He couldn't call for help. You didn't even consider the possibility that they were civilians. You're not a hero. You're just a fake. Ingenium stays silent as if he accepts everything Stain is saying, not a single refute until. Why are you doing this? All these heroes that you killed, what about their families, the one who misses them when they are gone? How many people did you take away from them? Kukuku, I am cleansing this world of fake heroes. Stain suddenly stabs him in his legs as he licks his blade. Ingenium quickly had a strange expression as he realizes that he can't escape. One by one, he stabs him in his arms and legs, making him useless. Until slice. His mask splits apart, a clean cut appears down the middle as the two pieces of his mask falls to the ground. As Stain looks at him, Ingenium shows fear in his eyes. We came here for you. You were merely the next name on my list. You aren't a hero. The only true hero is All Might. He says that with a clear tone. Did he come here specifically for Ingenium? Why slice? Ingenium falls. With a lifeless expression, he drops to the ground, not a single word uttered. Stain picks up his helmet as he presses the side of it, on its ear. Did he just call for the heroes? Let's go. Yes. Maybe he wants them to know that it was him who killed them. The sidekicks are still alive. Did he leave them because he wants a witness or because it wasn't his prey? It was the first time I watched someone die. Their lifeless eyes almost torturing my soul. I can't get over their lifeless expression tormenting me. I don't think I'll ever get used to this. I quickly spring away with Stain doesn't have a single thought of doubt as I realized. This is what villains are. Before that, I have a question. Why Ingenium? He doesn't have the confidence to rely on himself, he gets others in dangers. He has to have a group of sidekicks around him almost constantly for him to feel that he can be a hero. Although he may look like a hero and be like a hero to others, he is nothing more than a fake. I see. Chapter 19, Aftermath. I managed to get early in the morning for a few hours rest. I wake up to find news articles filled with Ingenium's death. I watch the TV to see what exactly was reported. Hello, I am Toshi Takahashi. Welcome to the show. Today, we begin with breaking news. Last night, a beloved hero by many has passed away. His unfortunate death was the result of the hero killer. Reports of a villain attack emerged late last night as a bank was being robbed. Alarms were cut and the heroes were called by an anonymous citizen. Ingenium and his sidekicks were on first response. This simple villain attack turned horrifying after Ingenium took the fight to them. We have his sidekicks here with us, who can elaborate on what just transpired last night. Hi, it's good to be here. We came here today to speak about the dangers of the hero killer. However, it wasn't the hero killer who stopped us. The hero killer has taken an apprentice who has an extremely dangerous quirk that allows the control of other people. The hero killer was the one who dealt the finishing blow on Ingenium, however it was his apprentice who trapped him, leading to his death. From what we know, he was teaching the boy. He had white hair and a grey mask on. He took us out in minutes. Murmurs come from the background of the live broadcast as if the studio didn't want them degrading Ingenium by saying he was taken down by a teenager. They keep mentioning my white hair. They clearly don't understand that the mask is disguising me. We actually have some CCTV footage of what transpired yesterday and of the puppeteer. Puppeteer, what do they mean by that? A video suddenly plays. The CCTV camera was at a weird position. It doesn't show the hero killer, but it clearly shows me. My fighting style was a bit sluggish in areas and I could improve the smoothness of my control. It shows me taking down the sidekicks without any effort. I quickly take notes and put it inside my villain notebook, on a random page, so if it is seen it wouldn't be suspicious. Is this a new era of villains? In other news, riots are currently bombarding hero organizations all over Japan. They don't feel safe in the comfort of their homes and their neighborhoods. The hero killer only targets those he believes aren't true heroes. We found this information out from his previous victims that were crippled after their meeting with him. This was Channel 3 News, more on this story later. My mom suddenly walks through the door as she sees me watching TV. Izuku. Sweetie, is there anything you need to tell me? Did she find out? But how did I leave any evidence? No, why? You have been strangely distant lately. It's like you're hiding something from me. Oh, that's just I've been swamped with work recently. She didn't find out. It's just her motherly intuition. It's scary. If you have anything to tell me, please let me know, she says with a sad expression as she starts to leave. I can't ever tell her. I start to head to work as I see crowds making memorials in response to Ingenium. These must be the people who he saved. He had such a large amount of people who cared for him. I look to the lampposts as I see a familiar face. It was a poster. It was of someone named the puppeteer. A realization clicked in my mind. Is that my villain name? It was sketched with what I'm supposed to look like, however it looks completely different to me. But the reward for turning me in is insanely high. I continue into work as if nothing happened. I head up to the elevator as I was called into the manager's office. She looked at me with pity as she says, "Your design has been removed from the project." What? Why? If you didn't realize, your design's theories conflict with each other, meaning that they wouldn't be able to be put into practice. Have I really been that preoccupied that I messed up on a design? I look closer as I see the evident mistake. This doesn't even look like the designs I would make. Are these actually my designs? I try to remember, but I can't recall anything about this project. We don't allow mistakes like this in our company. Usually we would give you a second chance, however you have not been completing your overtime, you have left for several days at a time, and you are not making a contribution to this team. Wei. You don't have to come tomorrow. You're fired. I'm an intern though. I barely get paid as it is. I got fired for a mistake that wasn't even mine. I'm almost positive these aren't my designs. Everything that happened in the last few days have confused my head as I can't make any sense of what just happened. As I go to say something, this isn't even my. I don't care what you have to say. Security. A man suddenly comes through the door and escorts me out. The interns around me look at me with a smile on their faces as if they have accomplished something amazing. Was it them? What did I do to deserve this treatment? They did this to you. Shut up, shut up, shut up. I walk out of the company, all eyes are on me. I exit the gates as I get really annoyed. What would my mom say about this? She's been really stressed out recently because of me. I can't just tell her I lost my job. I have an idea as I take out my phone. I dial up and call Kurogiri. Do you have any work I can do? Chapter 20, Battle of U.S.J1 Teleport. As I am eating lunch in my room, I start to think about the things that transpired last week. Since then I haven't heard anything from Stain or the League of Villains. After losing my job, I managed to get work at the League of Villains bar. Working at a bar, surprisingly it's just delivering drinks and such. Still working at a bar whilst I'm underage. I wouldn't have expected this a year or two ago. It seems my mom hasn't found out I lost my job. I don't know what to do when it comes to her. Do I just vanish? I don't really want her to suffer anymore. As my train of thought staggers, Kurogiri suddenly appears in front of me. He asks me to get ready as we are going to go on the attack soon. He gave me an hour to get my bearings as he disappeared as fast as he came. I make sure I am completely ready. I go through all the possible scenarios in my head with which items I need. Kurogiri reappears after some time has passed and takes me to the League of Villains hideout. Before we enter the building, I put my hand in the void and pull out custard bread. Damn it! I can't see inside without putting my head in. I put it back and pull out the right equipment. I put on my mask. My hair shifts from a bright green to a grayish white as I look into the windows, trying to make out my appearance from the barred windows. My hair is white, my eyes aren't shown through the mask. It's just pitch black, as if they are hollow. Am I a skeleton? Haha. I pull out my equipment from the shadows and I strap my support gear to my wrists. They were much more compact as I worked on the design over the past few days. I got rid of my bodysuit as it was an unnecessary power waste. I couldn't show in exercise clothes, so I just came in with my normal formal attire, my vest, tie and trousers. We've grouped up to a location, per the request of the Kurogiri. Me and Stain stand among the crowd of villains as Kurogiri pulls us aside. As if he wants to differentiate us from those that are useless. We have been planning to attack USJ for a while now. All the students and future heroes are grouped up. This will be fun. Class 1A will lose this game. And we will finally be able to take down All Might. We can do this because of one key factor. Shigaraki says with a grin on his face. 1A isn't that the class Katsuki is in along with Okako and Ida. Thudding starts to come from the other room as a massive man steps forth. What the hell is that? Its brain is clearly visible, its skin is dark purple and it has a sharp beak. We call this Nomu, the key to killing All Might. Shigaraki goes over the plan. Each detail has been planned out to a meticulous extent. There are a few short sights, but separating the students so that the Nomu can deal with All Might is key to this. Do I really want to kill All Might? He let you down. Shut up, as I thought that all the shadows in my head started to quiet down. Even if it's only slightly. Oi! Deku, are you listening? Huh, what? Fucking listen, I'm not gonna repeat myself again. Ah. Sure. Everyone around me starts laughing, as if saying, is this kid really a villain? As I said before. You will go to the storm zone. This zone is enclosed, so it would be better suited for your quirk. Ah, how did he know about my quirk? Did All for One tell him the storm zone is right by the entrance? As well as I look at the blueprints Shigaraki is holding. Stain. You're with me, Kurogiri and Nomu. We will take the fight the All Might directly. Before we start this game, does anyone have any questions? There's still something wrong with his plan. Do I tell him? No one responds, as if put off by Shigaraki's aura. His presence. Stain continues to look at him without saying a word. Just as he's about to finish, I put my hand in the air. He looks at me with contempt. Go ahead. What do we do about the students? We are focusing on All Might, but he isn't the only factor. I know a few of the students from UA, one of them specializes in a speed-based quirk. What happens if they decide to escape and to call for backup? We might be overwhelmed by heroes. Everyone was shocked by what I said. Why is it because I questioned their plan or because I voiced my own opinion? Shigaraki scratches his neck furiously as if he didn't consider the possibility. Fine. We will do it your way. Kurogiri. Position some villains outside the building to block them. It will be done. Kurogiri says in response. Shigaraki walks up to me slowly and whispers into my ear. Dare question me again and I'll make your life a living hell. He steps back as he shouts. Let's begin. Kurogiri shifts into a void-like gas as he surrounds everybody. One by one groups of villains start disappearing. First the aquatic villains and then the ground-based ones, and the rest follow soon after. Moments later I get swept up by Kurogiri and I stand in front of a group of villains. They start moving about as if to prepare their positions for the students that will be teleported here. I sit from above so that I can find out what quirks they have. Soon after, Kurogiri drags the students to us. It was a raven-like student and I can't tell what he is, but he looks extremely timid. Chapter 21, Battle of U.S.J2 Dark Shadow. They look shocked as to what just happened. The environment was dark and rainy. My quirk won't be hindered in this environment. The villains immediately jump down after them. They start chasing the weaker-looking one of the two. He looks as if he's terrified and shaking. On the other side, the cloaked student with a raven-like head quickly defeats 4 villains, using a shadow-like creature to injure them. 2 villains run straight after the nervous student. Suddenly they get slammed against the wall by the other person quirk. I can hear voices coming from it as if the shadow is trying to talk to the quirk user. Can I control it one by one? I watch as they try to use their quirks. I haven't seen the nervous one use his quirk yet. Can he not use it in this environment? I think I've seen enough. I quickly jump down at the end of the alley, keeping my distance as I want to gauge their reaction. I start slowly walking towards them. They notice me a few seconds later as they look at me with shock. "It's you," the raven-like student says to me, as he looks in shock. "Do you know me? White hair, grey mask. Who doesn't know you, you murderer?" "Ah. I didn't murder him, but apparently it spread that far to people. I think they misunderstood me. Do you know how much our friend has suffered because of you?" He must be talking about Ida. "Are you going to keep talking?" As soon as I said those words, his shadow increases more and more as if he's losing control of himself. Is it influenced by his emotions? What a surprisingly similar quirk to mine. "Gay, he starts screaming. I think he's losing control. He suddenly charges at me, knocking his friend to the side, completely ignorant of injuring him. At this point I was positive he wasn't in control. His shadow starts to grow more and more before it's the size of a building. I quickly jump back to avoid being attacked as I wrap my wire around its shadowed arm. He throws his arm up fast and flings me into the air, knocking me to the top of the buildings. What can I do in this situation? I suddenly have a thought. I jump down onto him as if it was a leap of fate as I anchor my wires into the shadows, as I start wrapping the string around its arms, building up momentum so I can use my entire body to bind T. I wing several times round both his arms. I get stable footing as I heat up and tighten my wires to make him trap himself. As soon as its arms are trapped, I activate my quirk. Puppet strings. I try to take control of the quirk user and its quirk. If its quirk is a conscious shadow, I should be able to take control of it as well. I focus my quirk as I'm swallowed by the shadow. The entire environment is a dark haze as I see the raven-like student shouting and pleading for the shadow to calm down. He looks over to me, with a look of shock and fear. How are you here? Your quirk is to control people. This doesn't make sense. Ah, you must be a fan of the news. However, that's for me to know. I giggle slightly to myself. I use my quirk to wrap up the student from every direction, like a spider web. If it's a realm of shadows and darkness, I should be able to use my quirk to the best of its ability. Soon after wrapping the student in my web, the conscious shadow looks down on me. It's even bigger than I thought. Boom! I try to encase it into my own shadow, but it repels me like a giant force, throwing me to the side violently. I try to do something different. The shadows from the ceiling, the ground, and all the walls start to ooze and drip. It slowly drips on the shadow monster as it starts to form and encase it in a cocoon of shadows. It seems to be resisting as it nearly strikes me again, tearing off the shadows in the process. I can feel my mental and physical fatigue increasing as I push my quirk harder as I start to take encase one of its arm first. One by one, I slowly corrupt and overwhelm him, the shadow falling into the cocoon and falling to my control, even if it's only temporary. Haha! Such little tricks you have! Are you guys really UA students? My, how they must have lowered their standards. I cover my mouth subtly as although I said those words, it wasn't me saying it. Is this the side effect of my quirk, the corruption? I continue to tighten the hold on the student more. It seems he didn't seem to notice what I said. Release him. You should be more polite. It's just not good manners. As I pull on my lower eyelid and stick my tongue out mockingly. Haha. Now, here's where the real fun begins. Puppet strings. This time I use it in the shadow itself as I control its entire being with only one of my arms. I hear its voice less and less as I try to suppress it. Soon after, the voice becomes a quiet whisper, begging for freedom. As I leave the shadowy consciousness and enter back into the storm zone, I look up to the looming shadow as he falls into my control. He is still obedient and follows the movements I make with my arm. It's like a dog, connected by a chain and leash. I check on the other student who was knocked unconscious and sitting in the rain. I move him into one of the buildings as I leave the storm zone with this. Shadow Monster. Chapter 22, Battle of U.S.J3 All Might. What's that? Isn't that the hero killer? Ida quickly sprints out from the crowd of students. Ida, stop! That fucking moron! As soon as he tries to jump down to face them, he is binded, head to toe by Erasure Head. Don't move! Those are villains. You need to think clearly. As hard as it is to accept, he can't just run to his death. Shigaraki POV. Only 13 and Eraser Head, where is he? We will just have to have fun with the pawns. Stain. Target Erasure Head. You guys tricked me. Where is All Might? He will arrive soon. I just got word that he stopped a villain attack, on the way. He's heading here as we speak. Kurogiri says as he interrupts Stain. Fine. Let's deal with these fakes first. Erasure Head jumps down at the group of villains, swiftly taking each one out one at a time. Kurogiri transports Stain behind him. Stain takes the chance as he tries to slash at him. Stain's arm gets caught by Erasure Head's binds. What a pain! Stain suddenly dislocates his shoulder and twists his entire body to kick Erasure Head away. He pops his arm back into his joint as he jumps forward with his knife. 13 tries to interrupt the fight but is being overwhelmed by a swarm of villains. The students try to help him but are overwhelmed as well. Did more villains join in because of the hero killer Kurogiri? Got it. Kurogiri wraps around me and we block Erasure Head's path for escape, as Stain lunges forwards cutting at him. I put forward my hand, to grab him and turn him to dust. He quickly erases Stain's quirk, forgetting about me. Whilst he's distracted, I grab his shoulder tightly. My quirk spreads as his shoulder starts to crumble, his joint becoming weak, as his bones starts to crumble and crack. Suddenly, bam! One of the students kicks Stain aside. Erasure Head took advantage of the opportunity to trap me in his binds. Kurogiri pulls me aside safely as Stain jumps back to us to recover. I look to the side as the students and 13 are completely helpless. 13 soon gets knocked down as explosions ripple around him, protecting him from the villain. It must be from the other students' quirks. Kurogiri. They are bothersome. Deal with them. Got it. Stain jumps back in to fight Erasure Head as Kurogiri heads towards the students. All the students trying to flee or to help with the villains get sucked up by Kurogiri. Nearly all the students disappear. A few of them gets left behind as Erasure Head disables his quirk. I can hear him talking to one of the students. Ugh, this was supposed to be simple. Why isn't the boss here already? Ida, get outside and contact All Might and the other heroes. But now, the boy who struck Stain quickly flees for the stairs. As he runs out the building, he gets knocked back inside by a swarm of villains. He tries to take down some of the villains, taking 2 or 3 of them down due to their carelessness, but one by one he starts getting battered by the villains. As he gets overwhelmed, as more villains start to enter the building and block him. Damn! That brat was actually right. I say as I scratch at my neck in discomfort. I need to end this, now. NOMU. Nomo reacts and jumps forwards, to punch Erasure Head. Erasure Head tries to move to the side but he winces in pain from the movement of his almost destroyed shoulder. He can't move away fast enough as Nomu strikes down on him. Suddenly, a tsunami of villains fly down from the staircase. This can only mean one thing. The boss has come. All Might! He's finally here! Boom! Even before I could see him enter, a clash of fists occurs as All Might punches the Nomu in response, deflecting the punch to Erasure Head, nearly breaking the Nomu's arm right there and then. Hey! 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 Why is he so strong? Isn't he supposed to be weaker? Aizawa. 13. I'm sorry. But for now. Where are the students? I don't know. They took them. Erasure Head says as he bleeds further from his shoulder and the cuts around his body. I don't know how he's still conscious. What a pain. Ida is safe. For now, though he was injured by the villains out front. All Might says to Erasure Head. Erasure Head looks down in response as if it was all his fault. He told Ida to get help. He's the reason he got injured. It's fine now. There's no need to worry. Because I am here. All Might slowly picks up Erasure Head as he disappears for a second, coming back with no one in his hands. He must have got him to safety. All Might charges forth and starts punching at the Nomu without effort. A barrage of punches clash with Nomu as it tries to react, targeting his fists to block him. Nomu is slowly getting pushed back. How? We prepared for this. Did that guy lie to me? He isn't weaker at all. Kurogiri returns as All Might pushes Nomu to its limits. We have to intervene. All the hard work. He is cheating. Kurogiri. Kurogiri wraps himself around me as I push my hand forth to grab All Might. He dodges as he grabs my arm and throws me out of Kurogiri's quirk into the air. This was all done by you. You won't be escaping today. As Nomu charges All Might with his back turned, looks back at him, as if he wasn't even a challenge. As Nomu gets closer and closer, he quickly twists his body, readies a punch and shouts at the top of his lungs. Texas Sma Ash. He blows Nomu across the hero course as Nomu crashes into the wall. You really are tough. But you aren't my match. He says, as the Nomu struggles to its feet. He grabs me, restricting my arms and legs. A knife comes flying out of nowhere as Stain tries to stop him. All Might punches the air to blow the knife away. Unintentionally, along with the knife, Stain gets blown away as well. This distraction was enough for me to get free of his arms. I back off as I think of retreating. Nomu has only weakened him. He's not capable of beating him. Stain wipes the blood of his face from the sheer force of the wind that the punch created. It cut him. Whilst he laughs in response. Ugh! What do we do now? I get ready to surrender this game. Until suddenly. Boom! An almost supersonic-like sound occurs as All Might's figure gets blown away, his figure like a blur, in the wind. Crash! Sounds of him smashing into objects continues to ripple and echo throughout the building. I look up, as I see a massive creature, standing around 12 meters tall, steps out into the open. It was a massive monster. On top of it. What the hell? I look in sheer shock as I see that brat riding it like a pet. What the hell is this game-breaking bug? Am I late to the party? Haha. He shouts with an almost deranged tone. The shadow monster roars as if it was speaking as well. What the hell? Is he insane? Chapter 23, Battle of U.S.J4 Insanity. Deku POV. After taking over Dark Shadow. It feels like it's my own quirk. The feeling of power rushes over me as I can feel its entire being screaming to fight. That bird brain is trapped inside Dark Shadow, as if consumed by his own quirk. Hilarious. Tokoyami. Hey. He prefers to go by Tokoyami. Wait, you can speak. I can usually only speak to Tokoyami as he controls and suppresses me. But with you now, I can finally speak to someone else and I feel I can really let loose. I just want to fight. I don't care who it's against, just let me out and fight them. You really are a mad dog, aren't you? Very well, let's go find the others. I look for the exit to leave the storm zone. I leave it as soon as I find it. I enter the massive dome-like structure, looking onwards to see the carnage that is happening. Villains are storming through, everything looks like a mess. Shigaraki is getting manhandled by All Might. I need to take a picture. I guess the plan isn't going to plan. He starts getting flailed about in the air. I look to the side as our trump card is nearly unconscious with its bones bent in different ways, almost mutilated. Dark Shadow. If you want a fight. The strongest guy here is All Might. Let's have some fun then. Dark Shadow suddenly starts storming to All Might like it's a monster on a mission. We start getting closer and closer until... Bam! Without him even noticing, All Might gets sent flying by Dark Shadow, into different buildings and zones, alerting the entire dome of his presence as he stands back up immediately with anger on his face. Am I late to the party? Haha. Haha. That's the spirit, let's crush them. Oi oi, not those guys. They aren't our enemies, the one we need to stop is All Might. Just a little. No. He sounds like a grumpy kid who just got his candy taken away. Christ! The hell are you doing? Shigaraki says as he looks up to me. What, can't a guy go for a ride around here? Not used to being looked down on. I say as I literally look down on him. All Might stands back up as he stretches his shoulder. So. You're their trump card, taking control of one of my students? You sure have the guts. Well, one of us has to. Boom! Without realizing, All Might knocks me off Dark Shadow with a huge gust of wind. I use my wire to stop myself from crashing into the ground by wrapping them around a light post. Oi! Deku, we have to work together on this one, the plan has failed. I suddenly hear from the side as Shigaraki of all people proposes to work together. This plan really must have gone to shit. I look over to Stain as he nods in agreement. Dark Shadow. Let's go harder on the offensive. Finally. He charges forwards at All Might. All Might looks reluctant before grabbing its arm and twirling Dark Shadow around and throwing him on its back. Stain runs forward, throwing his knife in advance whilst he distracted. I jump forwards as I bind All Might's arms as he recovers from his attack on Dark Shadow. I superheat my wires to scorch him as his skin starts to sizzle, whilst pulling hard to restrain him. All Might dodges Stain's knife. Stain appears behind him grabbing his knife, in mid-air. Stabbing down at All Might. I suddenly get a massive pull of resistance as if he wasn't trying before. He throws me into the air over his body as he blocks Stain's knife, blowing him away. As I slam down hard on my back, without realizing it, my mask cracks slightly as my hair changes to a slight hue of green. Not enough to distinguish it from the grey color, but enough to be recognizable that I'm hiding my appearance. All Might punches the air at me downwards, not striking me directly as to try to incapacitate me. I can feel a sting from the wind as my body bleeds in response. If I wasn't resistant to this pain, I might have already passed out. Shigaraki tries to intervene All Might's counter-attack by trying to grab him. Kurogiri changes Shigaraki's attack to a feint as he transports his arm to a different area of All Might's body. He puts his hand on his back, nearly putting down all his fingers as All Might leaps into the air, crashing back down into the ground to make our footing unstable. Cracks start to appear in the ground as the floor quickly turns into a crater. Dark Shadow gets back up as he grows slightly bigger by the second, my control slightly loosening, he slams down on All Might with a massive hand palm coming from above. I try to bind him with my shadow as I lay on the ground, trying to recover from the throw by All Might. All Might catches Dark Shadow's palm as he struggles to resist the force, slowly sinking into the ground. How strong is Dark Shadow anyway? Stain takes the opportunity to finally slice at All Might, licking his blood in the process. All Might goes limp slightly as the force from Dark Shadow overwhelms him, slamming him into the ground. All Might on his knees, somehow resisting Stain's quirk as he struggles to stand. He looks up to us and says, "The numbers really aren't on my side." Dark Shadow starts to go rampant as he slams All Might multiple times in a row. I can imagine he's like a pancake right now. Shigaraki interrupts as he walks forwards. "Let's just end this game already." I walk with Shigaraki as I look down at All Might in the crater, almost defenseless at this point. Shigaraki goes down to grab the almost unconscious All Might. He sunk into the ground from the repeated hits. Shigaraki inches closer and closer as he laughs in victory. Suddenly, he stops moving, almost frozen. Before I can realize what happened, ice surrounds us as I struggle to move my body. Luckily we got here in time. "Is that really All Might? You damn shitheads, what the hell have you done? Shoto, Katsuki, Kirishima. Damn it, we were so close. I can't move at all because of the ice. What the hell do we do now?" Chapter 24, Battle of U.S.J5 Control. What can I do in this situation? Me and Shigaraki are completely frozen. I call for Dark Shadow's help but it's acting strange. It's as if them being here, is pushing it to break free of my control. I can't break free of this ice. All Might will get back up soon. Suddenly. Boom bam boom. A succession of explosions fires off into my ears. I try to look around and I see two of the students until Katsuki appears in front of me like a blur. He used his explosions to speed him up and he starts twisting and spinning his body like a whirlwind, closing in with a hard kick. As his leg gets closer and closer, it feels like time is slowing down as I prepare to be hit. Until I get an idea. Shadow walk. Before I can be struck by his kick, powered by his explosive quirk, I fall back into my shadow. I can't stay here for long, as the pain of moving is immense. As I look down at the normal world almost reflected as if it was underwater. Nothing is moving, Katsuki is stuck in the air, with his explosions not moving either. Is this because shadows can be as fast as the speed of light? If light moves, so does the shadows. Being here felt like time itself had really stopped. In the void there were far less spots where I can escape to, compared to my room anyway. This is probably because it's extremely bright. Although it seems I can escape the void through others people's shadows. And that means I take a step. It was less painful than last time. Is it because I've been using my quirk longer? Another step. Again and again until I was closer to Dark Shadow. The pain starts to build up one by one as if it was stacking. Each step after 10 felt like torture as I close into the massive pool of water in front of me. As I had a thought as I looked down at Shigaraki, he's still near the students. This is going to be a pain. I'll just let Kurogiri deal with him. As I think that I see a huge lake of water, compared to the other puddles which I escaped to before. It's probably because Dark Shadow is just one massive shadow. I jump through as everything starts moving again. Dark Shadow, let's attack them. They start looking around in confusion as they just saw me vanish and nothing else. The red and white-haired boy looks at Dark Shadow and me on top as we begin to charge. Dark Shadow was smaller than before, only around 7 or 8 meters tall. Tokoyami must have been close to breaking my control over Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow knocks Todoroki aside, aggressively. It was far less power compared to All Might. Is he holding himself back? He blocks with a wall of ice in response, still being knocked down as the wall smashes to pieces. Dark Shadow, do as I say. Got it. Dark Shadow begins to fight back, slamming down as Katsuki dodges. Dark Shadow then smashes into Kirishima, sending him flying towards the entrance. He's probably done for. Red. Dark Shadow starts ominously walking towards Katsuki and Todoroki. He begins cackling as he stops shrinking, almost as if he's given up trying to break free. You can fight his control. Fight it. Really, bird brain, this is all you can do? Fight. Roar. Suddenly a surge of resistance happens unexpectedly as my guard is dropped. My quirk bindings break as Tokoyami is now free. Dark Shadow starts to grow smaller and smaller until it's the size of a bus. Then a car, and then Tokoyami starts to take shape. Damn it! I'm not giving up that easily. Puppet strings. I try to take control of Tokoyami, but in the split second I try, Katsuki and Todoroki starts to charge at me. I try to block with Tokoyami, however. The ground turns to ice as if it was trying to trap me again. I leap into the air, hanging off the street lamp to try and avoid it until... boom! Katsuki flies up and suddenly strikes me with an empowered punch, straight to my face. I get sent flying. Kurogiri, Stain, Shigaraki and Nomura can be seen fighting All Might again. I can't give up. If I do, these pests will go and help him. I struggle to stand back up, as even though I can't feel the pain, I can guess some of my bones must have been broken. Wait. What about my mask? I touch as I can feel cracks splintering down everywhere. If it's destroyed, everything will be for nothing. Kirishima stands from the back of the group of students, along with Eureka. Oh, how stupid can I be? She stopped his fall. What a pain. Todoroki uses his quirk to make a barrier of ice against everything. Almost as if he wanted to trap me and stop me from using my quirk. Katsuki goes flying towards me, readying a punch. I flip him over my shoulder, almost reminiscent of the day on the riverside. As Katsuki stares at me with almost shock. I wouldn't be surprised if he could guess who I am. However, I am quirkless to everybody's eyes. They won't believe someone like me would be extremely powerful. Puppet strings. Pfft. I take control of Katsuki with one of my hands as I prepare to attack the students. Boom! He activated his quirk. Erasing my shadow strings. Sudden light from the explosion must have been the cause of it. He tries to punch me. I use my support gear in response to wrap my wire around his joints, preventing his punch, using my energy core to produce a frost effect, super freezing my strings. But cooling his body so that he isn't able to use his quirk. Or at least not as effectively as I made his body ice cold. He can't use his sweat for his explosions. I try this again. Puppet strings. Along with my shadow strings, this time I also have my support gear wrapped around him. This all happened in a span of a few seconds. As the students look at me and Katsuki-kun, I have a wicked smile under my mask. I have control of the person who tormented me for years. Eureka, Todoroki, Kirishima, Tokoyami stand before me and Katsuki. Hey guys! Want to see something funny? I make Katsuki do a monkey dance as I laugh maniacally in response, completely out of nowhere. What I've been dreaming about this for years as I make more amusing motions with Katsuki. The others don't seem amused. I guess you guys aren't a fan of dance. Why are you even doing this? I'm just a distraction. I point with my thumb over to Nomu, almost laying into All Might. He gets slammed against the wall as Nomu overpowers him. Damn it! Todoroki begins to move his body in that direction as I punch him hard with Katsuki. Don't get distracted. You are going make me feel bad. I trickle my finger down my face as if mimicking a tear. Let me go. Oh, you can still speak. I put my hand over Katsuki's mouth as his eyes scream in anger. Each of the students looks at me with a dumbfounded expression as they begin to charge at me in response. This will be fun. Let the game begin. Chapter 25, Battle of U.S.J6 Revelation. Shigaraki POV. What the hell, I was so damn close. What is this? I look down to see my lower body is frozen. I look behind me to see if Deku is trapped as well, but as soon as I do, I just see an ice mold with nobody inside it. He must have gotten out. Kurogiri. I get transported outside of the crater. I call for Nomu as he walks over to me slowly. All Might suddenly looks up at me with determination in his eyes. He leaps out of the crater towards me as he readies a punch. Nomu blocks it with equal power. He must have gotten weaker now. They exchange blows back and forth. Stain and I block off All Might's path for retreat, behind him. Stain runs forwards, cutting at his leg. He licks the blood and nothing happens. Stain looks in shock as his quirk fails to work on him. I look behind us as I see an almost dead like Erasure head, slumped against the wall, with one eye open. His eye glows red as I could guess what just happened. Stain retreats off of All Might as he continues to punch back and forth with Nomu. Even now All Might is gaining the upper hand, with each punch his power ripples throughout the building. Raw energy, being dispersed everywhere, which each blow countered. All Might grabs Nomu's arm as it missed an attack. He lunged forwards as he leaps into the air, spinning Nomu and throwing him across the course once again. As he lands, he coughs out blow to our surprise. Stain and I get transported by Kurogiri from above as we fall down to All Might. He suddenly looks up, as if expecting it would happen, and catches both of us in one hand each, throwing us to the ground and encasing us in concrete. Stain suddenly coughs blood as the back of his head was slammed into the concrete as well. Kurogiri tries to pull me to the side, but All Might grabs him and throws him around like an old rag. I slowly stand up. Stain is still encased into the ground, almost lifeless. I walk forwards, with broken bones but a determination to kill. One step at a time, closer and closer until I can almost grab him. He picks me up by the wrist and puts his other hand on my face, slamming me into the ground once more. No.mu. Nomu for the last time, sprints out to All Might. Without him realizing, he grabs both his hands, puts them together, and with the still slumped over All Might, he slams down on his back as hard as he can. All Might grunts in pain as he can't take any more. In response, he throws one final punch as he falls forwards on his knees. The symbol of peace on its knees against us. I try to pick myself up. Just once more. I have to. One more time. My body, almost gravity-defying, lifts itself up. I stumble to the almost unconscious All Might as I bring my hand down to grab him. Finally. Finally. Ahaha. Deku POV. I stand here with Katsuki-kun in my control. Kirishima stands tall against Katsuki as they begin to fight it out. It gets easier and easier, every time I use this ability. How I can motion them, how I can use their power. How easy it is to control them. So whilst Katsuki-kun is fighting your beloved friends, how about we fight as well, make it a bit more interesting, haha. Is this all some game to you? Some game, of course it is. How could it not be after I lose over and over again? This is nothing more than a game to me. But this time I will win. You are completely insane. Sanity is overrated. But you're right. I'm completely mad. But you know, being crazy is much better than being stupid. I lunge forward. Todoroki reacts by putting his arm forwards as if to prepare his quirk. I pull his arms down from his own shadow, trapping and binding him to the floor. I kick him in the jaw whilst he's hunched over. He blocked it a split second away from his face with spikes of ice. Dark Shadow comes forward from the extremely exhausted Tokoyami. He tries to strike me, but I manipulate Dark Shadow to attack Todoroki. He screams in pain whilst Dark Shadow takes a bite out of his side. Todoroki looks down in acceptance as if giving in. He looks around at his fellow classmates and friends before making a resolve in himself. Kirishima almost unable to move, because he was unable to fight back against Katsuki. Dodging and weaving was the only way he could fight back, however. Bit by bit he started to lose and get hit more. He falls down as he suffers a barrage of blows from his friend. Suddenly a huge barrage of flames comes forth as it melts his student outfit. Dark Shadow crawls away in fear of the light, whilst some of my strings holding Katsuki breaks loose. I move Katsuki away so that my strings aren't completely gone. I move into the void quickly. Over the extreme light the Todoroki is putting out, there are barely any spots to escape to. Until I see Eureka's. I move to her shadow, leaping out and kicking her to the side. I quickly use my support gear to grab both of Todoroki's arms whilst he doesn't realize, super cooling him and pulling them backwards to lock them into place as I retract my support gear, pulling me towards Todoroki. Crunch! Both of Todoroki's arms and back crunch extremely loudly as I put my foot in between his shoulder blades, kicking him and breaking his backbone ever so slightly and dislocating his arms. He falls forwards almost as if he fell unconscious from the sudden shock of pain. Katsuki looks towards me in surprise as I hold his friend by the neck. My cables retracted when I entered the void, allowing Katsuki to escape using his quirk. He sees Todoroki fall. With a shock on his face he shouts out to me. "You bastard!" With Kirishima, Todoroki, Tokoyami, and Eureka down, the only one left was Katsuki-kun. He tried to attack me directly, however I restrained him with my shadow. Before he can get rid of it with his quirk, I used my support gear to subdue him easily. Yes, I'm crazy, but in a one-on-one battle, this doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the laying on the ground in the end. I start to choke Katsuki with my wires around his neck. His eyes are screaming for help. He slowly tries to grasp for air as his entire body starts to shut down. Seconds that felt like years. Watching Katsuki beg and cry for help. This is extremely ironic. Before he lost his breath, I got closer and closer as he slowly lifts his energy-deprived arm. An ominous feeling comes over me as boom. He blasts me with everything he has left. Was he building up his sweat so that when I came closer he could hit me as hard as he can? Whatever. I managed to get away in time. This is what I thought as my hair turned from grey to a light green. The mask that was cracked all over, splintered and fell apart, revealing nothing but one of my eyes. Katsuki looks at me straight into my eye as he blacks out. Chapter 26, Battle of U.S.J7 Rescue Deku POV. Ah ha 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 ha. I hear Shigaraki laughing madly in the distance as he slowly approaches All Might. Closer and closer, until bang bang zip. Shots are suddenly heard out of nowhere. Before I could realize it, Gahei scream is heard. Shigaraki is shot through his hand. All Might looks up with a look of relief as steam starts to exude from him. I look up to the entrance to see villains piled up on the stairs as the teachers from UA stand out heroically. How did they find out? Did someone sneak out when we weren't paying attention? No. We had villains outside, even if I didn't see them, they would have stopped them. Then what did they have? Someone who could teleport? No, I don't remember any of them having that quirk in the files. I comb through my memories as I try to remember each and every one of the students' quirks. This continues until I look at the heroes and see a pair of floating gloves. I soon realize what just happened. Damn it, I scream internally. There was one person I didn't think of. Toru Hagakura. The invisible girl. It must have been her. Thinking more and more about it, I get angrier. I should have thought about this. She must have got out of range of the jammer and called them. We need to hold on. As I'm thinking about what we could do, I suddenly hear from Shigaraki. Grab the students, we can't let them be taken. Got it. As you wish. I grab Kirishima and Tokoyami with my wires, holding them by the arms and necks so that the heroes couldn't do anything to attack. Could I trap them in the void? No. Even I can't breathe in there, they would probably suffocate. I don't even know if I can trap them. As Kurogiri tries to grab them, a massive surge of ice wraps around the hostages, Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Did Todoroki wake up? Damn it! Blocks of cement soon surround the students so that Kurogiri couldn't grab them as a hostage. Kurogiri uses his quirk to move away from the cement that is tracking his every movements. Stain suddenly stands up in response of the waves of heroes. He has a wicked smile on his face as if he's looking forward to this. Hey, Kurogiri, take him. I throw Kirishima over to him. If I can just use Dark Shadow once more, we can get out of this mess. I try to use my quirk but I just need a little bit of time. Stain suddenly appears in front of me, almost knowing what I want to do. I try to use my quirk on Tokoyami. Puppet strings. I enter the dark and hazy realm that Dark Shadow is stored in. I see an unconscious Tokoyami and a weak and frail, Dark Shadow. I look at the deflated balloon-like shadow as I try to manipulate the realm of darkness itself. I try to push and pull the shadows, trying to slowly move it. I start to focus the path back into the frail shadow. Minutes pass as I start to funnel each bit of shadow essence of the realm left into Dark Shadow to give him the power to fight once more. 1 meter, 3 meters, 5 meters, he keeps growing until he is 9 meters tall. Do you want to fight once more? He doesn't answer me. Can he only talk if Tokoyami is conscious? He instead nods his head vigorously. If only I could keep Dark Shadow. Whatever. With a smile on my face we exit the realm that was once filled with shadows, that is now a bright white light, devoid of all darkness. As if Dark Shadow consumed all of it for one last fight. My eyes adjust to the light as we come back to the normal realm as I see Stain bleeding heavily. Kurogiri is nowhere to be seen, most of the villains are down and Shigaraki is being held by concrete, completely surrounding him, preventing him from moving his body or even his arms. I was only gone for a few minutes, what the hell happened? Shigaraki POV. What the hell is that brat doing? He's just sitting there. I try to grab All Might but as I put my hand forth a wall of concrete suddenly appears blocking me, it suddenly starts moving as it slams against my chest. Crack! Gaah, first blood pouring from my hand and now broken ribs. I get sent flying as I can feel my bones cracking just from being hit by that attack. I try to leap back towards Stain but my feet suddenly are covered in ice. I look down and see a young boy grasping at my legs with dead eyes staring at me, almost tormenting me. As I reach down to grab him, a concrete slams against my neck pushing me into the ground. I can't move my body, the concrete forms a shape like a pillory as my head gets trapped in my hands soon after. I look to Kurogiri who disappeared with the boy from earlier. I guess we still have a hostage if this goes any worse. Stain POV. Ugh. I can't stop them for much longer. Whatever this kid is doing, he better hurry up. He seems to be confident, he must be able to get that monster back. I look to my side and see that freak being bound to the ground by concrete. I can't do anything with this guy constantly slashing at me with his blood. I think he's called Vlad King. He tries to restrict my movement, shots are being fired at me and I can barely dodge them all in time. Zip zip slash. I dodge the 2 bullets that fly past me. I suddenly have a thought as I lunge forward towards Vlad King. He slashes at me but I stop my movement right at the tip of the blood. I let him cut my mouth purposefully, only by a little bit. As he suddenly drops to his knees. If his quirk does use his blood, all I have to do is intake his attack, just by a little bit. That kid's constant chatter about heroes actually came in useful for once. I stab down to Vlad King. The knife is shot out of my hand as I start feeling a little drowsy. Some kind of purple gas fills the area. I look up and see it's coming from a woman. I try to ignore it as I back up from my attack on Vlad King. More bullets are fired out as it's getting harder and harder to dodge. I move forwards to grab Vlad King but as I put my foot down, a sudden collapse of the ground happens as I try to jump up to escape it. I see an armored man leaving the ground, he must have dug below me. As I jumped into the air, I suddenly get an ominous feeling as I look towards the entrance. Zip crunch crack. One of the bullets miss me but the other 2 hits on point. One hits my left shoulder and the other hits my leg. All my organs were missed but my joints were specifically targeted. I start to plummet as I see the students being led away one by one, the injured teachers being taken aside. Was this all for nothing? No. This was for All Might. I suddenly notice that All Might has disappeared, all that remained where he was a skinny person vaguely resembling him. Hiding behind the concrete like a coward. What? That's All Might? No. It can't be. He's a true hero compared to those fakes, they lied about him being quirkless and being able to pass on his quirk. It must be a lie. My respect for All Might slowly disappears as it's replaced with rage and disbelief. I look down as I start to see my shadow suddenly grows bigger and bigger. I look behind me to see that monster, once again, rising up. I see the kid standing next to it with his arm resting and leaning on its leg. What the hell happened to you guys? You look like shit. Chapter 27, Battle of U.S.J8 Ectoplasm. What the hell happened to you guys? You look like shit. I look around briefly to see some of the heroes on the ground. Along with Shigaraki tied up as if he was a child being scolded for doing something bad. Ahaha, what the hell happened to you? Shut it, you brat. Get me the hell out of here. Fine fine. Hey Dark Shot. I looked back up at him as he looked down on me, nodding his head. He bit down on the cement, pulling it apart and lifting up Shigaraki in his mouth. Shigaraki being covered in black ooze similar dog slobber as he's picked up from his collar. What a sight to behold! Really? Hey! You asked for it! Zib! Tisk! Zib! Before I realized it, Kurogiri appeared behind me. Looking up at Shigaraki with almost a giggle-like expression. Cough! We failed our objective. We need to leave now, Kurogiri states bluntly. Zip! Zip! Wait, I have an idea. If they would stop shooting at us, I could tell you. At this point I'm just hiding behind of dark shadow because of the shots being fired, I motion for Kurogiri to come here so I can tell him something. Whisper, whisper. I'll do it right away. He vanishes in thin air. What did you tell him to do? Secret. Can you put me down now? Sure, sure. Dark Shadow. As we begin to fight again, the teachers versus the villains. We stand almost as if we were in a lineup. Me, the insane kid at school. The bloodied to hell, Stain. The crippled Shigaraki and the dog. The teachers start to move as a shriek damages our ears, blowing us apart. Yeah. Whilst this happens, another teacher steps forth. The teacher splits into 2, then 4 until 20 or so copies of him appear as they begin to charge at us. Mists cover the area as I start to feel sleepy. I quickly use the shadow to close my mouth, similar to what I did to Katsuki-kun. Now at least I can't breathe it in. My training included respiratory improvements so that I am able to hold my breath longer for when I'm in the void. I charge forwards to the duplicate teachers as I look around at Dark Shadow, trying to be held by cement. Stain dealing with the sniper and that loudmouth, and Shigaraki who is dealing with Power Loader. I am quickly surrounded by tens of clones, all rushing toward me. I cut a few of them down using my support wires. They keep coming, never stopping. I get kicked in the stomach as I fly for a second, crashing onto the ground. I look up as the clones start to jump on me. I take a huge breath as I start to suffocate from restricting myself earlier. One by one they dogpile on me, almost restraining me. I retreat into the void. They didn't fall in with me, which proves my theory that they can't follow me here. I leave through another shadow, all the clones piled up on themselves, before. Boom! Dark Shadow crushes them all. I look over and see the cement hero, cracked all over. The clones all disappear as something starts to leak out of the main hero's mouth. It all starts to gather into one location as it gets bigger and bigger. It starts to grow even bigger than Dark Shadow. He looks about the size of MT Lady. Doubling the size of Dark Shadow. Stomp! He crushes down on Dark Shadow and kicks him aside. He gets into a test of strength with Dark Shadow. He throws him into the air as I run forwards towards him. I enter the void to get on top of him and enter the shadow on his neck. I anchor my support gear into his clothes as I jump off, swinging and wrapping it around his neck. I imbue my support gear with darkness, to increase the strength of it. I tighten it as he starts to flail about. He grasps at the wires that are tight on his neck. Struggling and pulling, he jumps into the air and slams on his back. Dark Shadow returns and slams on his stomach. He starts to make more clones, this time they appear outside of his clothing. They rush towards me as I'm stuck trying to suffocate the giant. I take off one of my wires as I remove the control function of it, effectively turning into a whip as I slash at the clones. Hands start to appear from the clothing, grabbing at my arms to restrict my movement. The wires that are holding the giant clone loosen slightly as he punches back at Dark Shadow. He throws Dark Shadow through the dome itself. Dark Shadow roars in pain as the sunlight start to reduce its size, slowly more and more before he can get up and retreat back into the darkness. He turns into a puddle, only leaving the quirk user, Tokoyami, behind. Damn it! Dark Shadow, all we need to do is buy time for Kurogiri. I have an idea. I make sure to fix my support gear as I start to trap each of the ectoplasm with my support gear and shadows, whilst maintaining the wires that are around his neck. I start to slowly tighten them. As seconds pass, more and more clones come forth. I restrict them entirely as I start to sweat and grunt in pain from the amount of shadows that I'm using. After some time passes, only 10 clones appear, there are no more, as I think this is the limit of his quirk. To maintain that giant one and have these ones to support him, this is at most what he can do. The massive clone starts to shriek in pain as it turns into a puddle of ooze from the pressure of my wires. I fall into the massive puddle, covered in this ectoplasm. I even wince in pain. Some of my bones must be broken in order for me to feel this painful. During this short period he tries to recover, I see the true clone. I jump forwards, grabbing at his arms as he kicks me away. I manipulate his shadows so that he sinks slightly. I jump forward grasping at his arms once more as I pass by him, with my wires connect and entangled. I close them in as it surrounds his neck like an assassin wire. He starts to choke on his own ectoplasm. DGHHT. I can't understand what he's saying. He starts to go limp and his body loses strength, he passes out soon after. I actually managed to beat a pro hero all on my own. We need to be quick, reinforcements other than the teachers must be coming soon. What are the others doing? Chapter 28, Battle of U.S.J9 Fall of Stain. Shigaraki POV. I'm being left with this freak. I get separated from everyone else. They are in their own worlds as I stare down at this freak. He charges at me but suddenly burrows into the ground. I can't see where he's going but the ground is shaking in all directions. I start moving so that I can react faster for where he comes out. The ground collapses slightly as I lose my balance. He burrows out of the ground and attacks me from behind. As I fall from the sudden shift of balance, I extend my arm from where he attacked me. I grab hold of his support gear as it starts to crumble. He kicks my arm and jumps back in fear, shaking his glove off as fast as he could as he didn't know what would happen. His gear crumbles to dust as the realization of the difference of abilities sets in. He starts tearing rocks out of the ground as he throws them. I return by catching them and immediately turning them to dust. Nothing he can do can help him. Suddenly a slight mist fills the air as both me and the freak stumble in response. I try to get my balance back until bam! I'm struck in the skull by a massive slab of stone. He drives it further as I catch both of his hands. He pulls away before I can grasp them fully and destroy him. I run forwards, suddenly staggering in pain as my vision blurs slightly. I keep moving forward as the freak starts to panic. He burrows down one more time, but before he can escape, I plunge my arm downwards as well, grabbing his arm in full force. Screams can be heard in the burrow as the teacher returns to the surface. I look at him, I look at his arm pouring with blood. He used his quirk to rip his own arm off to prevent the rest of his body from spreading. Got to hand it to you. Didn't think you were ballsy enough to do that. He burrows slowly one more time, this time he doesn't return. I can't chase him either. What a coward! Suddenly, an arm grabs down at my leg sinking me into the ground. He burrows around me so that I fall deeper and deeper into the ground, trapping me and encasing me. I suddenly feel sleepy, that purple mist returned once more. That same mist engulfed me entirely, I couldn't move away, I couldn't escape. Slowly I become more and more drowsy. I try to keep my conscience, barely withstanding her quirk. We finally got one. I stand in a pile of dirt as I watch what happens around me with barely one eye open. Dash. Stain POV. What is even going on anymore? This isn't going like the plan stated. All the villains are down, All Might is hiding and these bastards can't give me a second to think for myself. I overheard the plan that the kid whispered. It might work. Zip, zip. Bullets zip by as I struggle to dodge them. I feel lightheaded as blood continues to pour from my shoulder and leg. I suddenly get blown to the side as a massive boom of a voice nearly blows my eardrums. I need to get rid of that sniper. I run full force towards him, struggling slightly as my joints were shot. I jump towards him as he becomes more accurate with his shots. Bam zip! One of the shots hit me in the hip. I cut the barrel of his gun as he tries to shoot again, blowing up in his hand. Burns are apparent as he winces in pain and drops the ruined weapon. Shrapnel from the weapon digs into his hand as blood starts to pour. I lick the blood that drips to the floor as he falls to his knees. I get ready to slit his neck before I get blown forwards by the boom of a voice. Stop! The boom was much more intense than his other screams. Almost in desperation he stops me. I stab down at the sniper, cutting into his flesh. I look back at the screamer. Behind him I see that frail man once again. He looks up at me in shock as he suddenly grows in size, his weak body returns to his muscle-like form. I see. He isn't the person I thought he was. Before I strike down at the sniper one more time, finishing him, All Might, from a far distance, along with the boom of the loud mouth. Together. Yeah. Texas SMA. The wind pressure slams me in the wall as I feel every bone in my body almost broken. I can't muster the strength to stand. I look at All Might as he returns to his weak and frail form. No. This needs to end. He is not a true hero. He needs to die. On sheer willpower alone, my body moves. Inching closer and closer. Everyone around me freezes as the distance closes. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. That's all I need. Just a little. Bye. Chapter 29, Battle of U.S.J10 Finale. Deku POV. If everything goes to plan, the fall of All Might will happen. Even if we aren't the direct cause of it. Whilst I'm thinking on it, a black smoke appears in front of me. Kurogiri. We have everything. Really, I didn't think he'd be so stupid. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He looks at me as if he's in a daze. What is he thinking? Let's get the others and retreat. We've achieved our goal. Of course. Oh, give me a second, I almost forgot one thing. I start cutting up ectoplasm, cutting his joints. His ankles, his shoulder, his knee. I'll make it so he can never be a hero again. That he won't ever be a nuisance again. It's so easy to just kill him. Should I know I shouldn't? Maybe these choices are so difficult. This is so fun. Ha 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 ha. Blood splashes on my face from the wounds. Did I cut an artery? Met? He shouldn't be able to walk again, let alone be a hero. I'm finished. We can go now. Maybe you should disable your quirk. I don't think he's going to be moving anytime soon. Kurogiri responds in surprise. He must thinking to himself, how brutal I was, as he looks at the fallen hero in pity. He wraps his quirk around me, we disappear from the air like a ghost in the wind. As we appear, the heroes around us look at us in shock. I see Shigaraki unconscious, burrowed into the ground. Pfft! I kick him in the head as I crouch down, patting him on the head afterwards. What? He looks at me with sheer anger in his eyes. If a gaze could kill, this would be it for me. Pfft, Shigaraki-sama. I guess you won't be doing missions anytime soon. You've been grounded. Ha ha ha. You brat. Get me out of here, before I turn you into a pile of dust. What, feeling a bit dirty? Shut it. He looks down, as if trying to hold back his anger. What this situation is really groundbreaking. I'm going kill you, you brat. He starts wriggling around like a worm. My life is complete. The heroes just continue to stare at us before they snap out of their delusional states. I hope you guys don't mind, I'm just going to burrow him for a little bit. I really am going to kill you. Hey Kurogiri, let's get out of here. No you don't. Ha, too late. Kurogiri transports me and Shigariki-sama. Next stop, Stain. As we transfer to where Stain was, the entire area is filled with a pool of blood. The ground itself is dyed red as I begin to have an ominous feeling. I run out, looking around. I see craters everywhere. Holes in the wall, bullet holes as if they were everywhere. Where is he? I look forward to see the weak form of All Might, holding Stain. Stain. I grit my teeth as I look at them. I can't tell if Stain is unconscious or... I run forwards before being held back by Kurogiri. Don't be an idiot. Running in recklessly, will get you killed. There are 3 heroes there, Shigaraki is on the brink of passing out and you've overused your quirk. What do you think will happen if you fight now? I can't just leave him. The heroes look towards us with a shocked expression. I pull away from Kurogiri as I run towards Stain. Give him to me. What are you waiting for? He's gone. I refuse to believe it, give him to me now. The heroes realized that they weren't strong enough to take us all on. They can only comply, hoping a fight wouldn't break out. The 3 heroes next to them, All Might, who cannot use his muscle form anymore. Snipe, whose gun was destroyed by Stain, effectively making him useless, and Present Mike, who was the only hero who still had some aspect of their quirk still functional. They stand back, allowing me to take Stain. I pick him up, as I notice. His body is cold. I try to find a pulse. Anything. Please. Nothing. I start to walk away with him in my arms, trying as hard as I can to hold back my tears. Even if it was only for a few months. He was the only father figure I've had. I've never lost anyone before. Step by step, each one becoming harder and harder to move. Tears started to flow as the realization sets in. My mask, my facade started to crumble and crack. My mask drops to the ground, turning to a pile of dust. I look back towards them, anger in my eyes. This was All Might's fault, he took everything away from me. He deserves to pay. I will pay this back, tenfold. All Might had a shock in his eyes as I turned my head towards him. My once grey hair turned green as my once cheery expression turned dark. He notices straight away who was behind that mask. The quirkless boy who once asked if he can become a hero. Now, a villain. He will get what's coming to him, one by one. I stand with Kurogiri and Shigaraki. I say to them with my head held low as my hands are stained with his blood. He's gone. A moment of silence passes as Kurogiri takes us away. Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed Volume 1 of my Deku fanfic. Volume 2 will be out eventually, however I'm going to take a little bit of time for myself. I'm new to writing, so don't be too harsh or I might cry a little inside. Here's a snippet of what's to come. I'm also writing this so I don't leave you all on a massive cliffhanger on what Deku's plan was. Videos surge, coming from every informational outlet possible. Newspapers, online articles, news stations. Almost as if they were forced to publish this story. During the incident, occurring at U.S.J, images were captured, the hero killer is no more. This isn't the main story though, as a video was captured. The hero of peace is dying, his form revealed to be frail and weak. Villains are using this chance as crimes are on the rise from this video published by an anonymous source. Sightings of villains has increased as a result of this incident. They are causing mayhem across each of the cities. Will the symbol of peace wither, or will he protect us all? Izuku Midoriya is missing. His family is distraught. All Might didn't reveal his name, he felt responsible. He wants to correct his life, give him a new path and a new choice. Today, we have some new recruits. A lineup of different people appear. Shigaraki immediately tries to attack them. I restrict him with my shadow bind, grabbing at his arms and legs to stop him. I'm Himiko, Toga. My name is Dabi. Ah, she shouts, as I look in surprise as she runs towards me. She grasps at my hands and shouts. You're the puppeteer, right, Stain's apprentice. Your height, your quirk, your stare. It must be you. I'm a Huig fan. Did you use hair dye? I liked the white look. Himiko stares at me closely right into my eyes. Yet. Please, call me Deku. Alright, Deku. It's really nice to meet you. She gives off a blossoming grin. Chapter 30, the end is just the beginning. Stain. Although you weren't the best, you tried to achieve your dream. What should I do now? I don't know what to do. Water drips from my cheek, I can't tell if it was from tears or the rain. I stand over his grave. Alone. He had no family to depend or rely on. What made him hate heroes and idolize All Might to begin with? It's All Might's fault. I leave some chrysanthemum flowers next to his tombstone, before having a moment of silence. By now my face is probably associated with the puppeteer. I don't think All Might would keep it to himself. I need to leave. I need to vanish. But first, I need to talk to All for one. You finally want to do it, Midoriya. Once you do, there's no going back. Yes. It's time, I will get revenge on everyone who treated me like dirt. Be sure to return this favor. The device is behind you on the table. Designed exactly like you asked, be sure to put it to good use. No problem. After this I will vanish from the public, and join the League. I expected as much. Behind the device there is also a fake identity, constructed for you. Oh, you really anticipate everything I do. It's an investment. You have proved yourself more than worthy of it at U.S.J. Then I will begin. Thank you for your help. Some days pass. After the U.S.J incident, companies are being pressured to withdraw their support from the Kamino Corporation. News of plagiarism fills the street as it's being publicized by each and every newspaper. He really works fast, doesn't he? I received a meeting with the people who fired me. Their stocks have fallen since they were caught in a huge scandal. They hire promising individuals only to fire them and steal from them. It was widely publicized. I was called in order to testify for them and dissuade the media. They offered me a lot for it. Enough to buy a mansion. I don't need it. I'm currently standing in front of a room full of reporters. I guess they haven't recognized me. Is it true that the Kamino Corporation has been plagiarizing designs? I look over to the person who was once my manager. I stand up straight with a smirk on my face. I put a facade on my face, trying to remember how I acted during the U.S.J incident, trying to get into character. Is it true you say when I joined the company, I first showed them my designs in the interview? Not even a day passed before they told me to come to work for them. When I got there, I completed my first project, everything was going well. Until the manager told me that my designs were low quality when I published them. I looked over my designs and realized they weren't mine. I was fired on the spot, without a word to retort. A few days passed and I saw my designs, that I actually made and didn't publish, being used and publicized. They didn't even give me a word to speak before I left. At first I thought it was the other interns before I realized. What interns manage projects that put a massive impact on the company on their own? They stole from me, and I'm sure they stole from others as well. They hired me so that they could profit and steal from me. That's all. Did they really hire you on the first day? Yes. I also have to mention that I have no educational experience in design work, I'm self-taught. I found it odd that a company that is as difficult to get to as Kamino accept a quirkless person who didn't have the qualifications to be a mechanic, let alone a hero support equipment designer. Gasps from reporters echo throughout the hall. I say that. I believe that there are some good parts to this company, however I also believe that the company owner is at fault for these conditions. I personally believe the company need a rework, and maybe, just maybe, they can get their act straight. That's all I have to say. Thank you for listening. I walk off to the side as shouts from reporters echoes throughout the halls. My previous manager looks at me in shock with her jaw to the floor, almost as if she couldn't understand or perceive what just happened. I walk by her as she continues to keep her stare fixed ahead of her. Bodyguards start to surround me, as my arms are grabbed. Disgusting. I go along with it, so that my plan can come full circle. They bring me to the company owner as he tells me to come inside his office. He tells the bodyguards to wait outside as I can see veins popping out of his forehead. This is going to be fun. Chapter 31, Business. I stare at the owner as he stares back at me. He shouts in a loud and displeased voice. What the hell do you think you're doing? I'm just doing what I think is right. Sir. I will sue you for everything you're worth. Right. Do you want to know something that changed after I entered the company? I became sane. I now understand that everything that I thought and believed up to this point was a white lie told to give me hope. But now, I have power. I don't need hope. Puppet strings. I say in an undertone. My shadows lift him up from his own shadow, grasping at his arms and legs. Now this is how it's gonna go. You are going to give me everything. He has fear in his eyes, almost knowing what's about to happen. You're the PU. Pub. Gooer. I cut off his voice, with my quirk. Before he can call for help, of course. I pull out a shareholder contract. Almost anticipating this would happen. This was the only way I can get into a meeting with you. You tried to destroy me, now I'm going to destroy you. I push the papers forwards into his view. If you don't want to jump out of a 50-story building, you are going to do as I say. This contract is under an alias, that will be the figurehead of the company, the alternate identity that All for One gave me. If they don't investigate the person, then I should be able to control this company without being known as a villain. I can't force them to replicate their signature. However, I can make them do it in a way that would make them piss themselves. This stupid person alone controls 70% of the company's shares. You are going to fill out this contract. You will lose your business, but you will keep your life. MPPPH. You know. Let me tell you a story. A few months ago, a friend of mine presented me with an opportunity. He investigated me well. He knew that I was just a simple intern, however he gave me a purpose and equipment. Let me put an emphasis on that equipment. I pull out a ring that is big enough to fit around his chest. You are probably wondering why I'm telling you this. You could just blab to the authorities, right? Well, that's a big no-no. You see, my friend has an ability to Allow for conditions to be used on equipment. He has a very strange quirk, of course. It was the same quirk that allowed him to put a disguise ability on my mask. It was unfortunate that it broke. This quirk was also used on this ring. Funny, right? What could a ring do? Well, this ring was also given a condition as well. Unfortunately, it being put on your neck is too conspicuous. That's why I made it to be put on your chest. If you utter a word about our conversation or anything I said, or even tamper with this device, it will close up like a bear trap, removing all the air from your lungs, preventing you from speaking and allowing you to slowly suffocate. Do you understand what I'm saying? He starts nodding his head vigorously. Then, tears start to form in his eyes as all of his life work starts to crumble. He knows he only has one choice in this situation. He signs. I laugh. We have a hell of a day. I compare the contracts with the other paperwork in his office. I see that his signatures were different. I love games. However, when I'm on the losing end, I tend to get a bit jumpy. I say as grit my teeth, moving him towards the window as I slowly open it. I grasp his hair as I make him lean over and see the drop. Want to go bungee jumping? We don't have a rope, so we will just have to make do with what we have. I slowly nudge him closer and closer until the heels of his feet are the only thing that remain as I grab his collar. My hand is the only thing that is preventing him from falling. So are you going to sign it properly? He nods his head as he cries. He pisses himself. What a pathetic man. I walk him back to the chair with my puppet strings. Sign it. I say in a calm voice as I see the signature already filled out. Oh wait. My bad, I knew you were gonna be a pain about this, so I brought a kuhupi. Nuo. Although, unwillingly. He signs the contract. Good. Now for the device. Arms you up. I forcefully lift up his arms up with my quirk and I take off his shirt. I place the device right over his lungs. And press a button on my remote to tighten it. Now you see, I'm not a fan of killing, however if you kill yourself by not complying it isn't any of my business, is it? He nods as I start to leave the room with the contract. If you utter a word about this, try to go against my actions or try to defuse the device attached to you, you will die. Yes. Please. Just don't hurt me. Good. We've come to an understanding. Please organize a meeting, stating that the ownership of the company will be transferred to Akira Haruto. Hopefully we won't have to meet again. Next time I come here, I expect to see you gone. Don't worry, I won't touch your finances as long as you comply. Yes. Yes, what? Yes, sir. Chapter 32, New Recruits. Time passes as I return to the League of Villains. I hand off the legal documents of the shareholder contract, that have my new alias written to it. Of course I can't go out in public like this anyway. I use cosmetics, contacts, and a wig to change my appearance, along with a mouth muffle mask, to cover the majority of my face. Although it is a lot of effort, it is necessary. The alias that I'm using allows me to build the company, create connections, and allows myself to have access to a range of equipment and resources not only to support myself but to support the League and the fight against heroes. Stain had it right. Heroes are fakes, but killing them isn't the way forward. Making them feel useless, helpless, making them feel quirkless, is the only way to cleanse and redeem this society. Days pass as news articles come out. All news of my appearance during the press conference has been blocked off. I only used it as an excuse to get in touch with the company owner. Stocks start to rise up again as all bad press or connections that were severed as a result of All for One has been rectified. Everything went to plan. the company owner announced his retirement and will be leaving the company in 2 weeks, and that the new owner has already been decided. Other news came out about the U.S.J incident. The hero killer has been officially defeated by All Might. The League of Villains injured 4 teachers, making it possible that they never can be able to work as heroes again. These victims were Eraserhead, Vlad King, Ectoplasm and Power Loader. It doesn't go into detail about the injuries they suffered, however this isn't the most important news that was covered. The videos that we recorded of All Might and his weakened state were published to every possible outlet. It was widely reported that the symbol of peace may be dying. Villains from every possible location have started to move as crime is on the rise, because of the belief that All Might is weakened. A week passes, it is reported that Izuku Midoriya is missing. All Might didn't reveal my name as the puppeteer. During this time, I've just been sitting in the League of Villains at the dismay of Shigaraki, eating sundaes, like a boss. Today, we have some new recruits. I look in surprise as I didn't expect them to bring in new people so soon. A lineup of different people appear. Shigaraki immediately tries to attack them. I restrict him with my shadow bind, grabbing at his arms and legs to stop him. After he stops his resistance, I let go of him with my quirk and he shakes off where I grabbed him as if he was saying I'm made of dirt. He walks away, looking back one more time at the new recruits. I'm Himiko, Toga. My name is Dabi. Ah, she shouts, you're the puppeteer, right, Stain's apprentice. Your height, your quirk, your stare. It must be you. I'm a huge fan. Did you use hair dye? I liked the white look. As I look in surprise as she runs towards me, she grasps at my hands and shouts. Himiko stares at me closely right into my eyes. Yeah. Please, call me Deku. I suddenly get flustered at this girl grabbing at my hands suddenly. Alright, Dekun. It's really nice to meet you. No. It's just Deku. But I want to make cute names. She shouts, retorting as if acting like a child. She is crazy. I look at her closer and despite her personality, she is quite cute. She has ash blonde hair wrapped up into messy buns. She's wearing a standard school uniform. Is this everyone? No. We have a few more people, however they unfortunately cannot come. They are slightly eccentric. More than her, my mind drifts as she suddenly shouts at me. Whatcha thinking about? She appears right in front of my face, leaning in closely, inches apart. You guys mentioned Stain, right? Were you a fan of his? I back away from her and change the subject, getting uncomfortable. You bet. He dominated his enemies. I heard it took 4 pro heroes at UA to take him down. Not really an exaggeration, as All Might, Midnight, Vlad King, Snipe and Eraserhead were the ones fighting him. If anything, they are downplaying Stain. Yeah, he was cool. Dabi says with a low tone. I guess he isn't much of a talker, they are polar opposites to each other. Both Toga and Dabi supported Stain. They might not be so bad. I might be able to get along with TH. Can I have your blood? What? Where the hell did that come from? I look at her extremely strangely as I get a dangerous vibe from her. I need to keep my distance at all costs. She continues to stare at me with a carnivorous smile. Forget what I was gonna say about getting along with them, Christ. Oh yeah. Deccan, are you going to watch the sports festival? Toga says, clearly trying to make conversation with me. Deku and I would have liked to. I don't have any tickets though. Plus, I might be recognized. Well, for the tickets, I have some right here. And for your identity, well, you could just go as your alias. Kurogiri chimes in, bringing the tickets out of nowhere as if it was some cheap plot device. I guess. Still unsure, even with my disguise. There's still a chance Katsuki-kun would notice me. You could take your new teammates. Kurogiri says whilst covering his mouth, to stop me from noticing his giggle. But I noticed. Are you kidding? Taking her would be like announcing villains are coming to attack. What's wrong with taking me? She pouts in response. You asked if you could have my blood. You look delicious, though. It's a compliment. She slurps in response to my statement. This is what I'm talking about. This is why we can't have nice things. Both Dabi and Kurogiri looks at me oddly. Shigaraki has already left. Are you guys really having a lover's quarrel already? Dabi says as he looks at us bickering. No, yes. We both scream at each other at the same time. I feel like this conversation is going to be very drawn out, if I don't accept their offer. It will also give me notes on the UA student abilities for the future. Fine. You can come with me to watch the sports festival, just don't get in my way. Then it's a date. Yay! Oh my god, I'm going to kill her. I instantly regret my decision. It will take a bit of time before the company is transferred to me in the first place. The amount of quirks All For One has is insane, this wouldn't have worked without that device. Well, I could probably hid in his shadow and made him hang himself, however that would draw too much attention. Chapter 33, Fight. We start to walk with our amazing disguises. We begin to head to the sports festival as several days had passed since I received the tickets from Kurogiri. Dabi, why do I have to do this? Deku, because if you don't come, I'm pretty sure I'll get stabbed in the back. Toga, I would never stab my Dakun. When will you stop with that nickname? You, but it's so cool. If you don't like it, how about Puppy-chan? I feel like I just spat out blood from that. How the hell did you get Puppy-chan? Because you're the puppeteer day. Sometimes you are so dumb, puppy. Don't talk as if we've known each other for years. Secondly, Dakun is fine, just don't start calling me puppy. You two are making me sick. Dabi chimes in, with a nauseous look on his face. Where are we? Dabi states. I was following Pup. I mean Dakun. I have a feeling she really wants to call me puppy. I was following you as well. Don't tell me we're lost. I look around and without realizing it, we entered a dark alley. We were at a cross-section with 4 different alleyways. From each of the 4 directions someone came to block us in. Oh ho! Seems like we have some new prey on our turf. Yeah, let's dice them. Do we have to? Let's wreck them. I look forward at the group of thugs. This is about as cliché as it gets. There's the cocky thug, the crazy one, the lazy one and the Wreck-It Ralph one. The most cliché group of thugs I've ever seen. So how about you guys surrender all you got? Are you kidding? I can't even believe if this is just some comedic sketch or if they really want to rob us. What part of this is a joke? Your life is on the line. As if. Dabi retorts bluntly. Deku, can I play with them? She has sparkly eyes as if looking at them like they're new toys. I mean, we are already lost. We might miss the festival if we take too long. Hey thug guys, do you have a map? Sure, I guess. Want to use it? Dumbass, what are you saying we are? Robbing them. My bad. He looks utterly depressed. I guess we have a little time to spare, we could also take the map off of them. Yeez. I'll give them a nice happy smile. She pulls out a knife from seemingly nowhere. I knew she was gonna stab me. This is such a bother. How about I just roast them? No 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 no, I want to have fun. She starts shaking Dabby back and forth extremely fast. He accepts it, lifelessly. I can see his soul escaping out of his mouth. How about this, you guys take the two on the left, I'll take the two on the right. I state, trying to negotiate with them. Don't tell me what to do. I want to show Puppy that I'm strong. She covers her mouth, still wearing a wicked grin after hearing what she said. Let's just get this over with. I look at her with anger in my eyes as I feel like she will never stop calling me those stupid names. I should just give up. Are you guys finished with your lover's spat? Okay. I made up my mind, you guys have the other three, I want this cocky prick. I feel like all my veins are about to burst in anger. There are 4 of us and 3 of you. What are you guys gonna do to us? Shadow walk, using the void realm, I disappear for a split moment, appearing right behind him grasping at neck, gripping him so that he starts to suffocate. Anger starts to seep as my killing intent reaches its boiling point. Shadow bind. I bound his arms and legs with my shadows as I start slamming him into the ground and walls of this dark alley. Cracks in the ground and in the walls ripple outwards, with blood filling them with each slam. You call this a love spat? I continue to smash him against the wall and ground. With each slam, his teeth gets ripped out as I look at him with a broken smile as he laid there unconscious. Boss! How dare you! Wow, Deku is really strong. As expected of Stain's apprentice. They look in awe as the other thugs start to charge at me. Boom slash! Dabby blows the massive thug away with a blue flame, burning him to a crisp. Whilst Toga trips the crazy thug, charging at her and looks at him with a sadistic look before stabbing down on his throat. Blood spurts like a fountain. As she grins, putting some of the blood into a vial. She really did want my blood. Almost in sync, Dabby and Toga takes down a thug without any effort. They are both really strong. Dabby's quirk is really unique, it reminds me of Todoroki's flame. I wonder what would happen if the two of them fought each other. Toga's abilities are quite good as well, she's well trained with a knife, she doesn't have to use her quirk to win. What is her quirk anyway? With one person left, I see him almost fall asleep. I slap his cheek as he begins to wake up. Oi, dude, where is the map? Oh. Here, just take it. You don't really seem bothered that we just destroyed your friends. Yet. I didn't really like them, my parents forced me to go out and make friends. So here I am. Dude. You're like 23, are you a NEET or something? Yet. Okay, I guess. Hey Dabby, Toga. I got the map, let's head out already. As soon as I say that, the lazy prick goes back to sleep as if nothing happened. Ugh. It was over that quickly. I wanted to play more. Don't bother. Weaklings are common. Maybe we can find some heroes next time. Oh. Deku. Can you take us hero hunting? That'd be cool. Maybe another day, let's just hurry up to the sports festival, okay? Chapter 34, Sports Festival 1-2. Amongst the small buildings ahead of me, I notice a large stadium building, with monitors covered around it for all eyes to see. Ah, I see it. Finally. Can I have the seat next to Deku? Around the stadium there's stalls and heroes positioned everywhere. I put on my wig, face mask, and contacts. Toga finally uses her quirk, surprising me by changing into another person, and Dabby. Well, he just puts a face mask on as well. We are the most suspicious-looking group of individuals possible. We grab some grub from the nearby stalls and head to the main stadium. Do you have tickets? Yes, here you are. Thank you very much, enjoy the show. Was it really that easy? What was the point of these badass elaborate disguises? I look at both Toga and Dabby, who have a depressed look on their faces, coming to the same conclusion I did. I get some popcorn and we head up to our seating area. Our seating is on the second row, overlooking the entirety of the stadium, almost as if these were VIP seats. The people behind us are already chanting loud, even though the events haven't even begun yet. I bring out my notebook. Both Dabby and Toga notice this and start questioning me about it. Ugh! It's to track their abilities. It will be useful if we ever encounter UA again. My Decan is so smart. I use my quirk to cover her mouth. She is really getting annoying. She notices she can't speak, so she just stares at me. She pouts, as you can clearly tell she wants to talk. You can do that. Yeah, I used to just cover their mouth entirely, however not being able to breathe was frustrating, so I targeted her vocal cords. If the vocal cords doesn't vibrate the air, there won't be any sound. I practiced it on myself. It partially blocks some air, but you are still able to breathe. Can you stay with me 24/7? She's really annoying. Crocodile tears start to form at the edge of Toga's eyes as she just sits there with her arms crossed as we continue to talk shit in front of her, right to her face. I would feel bad, but she needs to learn when to shut up. A few minutes pass. As the event's about to start, Toga starts to kick me, trying to tell me to let her speak. Will you be quiet? She thinks for a second and she starts nodding her head, sadly. Good. I undo my quirk to let her speak. She looks at me and says, "Your quirk is actually really cool. I wish I had a quirk like that." You will probably find out sooner or later. If you aren't with the league, I'd kill you on the spot. I used to be quirkless. Wait. Both Dabby and Toga look at me extremely oddly, as if I'm talking nonsense. Through my school years, I was practically tortured. Every day, they would find new ways to hurt and destroy me. Even to the point of finding where I live and graph fighting everywhere. I couldn't do anything. Even then, I wanted to become a hero. I met All Might and everything changed. He destroyed the shattered pieces left on the ground and gradually I became a villain. Stain's apprentice, to be exact. How did you get a quirk then? I was given it. I can't say how or anything further as I believe I am restricted from doing so, however I am extremely grateful for it. Ah! I finally remembered you. Izuku Midoriya. You were plastered everywhere as missing. Someone went to extreme lengths to search for you. Dabby states. Izuku, I thought you were Deku. This is too confusing. Too much information. Pfft. My real name is Izuki Midoriya. I prefer to go by Deku now. Izukun. That's actually a decent one, haha. She giggles along with me as Dabby looks as if he wants to vomit. Getting all of that off my chest, actually telling someone. It feels refreshing, as if a huge weight got lifted. Thank you for the wait, everyone. The festival will now begin. Yeah. I'm your host, Present Mike. Along with Surhiad. We will begin with our first event. An obstacle race, 4 kilometers around the stadium. I watched with anticipation. The race began, everyone started sprinting. Ida quickly took the lead, and as fast as he took it, he was replaced by Todoroki in first place. I took constant notes of their quirks and abilities, even the students in Class 1B. Everybody had an interesting quirk. Katsuki-kun and Todoroki were neck and neck. Once they got to the minefield, they exploded ahead of everyone else, leaving them in the dust. Todoroki skated over all the ice, however. Katsuki fell behind. He couldn't take it, so he gripped his hand into a circle, and targeted all his explosions into one place. I haven't seen him use this before. He concentrated it all into one spot so that he would get a much bigger boost in momentum, zooming ahead of Todoroki. He closed into the finish. End. First place, Bakugo Katsuki. He's gotten much stronger. I took some notes on his style of movement and his new ability. I guess he made it so that he wouldn't become a burden again like at USJ. Todoroki finished second, Ida finished third, and the others don't really matter. Izukin. You've been staring at that Bakugo guy for a while. Is he your secret lover? I refuse to share you with him. I will zip your mouth shut. This prompted Toga to cover her mouth with both hands. He is the one who gave me the hardest time during school. So he's the one who made you have a stone-cold heart? How could he? She started glaring at Katsuki, as if he's the reason that I haven't been giving her any attention. She suddenly gasps as if having an epiphany. So if I take his blood, will you finally fall in love me? Nzeeeeeeenep. I stopped Toga from speaking again for a while as everyone around us started staring at me. Ugh. Right when I was thinking she was an okay person. Chapter 35, Sports Festival 2-2. Alright folks. Last map was absolutely amazing, but this time we have something that will make you fall off your horses. The event is known as Cavalry Battles. The points you have will be represented by your position in the last game. For example, if you were in first, you get 10 million points, so on and so forth. He is really lazy at explaining things. Toga starts to mime at me, I just ignore her. It seems Katsuki will be first in this battle. I look down at the stage and everyone is avoiding Katsuki. Is it because he's a dick or because he's first place? It seems like your BFF isn't in any team. Pfft. He doesn't disappoint. He's not only an ass to me, but to all his classmates. To the point of them avoiding him, ha ha ha. Stay a. Toga glares at me closely. The event is about to begin. Katsuki got the leftovers. I look down at him as I see him going with a blonde snob, who is in 1B, and Hatsum, who's in the support hero course. I can feel his anger from here. I knew I made the right choice to come here. Just as the event begins, Katsuki starts to jump off of his horse. Is that even legal? He snatches a headband and blows himself back on the horse. Todoroki laid ice on the field, trapping most of the horses from moving, as his team just walks by casually taking each headband. Ida jumped when Todoroki used his ice, avoiding it and sending his team into the air. Yurika let them float for a minute before getting in position. They start to land, falling on Todoroki's team. Kaminari shocks Todoroki as they crash into each other. He took his headband in the process. Tokoyami is moving strangely as Dark Shadow starts to freak out, pointing towards the audience. Is it looking for me? How as their balance shifts because of Dark Shadow, their horse falls apart and they get out of the game. A final dash between Katsuki and Todoroki happens as they both lunge for each other's headbands. That blonde guy. He used Katsuki's quirk. I need to write this down. As he used Katsuki's quirk, he boom sends Katsuki flying, with much more firepower than Katsuki could on his own as he becomes a blur, going past Todoroki. Todoroki puts up a massive wall of ice, blocking Katsuki from getting past as he evaluated his pattern of attack by leaping of his horse. Smash! Katsuki plants head first into the ice as the round ends. You bastard! First place. Todoroki. Second. Bakugo. Third. Kaminari. The placements for the last event has been set. One-on-one battles. I start getting punched from the side softly as Toga has had enough of being silent. I leave my quirk on until the finals begin. Kaminari vs Hitachi. Kaminari starts to pace up and down, getting himself hyped for this match. He shouts to his opponent. You ready to lose? Hat. Lose to a coward like you, I bet you won't even get close to me. You what? Suddenly Kaminari freezes in place. He turns completely stiff as he starts walking to the edge of the ring like a robot. It turns from meters to feet, until Hitachi weeeeeeans. What? Just happened? What did you do? Nothing much. Hat. Mind control, that's a really interesting quirk. Todoroki vs Ida. Todoroki stands opposite to Ida. Let's have a good match. Shhh. The sound of ice freezing over everything starts to echo throughout the arena, making a spear of ice completely surrounding Ida. Sorry, I guess I'm a little ticked off. Todoroki weeeeeeanians. Why didn't he do that against me back in U.S.Jham? Maybe he couldn't, as it would have made collateral damage to his classmates. Next up is Katsuki vs Okako. If I still owned a phone, I'd probably get asked how to beat Katsuki. When I decided to go missing, I got rid of my phone and got a new one from the league. Okako vs Katsuki. She looks extremely nervous. Boom. Katsuki rockets himself forward. Okako has no idea what to do. He grabs her arm as he uses his quirk to make a hard turn, throwing her outside of the ring. I even have a chance. I'm sorry. Boos start coming out from the arena as Katsuki starts to get screamed at. Shut up, you bastards. Bakugo weeeeeeans. Hitachi vs Todoroki. Todoroki keeps his mouth quiet as he slowly steps forth. Hitachi tries to aggravate him, talking about Endeavor and trying to piss him off. Well, it worked. Todoroki turned the entire arena into a block of ice. Hitachi slips as Todoroki kicks him outside the ring. Todoroki weeeeeeans. Next time keep your mouth shut or I will turn you into ice and shatter you. The finals begin. First it's Todoroki vs Bakugo. Two powerhouses. How will this fight go down? You better not hold back, you bastard. Todoroki starts the first move, using the entire arena as a slide, skating on his ice. Katsuki flies towards him and uses his AP shot which he developed after U.S.J. He blows the entirety of the ice to shards. Todoroki looks in surprise as he starts sending spikes of ice towards Katsuki. One by one Katsuki blows them to hell. Without Katsuki realizing, the spikes were just a distraction as he traps his legs in ice. He makes a ramp and flies off towards Katsuki until... Bam! He smashes into Katsuki, almost knocking him out with ice slamming against his head. Katsuki barely gets back up as he blows Todoroki to hell. Boom! He sends Todoroki flying outside the arena. He hadn't hit the ground though, so Todoroki built from the arena, using an ice slide to get back in without being out of bounds. Todoroki's body starts to be enveloped in frost as he charges towards Katsuki one more time. In a final clash, both Katsuki and Todoroki uses the full extent of their abilities, creating a massive mist of water vapor. As the mist clears, Todoroki can be seen out of bounds and Katsuki can be seen on the edge of the arena, winning by luck. The winner is Bakugo. Screams cheer out of the arena. I think it's time to leave, there are no more activities. I stand up, to the surprise of Toga and Dabi, and start to leave. I don't want to be here any more than I have to be. They were good matches. I got a lot of information on their quirks, there's no reason to stay anymore. Ending our date so early, how about we go get something to eat? I can't be bothered. Dabi replies. I wasn't asking you. I do feel a bit famished, I haven't eaten in a while. Sure. Yay. Let's get some meat. Chapter 36, Muscular. As we sit in a local restaurant near the sports festival, Dabi, Toga, and I sit across from each other, cooking a barbecue. So what do you want to do now, Deck and Heavy Black Heart? What did I want to do? I want heroes to suffer. The same way I did. I currently don't have the capabilities to develop anything to stop the heroes. If I can grow my Kamino cooperation and use the excess money to fund the league, I can start to develop new technology, out of the eyes of the public, to destroy All Might and the other heroes. As I think about what I want to say in response, contemplating whether or not I should keep quiet, I say, honestly, I want to build an empire. Hey! An empire like a business, wouldn't that be too obvious for your identity? Toga says as I see the both surprised and intrigued look on her face. It's fine. I currently have everything prepared, I just need to expand on the technology. I've seen some of the stuff they put out and it's pretty disappointing. There's a lot of untapped potential. Can you make me your secretary, Heavy Black Heart? If it's an excuse to spend more time with me, you should rethink that idea. I say as I tease Toga a little bit, lifting her chin up. Toga immediately backs off. It seems she can't handle when things get serious. I chuckle to myself as I grab a bottle of water from the void space. Dabi is sitting in the corner of the booth, as both Toga and I continue to talk, forgetting about his existence. As time passes, we finally get onto an interesting conversation. So what even is your quirk? I drink blood and transform into people, she says as she furiously slurps her milkshake. That's really awesome. What happens if you drink someone's blood with a mutant quirk? Like hawks, would you grow wings? What happens if you drink a gnome's blood? Would you be a gnome? Can you use the person's quirk you transform into? What happens to your clothes when you transform? If you can use someone's quirk like Dabi's, would you be able to hurt him with his own fire? Why are you both looking at me like that? I say because Dabi stares at me in disbelief whilst Toga stares at me with a mixture of shock and other emotions. Interested in seeing what under my clothes already? I.zu. Heavy Black Heart. Wah! I can't believe I like you, you are super weird, Toga says with a massive grin on her face. After realizing my mistake, my face flushes a bright red as Dabi looks at me like I'm an idiot. Anyway, you guys wanted to know more about Stain, right? That's the only reason you joined this broken league. They both brighten up, their attention fixed on me. I guess they really do like the hero killer. As I talk about the hero killer, my mood brightens up as I talk about him more and more. Time passes as we start to head back to the league. As I enter the broken down bar, I notice more figures than usual in the shadows. There were 7 more people, suddenly out of nowhere. Where did they recruit everyone? A few of them wore hoods. These are the other recruits, that could not make it. Together you will form a Vanguard Action Squad. This is an opportunity to expand ourselves as the League. Meet Mr. Compress. Twice. Spinner. Magni. Mustard. Moonfish. And Muscular. I have already informed them who you 3 are. Muscular, are these brats really that impressive? Spinner, Stain's apprentice. It's an honor. Muscular, all I see are a few kids, barely out of their diapers. Deku, I guess you're all brawn and no brain at all. Muscular, what the fuck did you just say to me, brat? Twice. Hey, let's calm down a bit here. Kurogiri, he's right. We should not be fighting right now. Muscular, fuck off. I will do what I want, you can't tell me to do shit. Deku, well. I believe it's time, we put on a show, right, you baboon? He suddenly charges forward, activating his quirk as he punches towards me. I restrain him with my shadow bind. Little shadow hands form from his own shadow as it traps his arm. I use the sheer force of his punch against him as I push in his elbow and twist his arm. A loud crunch could be heard. I continue by forming shadows under his muscles to stop them growing and proceed to pull his arm out of socket. He grunts in pain as he looks at me with only sheer anger and hatred. Now, if you really want to fight, Muscular, we can take this outside and I can dissect you. You brainless gorilla. As I finish my sentence, I wrap his arm completely. Only darkness could be seen as I twisted his arm backwards, throwing him towards us, right outside the door. As he stands back up from his knees, his arm dislocated and broken at his elbow, I step forth with a wicked grin on my face. This was fun, making someone who takes pride in their strength bow down to me on their knees without any effort. This was really a thrill. I start to laugh, without realizing the sheer surprise on everyone focuses on me as they continue to watch my stride towards villainy. Chapter 37, Holding Back Third Person POV. Muscular stood up and stared Deku down. Deku looked back with a crazed look in his eyes as they stand opposite to each other. Muscular uses force to put his shoulder back into place, he then wraps more muscles around his elbow to support himself. His look on his face was evident, both of them had a wicked smile as they stared at each other. Muscular was the first to break the silence as his flesh started to wrap around his legs before he quickly disappears, reappearing right before Deku with a punch ready. Just like before, Deku wrapped his shadow quick around his arm with shadow bind. Muscular smirks as he wrapped more flesh around the shadow itself, increasing his power and making Deku's shadows waver. He managed to dispel the shadows long enough to create a punch. His punch came forth as Deku barely managed to dodge it. Shock waves rippled throughout the area as gusts of winds were powerful enough to cut Deku's flesh. Deku gets back up and responds by making his shadows slowly emerge under Muscular's muscle fibers and skin. There were extremely small spaces in which he didn't cover his quirk. Deku dodged and backed off until enough of his shadows formed enough to ag. Muscular screamed in pain. Even when he had his arm broken and shoulder dislocated, he didn't scream. His entire body started to rupture as shadow spikes formed all around his body, digging into his flesh like barbed wire. Each of the shadows under his muscles formed and tore further into his body, down to his bone and on the outside of his skin. Blood spurted as he gave Deku a look of anger, with a stare that could kill. Deku looked back with a smile as he looks at the kneeling Muscular with pure satisfaction and a cocky expression. Muscular, with his entire body trembling, stumbled back to his feet. His look of anger turned to a look of pure insanity as his body grew further and further until he became a blob of muscle and flesh. Not knowing what Muscular was doing, Deku backed off, observing the blob of muscle. He didn't realize that it wasn't Muscular anymore. In the corner of his eyes, he managed to spot Muscular, with a bloody face and bearing a victorious smile. The blob of flesh was just a decoy as Muscular got behind him without him realizing. Crack! Before Deku could get into his void space, the side of his body took the full brunt of Muscular's attack as the rest of the league looked in shock. Deku's arm was bent backwards as his arm was completely disfigured. Deku looked at his arm calmly and sighed before raising his other arm at Muscular. With his palm wide he crushes it into a fist as a jolt of pain can seen from Muscular. Omiwa Mao Shindaru. Similar to the shadows that he planted to destroy Muscular earlier, during the entirety of the fight, his focus has been on his shadows. At this point Deku had complete control over Muscular's body. He considered this a new version of his puppet strings. He practiced it in theory, but he didn't know if it would work. The inside of everyone's body is filled with darkness and shadows. He built up the shadows more and more, and after taking Muscular's blow, he decided he wouldn't hold back. He used those shadows and wrapped it around each part of his body, his lungs, his muscles, his bones. Any place where he could, he took control of. Deku still has morals. He won't kill, however. Killing isn't the worst type of pain you can inflict. Making each of his individual organs be squeezed, his bones ripped apart and his body making it crumble. All whilst keeping him alive to feel it. Muscular screamed in pain, louder than anybody expected, almost rupturing eardrums with his roar. His body started to look deformed as Deku twisted his arms and legs, making them crack further. "You were finished, the moment you picked a fight with me," Deku says, laughing before pulling on his broken arm, straightening it and forming a shadow-like sling around his arm to support his broken bones. Muscular couldn't stop screaming. Everyone looked at him with pity in their eyes as they didn't even try to stop Deku's rage. Muscular finally fell unconscious as all of his bones were twisted in opposite directions, his flesh and skin scattered around him, and a tortured look left on his face. Silence continued as no one dared to say a word, leaving Deku to walk back to his dorm with no interest. Muscular was taken to the torture specialist, as at this point only she could heal his wounds. She was shocked. His entire body was made into practically mincemeat. She smiled and called the person that did this a true torture connoisseur as she laughed at the deformed villain. Chapter 38 Breakdown. What the hell did I just do? Deku thought to himself as the side effects of his quirk and the adrenaline he was spiked with after fighting Muscular. As he calmed down, everything started to set in. Although he had fought against heroes, as of this moment his was under the assumption that he took his life. Pictures flash through his mind as he remembers Muscular's twisted and distorted body. He sat in his dorm. It was as if the world went grey. He looked at the mirror. Flashes of himself, almost like hallucinations, appeared. As he stared at the mirror, his reflection looked back and smirked. Slam! He punched the mirror in anger. He looked at the cracked and fragmented reflection of himself, as he screams to the top of his lungs. This isn't what I wanted. He thought about how he would never had practiced that technique. He used it for the first time as his mind went into a crazed state. Why did he kill him? He grabs his broken arm that hung in the sling he made. He had reset all of the fragmented bone pieces as he could feel the scattered bone fragments with his shadows. As he put all of the pieces back into place, he created a sling to support his arm, without the use of his quirk. Even though he couldn't feel the pain anymore, all his previous memories and his previous pains began to resurface. That fleeting dream of wanting to become a hero almost vanished into air. His memories regarding Stain, he didn't kill those heroes. Although he watched them die. Deku slumped down on his bed. He touched his cheeks and realized they were wet, as without realizing it, tears dripped and fell. He slowly picked the fragments of glass out of his hand as realized he didn't know what to do with himself anymore. Although Muscular lives, Deku didn't know. He sat in silence for hours as he continued to further recall his memories. The next morning, Deku slowly made his way down the stairs. Soon he would become the main shareholder of the company. He could control everything from the shadows. He had researched his competitors in his free time. He could take control of the entire industry if he worked for it. From what he saw from the current financial records when he went into the CEO's office, there were a lot of competitors trying to obtain the Kamino Corporation. Deku POV. Most of them were large companies, on equal standing or higher than Kamino. It was a serious situation. Luckily I took the shares and from the previous owners so that he couldn't transfer the company with his name without legal issues. Kingly, Ditnarat, Hugo, Takagashi. To name a few. These are a few companies that are wanting to buy us out. Soon, I will crush the competition. I stepped downstairs into the main bar. I was greeted with silence. The one who broke the silence was Toga. Dekan, are you okay? How's your arm? I'm fine. For a while now, I've been doing everything half-heartedly. I looked for other solutions rather than committing myself. I held myself back. That was my mistake. I shouldn't hold back, or myself and others will be hurt because of me. Everyone in the room all had one thought in their minds. That was holding back. Muscular is out of commission now. We were planning to storm UA on their outing. However, we may need to look for more allies to compensate for our loss. Shigaraki explained with a hint of anger towards me. I stared back at him and said with anger in my voice. Are you saying it's my fault? I focused my gaze, it turned sharp as my intent seeped out. My calm words, mixed with a hint of anger echoed throughout the room, the pressure I was giving off, was made clear. Everyone looked at me with almost a shocked expression as I can see the fear in their eyes. The once geeky, dork who was a fan of heroes. Almost no impressions of that young ignorant boy was left behind as now there is only darkness in my eyes. No. He calmly responds. I smile as I finally feel like myself. My true self. I don't need to hide anymore. It's all according to Kakaku. I begin to leave as I have a plan today. I pull my disguise out of my void space and quickly put it on. I start to leave as the others continue to talk amongst themselves. Dekan, Toga said as I begin to walk past her. I'm just going out for business purposes. Don't trouble yourself. I say naturally as I pat Toga on the head to reassure her. Even if she is really annoying most of the time, I can feel her genuine concern. It's a new experience for me. Only one person before was actually concerned for myself. I wonder how she's doing. Ugh. I need to stop thinking about her. I sigh to myself as I leave. I can't go back. I can only move forwards. Chapter 39, Damage Control. I stand outside the building of Kamino, where I was once an intern. I walk inside with no trouble this time and I see the same receptionist. She looks more worn out than before. Name: Akira Haruto. She must have thought, this kid is the new owner, our company is going downhill. Are you mute? Whatever. I don't have time for incompetent personnel. Yes. I mean, I'll escort you to your office. No need. I just wanted to see the incompetency of the staff here. Either get your act together or get the hell out. I'll be informing your manager that the staff here need further training. Yes, sir. I currently control 70% of the shares. I need domination over this entire company, the question is how to get the remaining shares. I could do it the way I did before, but I don't think it'd work this time around. 5% of the shares are unaccounted for and the other 25% are split between 5 people. I walk to the elevator as it's crammed with people. I have a look of annoyance on my face as someone greets me from behind. Sir. I am your secretary, Hina Sora. Pleased to meet you. Akira Haruto. I hope you aren't as incompetent as the reception. I hope you are better than our previous CEO. Oh, you really can speak your mind, can't you? I say in response with a wry smile. Humph. Please follow me, executives use a private elevator. Lead the way. We start to move in the opposite direction. The receptionist runs to the back room as soon as she sees me approaching again. We head into the elevator as I start asking questions. I heard there was an incident involving slander. What's the current state of the company in regards to our reputation? Most information was sealed off, however there were a few unnamed sources that published the information. What is the impact on sale figures? Down by 15%. You really can do your job, huh? Maybe you aren't as useless as I thought. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. Whatever. Get me a report, detailing in the sale figures from the sales team. In regards to our reputation, pin it on the previous CEO. Release a statement for our social media account and the media outlets, apologize for the situation to boost our public standing. Get me all the information on files on all the staff and interns in the design department. She smiles as I make this statement. There will be interns from the hero courses. Would you like to make a posting? The current design manager is incompetent. Put the files on my desk of all potential candidates. As the elevator for the top floor finally opens, she states. Right away. I head into my office, with a smile on my face. It's mine, all mine. Now. For the unnamed sources that published that meeting. I thought everything would go as planned. I need to deal with them. The files I need are all organized on this laptop. The fact they would keep company files out in the open is stupid. I get a list of all company personnel and research each and every department. Getting them clear in my mind in what each one does. There are 2 departments named as security. One has a lot less staff. I contact the manager immediately and I was informed that they are a department composed of individuals with the ability to hack. Simply putting it, it's an illegal hacking department. I request for them to find out who the individuals who published the information that ruined our reputation. I will deal with them. Personally. Now. For the moment I have been waiting for this entire time. I call the secretary to ask her to call the manager of the design department into my office. That same manager who fired me, the same manager who knew I was innocent but worked to take credit for my designs. Hello, boss. She says as she stylishly walks into my office. She takes off her glasses as she gives me a seductive stare. What the fuck? You think I called you into my office for that? You are fucking sick. I called you because of your trash performance in your department. What the hell are you doing? It was an intern who caused those issues. An intern? You let a goddamn intern do all the designs that your staff are supposed to be doing? Why in the hell are you even a manager if this is the shit you give me? I remember what she said to me last time. With a wicked smile on my face I clearly state. We don't allow mistakes like this in our company. Usually I would give a second chance. But you are clearly not fit for the standards of our company. As the secretary walks in with no shits given and plants the names of the personnel from the design on my desk. I say to the women who gave me so much trouble last time. You're fired. Get the fuck out of my company. I don't care what you have to say. Ms. Sora. Please call security and get this stain out of here. Tell them there's no need to be courteous, just throw her out like the filth she is. Tears start to stream down her face as seconds pass. 3 men enter my office as they drag her out. I start to look at the potential manager candidates as I see an interesting person. Secretary Sora. I have some business in the design department. Please proceed with what I had said earlier. Yes, sir. Chapter 40, Design Manager. As I move to the elevator, I continue to read his file. Ho, this person is interesting. Under his experience, he had stated he worked on the UA hero costumes. I mumble to myself as I notice something odd. Wait a minute. Haha, what the hell is this coincidence? Katsuki. This guy designed Katsuki's costume. He leaves 2 dots on their uniform to show that they are his designs. How interesting. If I can control him. Thoughts start to rush through my mind about different things I can do and accomplish. I can make Katsuki's life a living hell. There's so much. I can make his costume implode on himself. What an explosion that would be. Or I can make his costume tear and reputation in public, that'd be a laugh. As I walked through the design department who was given previous notice of my appearance, everyone paid their respects to me. The interns who previously messed up my designs were at the back of the room and didn't come to greet me. Are they just this stupid? I walk over to them as they see me overshadowing them. You too? Yes sir, what can we do for you? I smile as I watch the nervous looks on their faces. Is this really how the design department operates? As I look at the designs? They were definitely familiar. How tragic. Are you really this incompetent? What are these designs? I take the page full of different shitty designs as I call everyone in the design room into the meeting room. I put the pieces of designs under a projector which shows their designs to everyone on a large screen. These are the designs you are responsible for. Everyone stays silent as they watch me flick through the designs. One of the designs I noted would even harm the person who would wear them as it would cause a chain reaction, imploding itself. Do you want to kill our customers? Everyone in the design department watches in horror as most of them had no idea that they had interns like this. Well, do you? I spoke up, targeting everyone in the office. No sir. They responded as if it was the military. Well, I don't think we can keep these interns. What do you guys think? They start to murmur and chatter among themselves. Speaking about why the manager even hired these interns in the first place. They don't deserve to be in our department. One of the staff shouted out among the crowd. Yet, many start to agree. I chuckled to myself as I had an amusing idea. What are you guys saying? You are all too cruel. I want to fire them out of the company. They don't deserve that. Instead, I'll give them an opportunity. What many of the staff shouted in shock as they believed I was going to reward them. Of course. They will immediately move out of the design department to the janitorial department. Of course. Only as interns. Pfft. Many of them start to laugh as they realized my real intentions. The interns frantically look at each other. I don't accept this. One of the interns speak up, trying to dispute my arguments. Unfortunately, you signed a contract to work with our company. As I put their contracts under the projector, I make it obvious that there is nowhere stating that they are limited to the design department. I knew this because it's similar to my old contract. It was invalidated as soon as I was fired. I remembered it off by heart as I recited it many times, through the copy I had. They both look in shock at the loophole I found. I pick up one of the half-drunken cups of lukewarm coffee and slowly pour it over their heads. Get to work. Clean up this mess. Consider this an honor that you are still working for our prestigious company. They begin to cry as they are treated as literal filth. In that moment, many of the staff realize what kind of boss I am. Do your jobs well and you will be rewarded. However, if you work here and don't strive to do your best, either clean up your desk and get the hell out of here or get sent to the janitor department. We are always lacking staff. Mr. Oda. Can I speak to you privately for a moment? I leave the room as everyone is silent. Oda follows me as we start to speak. I have recently relieved the current manager of her position. From today onwards you will be the manager of this department. Thank you, sir. I won't disappoint you. I will send you a formal contract. I have a condition after all. Of course. Any of your current and future designs, please send them to this email. They will be processed through another source. This is all confidential, I trust you will keep it a secret. I hand him the piece of paper I had prepared beforehand in the elevator. Did I do anything wrong? No. Your designs are what our company expects. They are top quality. However, the person receiving the designs wants additions through a partner company. I hope you won't question any more than this. Yes sir, I'll get to work straight away. Good. I expect you won't let me down. I state with a wry smile on my face. Chapter 41, The Manager Strikes Back. If I want to grow this company, I can't just sit around expecting everything to happen for me. The most efficient way is to either cooperate with others, which is something I don't want to do. And the other way is to destroy other companies and buy them out, using their resources to grow my own. That sounds like something I would do. I call up the hackers listed on my notes again. I ask them to get me information about the companies I had listed earlier. This can benefit me as I can find out the standings and target the weakest ones first. Whilst they finish that, I start to finish up my documents the previous CEO left behind. They are projects pitched by a range of the advertisement staff to save the company's reputation, that has been shit in the last few days. I sign off on a few of them, as they are actually decent ideas. Suddenly the manager who fired me walked into my office once again. Why the fuck are you still here? Wait. How the fuck are you here? Where's my security, incompetent assholes? Ah. You're really cute. You should calm down, big boss. Shut your mouth. Filth, like you make me sick. You know. That hurts. Stop acting like a child. We bicker for a minute as I get increasingly annoyed. Why the fuck is she so different but still so familiar? Get out before I throw you out, this time it won't be out the door. I say as I point to the window. Pfft, you wouldn't hurt me, growing heart, she says as if she genuinely believes that. Ugh, as much as I hate it, if I use my quirk to throw her out my window, a dead body in front of the company will make our reputation even worse. I press the intercom button on my desk. Secretary Sora, can you get this nuisance out of my office? Why the hell did you even let her in? Sora. Oh, for fuck's sake. I stand up and drag the bitch out of my office whilst checking on the secretary. As I leave the office I find out she's completely unconscious with her desk in ruin. What the fuck did you do? I say as she gives me a confused look in response. It suddenly clicks in my head. Ugh. I don't have time for your games. I grit my teeth as I realize why she was acting so differently. I was bored and you said you'd make me your secretary. You suggested it, I declined. You don't have to be so mean. Deku, growing heart, she said as she sniffled slightly. Toga. How did you even get in here? I say as I rub my eyes in annoyance. It was no biggie. I came to spend time with you but they wouldn't let me in. Suddenly they threw a woman outside the building who was cursing the boss and I had a great idea. I guessed that part, but why did they still let you in? Well, they didn't. I had to knock your security out. As she said that, she suddenly started to morph back into her original appearance. Her suit started to fade as well. Wait, what? Wait. I realized what was about to happen as I asked about her quirk before. She can mimic the appearance of others' clothing but she has to be naked to do so. I turn around fast, not fast enough as I still had a good look of her body. Ugh. I said, wait, god damn it. But did you really have to knock out the secretary as well? Well, I was going to kill her. She dared to seduce you, Bulut. I thought you'd hate a messy office. She states calmly as she has a huge smile on her face, with a light blush of excitement. Firstly, I don't know why you think she seduced me. Secondly, did it occur to you that we had more than a few staff as a security system and that the police might be involved? What if I had killed you when you entered my office? I say as I start taking off my jacket to hand it to Toga with my eyes covered. She seriously started to think after listening to my response but didn't say anything else. Instead she just gives me a wide grin as if she did something good. Ugh! I really can't win against you. Baka! I say as I karate chop her head lightly. This time, her naked appearance is covered only by my suit jacket. I blush brightly as I turn away quickly. Ow! I'll finish my work soon. Help me wake her up first. I say with my head turned away. Okay, growing heart. Chapter 42, Return of the Secretary. Secretary POV. The new CEO seems really young. Why did someone like him even want to become a CEO? From first impressions I had, he does seem somewhat capable, but I really hope he doesn't make my job harder. But he was really cruel to that woman. I heard that she was the reason because of the bad press of our company. Why wasn't she fired to begin with? Did she sleep with the previous owner unlike before with the other owner? I haven't had much to do today. He seems to be taking a lot of my tasks himself, like he can't trust anyone else to do it for him. I look down at the documents that need his signature. Knock, knock. Come in. I need these documents signed. They relate to the current projects introduced at the last board meeting to improve our public standing. Thank you. Leave it on my desk, I'll get to it in a moment. I look at what he's working on. Like I thought. He's overworking himself on documents that don't need his attention. He really can't trust anyone. I subconsciously stand there, staring at him whilst my thoughts drift about why he's doing everything by himself. He looks up and notices me as he states, "You can leave." Oh. Yes, of course. That was embarrassing. I sit back down at my desk, doing other tasks whilst I wait for the documents. Ding ding ding. Ugh, it's so loud. They need to fix it already. My ears. Is someone using the elevator? I haven't heard anything from reception. Is it one of the board members? As I look at the elevator, that manager who was thrown out returns again. Oh hey. I'm looking for D. I mean the CEO. Could I speak to him for a moment? Sure, one moment. I call the security department. I receive no answers. Did she bribe them? I put down the phone as I stand up. Excuse me, the CEO is unavailable. I think it would be best if you leave. I just need to go to his office, right? Please, ma'am. Leave before I call the police. Go ahead. She says with a joyful smile. Fine. Suit yourself. I walk back over to my phone to call the police. As I grab the phone, that woman gets me into a chokehold as I knock over most of the documents on my desk. I struggle to breathe as I look into the corridor mirror. My face turns purple as I see her with a wicked smile. Everything starts to go dark. My vision is blurry. Splash. Ugh. My vision starts to brighten. I feel cold. Why am I wet? Why was I unconscious? Oh right, that woman came back. Wait. Where is she? I look up and notice the CEO standing next to me. There was also another woman, who was nearly completely naked. Why am I bleeding? My hand stings. The naked woman quickly looks away as I said that. What? What happened when I was unconscious? Wait, that doesn't matter right now. The manager came back. We need to call the police. No need, I dealt with her already. The CEO states nervously. Wait. Why is there a naked woman here? I suddenly get overwhelmed with all the information. He keeps staring at my clothes. I look down and find out my clothes are completely soaked and see-through. I quickly cover up my chest with my hands. Blood from my hand quickly gets rubbed on my white shirt. You! I grit my teeth in anger. I want to slap him right now. I told you. She was seducing you. That woman states. They seem to have a good relationship. Is she his girlfriend? Maybe his wife. She has her hands in the suit pockets. I can't see the ring clearly. Either way. He's a playboy. Disgusting. You should take care of your husband more. If he continues to make my work difficult, I might just leave. Husband. She screams out loud as she has a really happy look. She quickly grabs his arms tightly. He turns bright red, covering his face with his other hand. We aren't married. He says quickly to try and clear up the misunderstanding. Disgusting playboy. I respond almost instinctively. Oh come on, hubby, let's go already. Growing heart, she says as she begins to drag him to the elevator. He has a grim expression as I can hear him whispering to me. Please. Help me. His cries echoes in my ears as he continues to get dragged off. I suddenly feel really bad for him. I guess he's still a child. Wait, isn't she still naked? Chapter 43, Contacts. Help me. I looked at the secretary as she watched me get dragged away with a smirk on her face. Do you plan on streaking in my company? Can you use your quirk already? But hugging you like this is so fun. Your reactions are so cute. Get off me before I knock you out, throw you in a shipping container and send you to Madagascar. She lets go as soon as I state that, pouting to herself as she moves to the corner of the elevator. She slowly transforms into the secretary from the blood she had taken beforehand. I get a ping on my phone. I set up my contact info in the company beforehand as I knew I wouldn't be in the company all the time. You finally got a new phone. You should add me. I tried to ignore her, but she snatched my phone out of my hands without me realizing. I tried to take it back, but she had walled herself off in the corner. She passes back my phone soon after, as I see her new contact. She put her profile in and her profile picture was her dabbing with Dabby. I felt a tinge of anger seeing it, but it was mainly mixed in with a lot of disappointment in the both of them. I continued to stare at her with dead eyes as my opinion of her went from 0 to -100. We left the building as we walked around for a while. We visited several stores. The money I'm making from the company is ridiculous. If I wanted to, I could buy the entire mall. We buy some stuff. Toga seems ecstatic for some reason. We're just walking around. She really is odd. As hours pass, we grab some dinner and we decided to head back. She continues to bombard me with a range of different questions, asking why I became a villain. I explained a few things that happened, but keeping most of the details from her. I really don't like to talk about my old life, it's depressing. My phone suddenly pinged as I got a text message, detailing the standing of different organizations. They really worked fast. Takagashi had a difficult backing, Kingly was a small business, Hugo was a large enterprise, and Ditnerat had an extremely difficult decryption. It would take a few days to get into their systems. Takagashi was the most intriguing one currently though, as I could only think of a handful of organizations to back them. Normal organizations would have been named, but this organization had no information whatsoever. I start to think about a range of different possibilities, dismissing a lot of them as I finally get to a single thought. The Yakuza. It was just a guess, but based on probability, they might be involved. If they were involved, it would make my plans much harder. I should start on Kingly, they are the only ones that seem to be manageable currently. I arrive back at the bar and I take a seat. Time passes as I get distracted reading the reports I received about the internships. Oi brat! I suddenly hear from behind as I'm enjoying my drink. What do you want? I'm not in the mood for Shigaraki's shit right now. In a few days we are planning an attack on Hosu. We have manufactured more allies. We will move the task force to take out the heroes whilst they are taking the children out on internships. We can target them and use them against the heroes. Another shitty plan. A brat like you wouldn't understand anyway. Says the fuckface who botched the plan last time. You. He tries to grab me, I just sit there and continue to slurp my drink without caring as this happens a lot now, Kurogiri. He doesn't respond as he's getting sick of these daily arguments. He grabs Shigaraki, preventing him from moving. I walk up to the restrained Shigaraki and continue to slurp harder. Slurp. You think this is fucking funny? It's pretty funny. You. Slurp. Can you stop? Slurp. I'm going to kill you, kid. I'd like to see you try, I respond with a smile. Ever since Muscular, I don't feel a sense of dread anymore. I used to think any actions I did, I'd be killed for. But now, it's like staring at an angry puppy. So Kurogiri, what's happening with Hosu? I say as I completely ignore Shigaraki. We are planning to launch a full-scale attack on locations that have a possibility of internships nearby. This is to capture UA students in order to use them against All Might as hostages. Whilst we do this, we will also use the students against the heroes overseeing them. Using students against All Might. That's going to backfire completely. From what I saw, All Might is still extremely powerful. If we take the students, they are just going to put all priorities on us. That will lead to our downfall. It would be better if we stage mass destruction. If we attack several populated areas, we would force all the heroes to split up as we pick them off one by one. Yeah, that could work. We can use the Nomus as suicide bombers. This way we could force the heroes to focus on civilians whilst we take them out. I see. What the hell are you saying, brat? This is my plan. We're going to do as I say. You aren't the boss here. He starts furiously scratching his neck in annoyance. I'm very sorry, I promise not to undermine you anymore. I see that you are a very fragile person. What did you say? Kurogiri, could I speak to you in private for a minute? Of course. He teleports me into my dorm room. Await my milkshake. Whatever. Anyway, Shigaraki will probably cry if things doesn't go his way, so keep this from him. Inform all for one of my plan and propose to do both. I can't trust Shigaraki on this. I will tell him. Can you try to be on friendlier terms with Shigaraki? Ah ha ha ha. No. As I finish the conversation, he teleports back to the bar. I drop down on my bed with my arms wide with a wide smirk on my face. This will be fun. Chapter 44, Shareholder. Ugh. How long has it been now, this stupid paperwork? Every morning, afternoon, and night. If I leave for a second, it piles up like a storm. If I knew running a company that's being pressured is this hard, I'd have just destroyed it in the first place. As I scan over the files, I finally got to the internships. They are taking place in a few days and I still have a few candidates. One of them that stood out to me was Hatsum Mei. Mainly due to her appearance at the sports festival. Other than her, 2 other students from UA support department and some from other schools appeared here. We only have limited spaces because we are in a vulnerable position right now. I decided to hand 3 of the files to the secretary, informing them to put them into a group under the supervision of 2 experienced design staff members. I call her in and hand off the files to her and I get back to work. Coincidentally, a few minutes later, a man walks into my office without any notice. Needless to say, this annoyed me. Have you accepted the proposal of my department? Who are you again? Why he suddenly gets angry. I'm one of the board members. If you don't remember, I'm holding a 5% share in this rundown place and a brat like you shouldn't be in charge here. I eye him up and down trying to think of a name for this cocky bastard. Good for you. You know the saying, an elephant never forgets. Before you annoy me anymore, get your fat ass out of my office, before I get security to drag you out. I say calmly with a poker face and a smile. Kid. Don't you forget this, even if you hold a majority of the shares, you also share the company's responsibilities. It'd be a shame if you were acquitted. My eyes sharpen as I hear his response. Are you threatening me? Oh, I wouldn't say that. Except there were a lot of properties that went unaccounted for. I believe you understand what I'm saying. Pfft. Haha ha. I laugh maniacally as I could see his face of confidence turn into a face of fear. Ha ha ha. You don't understand your position either, I suppose. A mere 5% shareholder dares to threaten me. I understand now what type of people used to run this company. I can hear the screams of the damned coming from him. These screams are so loud. I suppressed them whenever I was in the League of Villains, even against my fight with Muscular. Either directly or indirectly, if the souls that perished blame someone, their screams will haunt them for eternity. This was one of the first powers I had obtained as I begin to remember being kidnapped, hearing the screams and cries of agony as they begged me to slaughter and avenge them. I close my eyes this time, rather than suppressing the screams, I listen to them. I cycle through each and every one of them, until I find one that's unique. So, you wish to threaten me the same way you threatened your ex-wife, the person who gave their heart to you and you crushed and used it to grow your own wealth. You sold them off for profit. The agony and betrayal they felt when they found out it was you. How do you? Whatever, shut up. You know nothing. But I do. You see, your ex-wife used to shield you from everything. If you hadn't pinned everything on her, maybe there would be some forgiveness left. However, you killed her, seized her properties, made her out to be the villain. I suppose you don't know where the real shareholder contract is either, so you had to make a fake. Wah! How do you know all this? You see, your wife, even after her death, never left your side. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? He grabs my tie in frustration as he demands answers. You're disgusting, aren't you? You really don't feel anything. You don't feel the shame of betraying your loved ones for mere profit. You don't know what it was like. Shut up. I guess you don't want to know where I found all this information out, correct? I smile as if I'm a predator, trapping my wounded prey in a corner waiting for one final attack. Haha. You're right. So what if I killed my wife? So what if I sold her off to traders? So what if I forged my shareholder contract? No one will ever believe you. You are just a brat playing at being an adult. As he said those words, my plan had finally succeeded. I look over to the novelty pen, sitting in my cup, flashing a red color. The wounded prey has finally become a juicy meal. Well, I believe it's time for me to leave today. I will take your words into consideration as I have some work to do elsewhere. I say as I grab the pen from the cup and swiftly place it into my pocket. Haha, like I said. You can't do anything to me. You can only run and hide like the child you are. As he said that, I smile in response as I press my intercom. Secretary Sora. Can you please call security and kick him out of the company building? Oi, what are you doing? You can't do this to me, no one will believe you. You're right. I'm the new CEO, you've had years working here. Of course they wouldn't believe me. What do you mean by that? Oh, nothing much. The smile on my face became twisted as I pulled the pen out of my pocket and twisted the top. Letting our entire conversation be repeated along with the confession that he forged the shareholder contract. You recorded me. That's illegal. Are you serious? I stare at him with disbelief. Give me that. He lunged for me as he said that. A group of bodyguards suddenly barged into my office and dragged him out forcefully. I smile as I see this pig finally getting what he deserves. Don't worry about being kicked out. As soon as I give this to the police, you will have a nice home and a few wonderful roommates. Have fun. Let go of me. Ugh. So noisy. Thank you. The voice of his ex-wife echoes through my ears one final time before disappearing for good. How tragic, someone who tried to do nothing but good for a bastard like him. She deserved better. Wait, doesn't that mean there's now 10% shares completely missing? I scratch my head furiously after realizing that. Ah! This is so frustrating. Where the hell are they disappearing to anyway? Well, I might as well go hand in this recording to put that pig in prison. I finally have a free afternoon as well. What should I do? Chapter 45, Attack on Hosa 110. Plan boom. Sounds of explosions echo all around me. Ahaha. Ha ha ha. I look around and see a group of heroes and interns laying before me, weak, defenseless. Almost comical. Ahaha. You heroes act like you're better than everyone else. How does it feel to be weak? I continue to laugh. At this point I can't tell if it's the effects of this woman's quirk or if it's because of all my repressed emotions coming out. Stop. A voice whispered from behind me. Oh, it's you. You love to make people laugh. All the screams in my head. Aha. All the voices. Everyone who begged for your help. How many people did you let down, for my ears to burn this much? How many people did you kill? I shout maniacally as I pull her head upwards, grabbing her by her hair to see the tears stream down her cheek. Not so funny, is it? Haha. I just had an amazing idea. What if you hear what I'm hearing? Maybe the screams of the people you let down will refresh your laughter like it has mine. Haha. I slowly place both of my hands on her temples, letting the wailing screams in. Ghaa. Her screams and shrieks echoes, her expression of pain distorts into a face of insanity. 3 hours earlier. Toga, pft. This is so boring. She says as she continues to tap a pen on the table annoyingly. Deku, what's up? Toga, there's nothing to do here. I want to have some fun. How about I take some of your blood and we play a game of who's who, she says whilst giving off a carnivorous grin. Deku, I don't want to play that again. Last time was mortifying. You know what? I'm sorry for even asking. I say as I shivered from remembering what Toga was like, whilst transformed as me. I tried so hard to repress those thoughts. It was worse than any torture I had suffered so far. Toga, come on. Kurogiri, Toga and Deku, listen closely as we're going forwards with our plans. Toga, finally. Something fun. Shigaraki, because you two brats have such good Chemistry, you two will be paired up during the attack. Deku, what? Toga, ya ai. Deku, are you seriously doing this as part of the plan, or are you doing this because you know it will be torture for me? Shigaraki, it's for the plan, he replied quickly with a slight grin. It definitely wasn't part of the plan. Kurogiri, you two will be responsible for the upper districts of Hosu, where internships will take place. From our information, the closest internships would be from Kitsubetsu Academy and UA. Deku, so how long until we begin? Kurogiri, preparations are currently being made, however the task force will move out in roughly an hour. We have taken the suggestions you had made and altered them to save our resources. An hour, that gives me roughly enough time to finish my tasks. But seriously, why did I get paired up with Toga and not someone like Dabi? I can almost guarantee that she will make my life more difficult. If it weren't for her personality, her quirk would be a major asset. I should go over with her what we should do when the attacks start. I also need to try and limit myself for this attack. If the side effects of my quirk gets too intense, I may not have a rational mind to proceed with the plans. Last time at U.S.J, I pushed my power too far. Every thought in my mind was screaming to kill everyone. If not for my willpower, I'd probably would have gone on a rampage and lost my mind. Hey Toga! Yes Dekan! Let's go over the plan. Why do we have to have a plan? We can have more fun if we just do what we want. As she said that, my previous thoughts of her making my life more difficult began to resurface. What can I do to convince her? Maybe I should go ask to trade you with Dabi. Two guys against a lot of amazing women, I don't think we can hold ourselves back. I'm cringing just by saying this. But if I know Toga's personality well enough, she show. No. I'll listen. What's the plan? She says eagerly, as if to keep me all for herself. Too easy. Way too easy. I begin to explain my plan to Toga. She has a surprised expression, which turns to an extremely joyful one soon after. You should have just said that in the first place. That sounds like so much fun. Alright then, I'm gonna finish my work. When we begin to attack, you will follow what I said, right? Yeah. She says joyfully in response. As time passes, she doesn't utter a word, she just smiles whilst lost in her own thoughts. Why can't she be happy and quiet most of the time? When she's like this, she's actually pretty cute. Chapter 46, Attack on Hosa 210 Preparation. I suddenly find myself in a new place. Kurogiri Deku looks around, his eyes grows wide as he starts to laugh to himself. Kahaha! This is going to be fun. He looks at all the test tubes, all the nomas, far surpassing his expectations. But much more than that, he sees little robonoids with explosives attached to them, they look like mechanical birds. Are the heroes even going to be able to stop us? You seem ecstatic. I had my doubts about this plan before. But now, I see. You seem to have dealt with your previous anxieties, since we last met. Of course. I wouldn't be able to live up to Stain's name if I acted weak and pathetic. Why don't we get down to business then? I gave Shigaraki an opportunity to redeem himself after his last failure at U.S.J, however, I have a different purpose for you. That sounds fun. I'm all ears, all for one. That bastard is really insane. Even the thought of his plan makes me nervous to my core. Ding! My phone starts to go off. This only happens for extremely important emails, either from my secretary or from the design department. I stare at it as I chuckle to myself. It's some drafts for alterations to the hero costumes after the internships finish. Specifically Katsuki's and Uravite. It would be hilarious if I stuck bombs to his suit, however. If I did that, my company would be targeted by the media. I need something that isn't obvious but would still impair him. Wait a minute. If I used his trademark's dots and altered his suit to emit an electromagnetic pulse, whilst making his gauntlets react by putting safety measures, I can render his costume completely dysfunctional. Deku started to brainstorm a range of different ideas to be able to ruin Katsuki's chances at being a hero. One of which, if he had missed an opportunity to save someone, he might take the failure onto himself, blaming himself, and depending on the situation even ruining his reputation. So many different ways to ruin him, which one is my favorite? With all the preparations completed, the task force had finally started to move. I moved alongside them with a grin on my face the entire time. Toga and I headed to Hosu. I got sick of constantly changing my attire, so I made alterations to my clothes. I had used a much more flexible material, so as it doesn't tear easily. I had also made it so it's difficult to stain. My mask before was shattered into pieces, to a point where I couldn't fix it again, and if I had, it would just be a mask, the ability attached to it is also gone. Instead, I decided to design a mask to mock All Might. It covers my mouth only and it's a black mask contrasted with a bright smile, reminiscent of All Might. I couldn't change my hair as a wig would just get in the way, so instead I made up for it by wearing contacts, which change my eye color. At least this way, I wouldn't be recognized straight away. As we got to Hosu, I took 24 mechanical birds out of my void storage. I let them fly freely. Toga looked at me with a smile as she can see the pure enjoyment in my eyes. As the sounds of screeching from the Nomus and the explosions from the birds, along with the pure chaotic screams of the civilians, a chaotic smile appeared onto Deku's face. It was a smile urging for more. As explosions ripped apart the buildings, the fallen debris created a dust cloud. Heroes were immediately dispatched to save everyone. The first of the heroes had arrived. As according to the plan, Deku swiftly knocked out the hero without any effort. The cloud of smoke covering any actions as the hero was taken away without any notice. Toga drew their blood, taking their communication device. Toga transformed into the fallen hero, mimicking their appearance and voice. We need assistance. Several dozen villains had appeared. We need urgent help. There are no miss ever. Toga cut out the communication mid-sentence. Deku is so smart. Ignoring her, I got on with the next stage of the plan. If we had listened to Shigaraki, everything probably would be a mess. Kurogiri, let's move to the next location. Right away. With all the attention being drawn to the central plaza, we can take out the heroes outside dealing with the evacuation protocols, alongside the interns without dealing with Endeavor or All Might. Chapter 47, Attack on Hosa 310 Chaos. Next location. Next location. Next location. Next location. 30 minutes had passed since the bombing attacks started. It originally started in Hosu, however the other league members are attacking all other locations. Citizens are in a panic as villains are causing a mass destruction of property. Heroes are clueless as the attacks seem to be happening almost simultaneously. Pro-heroes are on the scene but cannot seem to catch the perpetrators. Evacuation is happening at your nearest shelters. Please head there immediately. Deku looks at Kurogiri, who is visibly exhausted after an extreme amount of jumps. The next part of the plan is commencing. Toga seems exhausted as well. She had mimicked the voice of a dozen people. The side effects of the overuse of her quirk is overwhelming her now. Toga and I head to the next location. This time, however, we are purely stopping evacuation from happening. We run into the first group of internships. Please head to the evacuation shelter. One of the students shouts loudly at us. You think we need evacuating? I reply calmly to gauge his reaction. He winces slightly after feeling the pressure I made. My smile unintentionally turns crescent, as I look down on the young hero. He takes a slight step back before moving his arm to press a button. Yes, tell your friends to come here. It just means I get to have more fun. Deku, can I leave his friends a present? I think they would like a twisted corpse. Terror emerges on the intern's face. He shakes in fear as we stare him. How boring. I guess you will just suffice. The young hero charges forwards, his fingers turn into miniature cannons, bullets shoot by me to my surprise. One of them struck my arm. Are you kidding me? Do you think this is some game for me? Maybe. For you, you're fighting for your life. Are you joking with me? I pick up the rubber bullet embedded into my arm and flick it away. The hero tried to incapacitate me instead of kill. How unfortunate. He rushes forwards, turning his fingers into knives. What a fun quirk. As he rushes at me, I trip his leg. He doesn't seem to have much combat training. Why would he try to go close quarters? As I tripped his leg, he face palms into the muddy ground. I walk around him to meet his eyes. I lift up his head by pulling on his hair. I could see pure anguish on his face. What type of hero course trains weaklings like you? As I state that question, Toga eagerly raises her arm as if I was a teacher. I try to play along best I can. Yes, Toga-san. I recognize this course. They have their own costume department. They have a weird design by marking their hero costumes with a double streak. I think their name was Kagubana. It's Kakugawa, and wait until the heroes come. Villains like you don't stand a chance. Oh, but I haven't even used my quirk. You don't even know who I am, haha. Noise comes from a nearby intersection. It sounds like a group of people. I guess here they are. How would you feel if you had to fight your friends? But hey, I guess you really don't have a choice. Puppet strings. I take control of the student. This is the first time I'm using my new version of puppet strings. Instead of attaching dark strings to the joints of a body, I'm using the shadows inside the body itself. The muscles, the organs, any dark spaces inside of the body I can manipulate. It has some limitations, such as needing time to gather the shadows and only using it on one person, but it gives me far more control. With more experimenting, I might even be able to make use of their quirks. A group of 6 people charges forwards to see their own intern and friends standing against them. The intern hadn't reversed his quirk, so his fingers are still knives. However, controlling him and using my own body feels like looking right and left at the same time. It feels like it's impossible. However, seeing the faces of his comrades distort as they realize who I am and what I'm about to do just makes me feel whole. I'm joining the villains. Heroes are just pathetic. They have shown me the new way to freedom. I control his facial muscles and vocals to speak for him. My smile curled up as I sit down to watch. I motion for Toga to sit down with me. This ought to be a good show. Chapter 48, Attack on Hosa 410. Disbelief. Rikuto. What are you saying? Their reactions are priceless. I wish I could do this constantly. It would make the plan much more efficient. However, it requires me to control the individual themselves, and if I use my quirk that much, I might just go insane. Thankfully I have Toga here, to help me instead. Rikuto-san. You don't mean that, do you? You strive to become the #1 hero. How could you join them? The pro hero looks on and almost looks as if they are analyzing the situation. This is worse than I thought. I know Rikuto's personality and judging by the forced look on his face. You must be the puppeteer. He's right. Although he's a bit brainless, why didn't he act like he didn't know and secretly call the heroes to me? Does he think he stands a chance against me? What a joke, I say as I slouch down on my side. Toga takes the chance by kicking out my elbow and forcing me onto her lap. The smile on her face is almost sickening. WH. What are you doing? Right in front of us. One of the young women of the group points out whilst pushing up her glasses slightly. How distasteful. Scumbag. I must have been mistaken, you are merely a pervert. Nice one, dude. Rikuto. Did this perv bribe you with women? You. What a pervert. Scumbag. I can almost feel both of our souls being crushed by all these insults. Both of our reputations are getting put through the gutter because of Toga's actions and she doesn't even care. Her face is bright red. Ugh. What the hell is even going on anymore? Whilst I'm distracted, I unconsciously put my hand on the inner part of Toga's thigh. I realized what I just did and was about to retreat before. Bam! I hit my head hard on the concrete. What the hell was that strength? Wait a minute, I actually got pushed away by Toga. She's covering her face with both of her hands in sheer embarrassment. Haha. So she does feel embarrassment, maybe it's shame anyway, I can use this for the future. Are you guys done with your bit? As I look back on, every one of their faces is flushed bright red. Including Rikuto's. Well, I suppose we should get a move on, we can't be here forever. Mentally suppressing my shame. Cough anyway. Let's begin already. I move Rikuto forwards, controlling him is really difficult. I maintain a certain range, as he moves further away it gets harder to control. Rikuto rushes forwards to hit 5 squad mates and the pro hero. The pro hero organizes 3 of them whilst telling the others to stay back as they are not suited for this kind of fight. Rikuto slashes at the woman who accused him of being a pervert. The pro hero pushes the student aside as the pro made a web to block their attack. What a disappointment! You have such an amazing quirk and yet you use it like that. Although I could let Rikuto-kun here fight all of you, I do want to show you how to make use of strings. You know nothing. Oh really, you acted like you could beat me before, you were so confident that you didn't even bother to inform your comrades that I am here. Why would I need to call them? There are 6 of us and 2 of you. We can win without their support and I will rise in the rankings for being the person who defeated the puppeteer who gave even All Might a difficult time. You know. I don't kill. However, for you, who tramples on what a hero truly means, I think I can make an exception. Even the students behind him are completely shocked by his outlandish statement. They will never be a true hero. They are the type of person who tramples on Stain's legacy. They are the type of person who doesn't deserve to be a hero. So, I will make it so, they won't be able to stand, let alone do hero work again. Chapter 49, Attack on Hosa 510 Ms. Joke. I put my hands into the void and pull out a new version of my support gear. They automatically attach to my hand as I made designs to lock them in place as I touch them. I show the pro that I could mimic their quirk with support gear. I move closer and closer to them, turning each of my strings on one hand into electrified whips. The pro tried to shoot his strings towards me as I casually dodged them, the others of which I couldn't dodge I merely countered with my own strings. As I got closer and closer, his feeble attempts start to annoy me. I use the strings on my hand and wrap them around the throat of the pro. He couldn't even avoid my attack. A small-time hero will always be a small-time hero. Judging by your reactions, you've never even been in a real fight before. Gay. I throw the pro over a lamppost, he starts to suffocate to death as he's being hung. That's too easy. I wrap the strings of my support gear under his arms and loosen the restraints around his neck. Now, please tell me where you went wrong in this fight. You will never win. Wrong answer. He screams in pain as my electrified whips strike his body. Where did you go wrong? I shouldn't have become a hero. True, but Try again. The hero starts to cry. His battered interns even witness it as they crawl on the floor from being beaten by their own comrades. I should have called for help. Sob heek, I'm garbage. I shouldn't be alive. I shouldn't be arrogant. I'm weak. Please don't hurt me. Ding ding ding. However, you forgot one thing. What? You shouldn't be a hero, I say as I laugh at him lightly. But I said tha. Ugh. I guess he blacked out due to the pain. What an amateur. As I say that, I hit various pressure points on Rikuto, forcing him to black out. As I regain more control of my powers, I go through with my original idea. Puppet strings. I take control of the pro, himself. But this wasn't to control them. No. This was to crush him. I use my power to control the darkness around his bones and muscles and burst. Crunch. I clench my hand, creating dark spikes, ripping his body apart. This is the same move I used on Muscular, however, it's far less powerful as I didn't want to kill them, I only want to show them how useless they can be without their quirk. How pitiful and the pain you receive from others even just by meeting their eyes. Their gazes, the gazes of many that treat you like you're nothing but filth. That you're useless. That's what I want these so-called pro heroes to feel. I crush them completely. I separate the muscles needed to stand and to make hand movements. This way, he can't be a hero. Bam bam. Bullets are shot directly at me. I block it with my hands as I didn't have time to react. My support gear is completely ruined as it blocks the bullets from going straight through my hand. The bullets came from Rikuto. I thought he had passed out by now, but I guess he held on. These weren't rubber bullets either, these were real bullets. I guess he has potential, after all, I'm sure if he could, he would have went for the head. I underestimated him. He passed out once again. I unconsciously let out a wry smile as I turned my attention back to my support gear. Haha. What a shame. But I guess I don't need it anymore. Ahaha. Ahahaha. Ahahaha, this is hilarious. Why am I laughing? I shouldn't be laughing. What's going on, Deku? Are you okay? Toga says, really concerned as she hasn't seen me act like this before. I start to look around before I hear. Did you do this? The hero that came at the sound of screams and gunshots in the distance, looks around and the mutilated body of the pro hero and the bloodied, yet still conscious bodies of the interns. Now I know why I'm laughing. Of course, it had to be her. Ms. Joke. But despite her surprise appearance and her unusual serious demeanor, there is something unsettling about her. It hurts. Haha. It hurts my ears. I haven't had a sensation like this in a while. I'll ask you again. Did you do this? Chapter 50, Attack on Hosa 610. No laughing matter. As the dust arose from a distance and figure stepped out of the smoke. The atmosphere darkened as I was asked a question. I'll ask you again. Did you do this? Haha. Why, of course I did. I'm out of my goddamn mind, why wouldn't I? Haha. I guess there's no reason to stall this any longer then. Hee hee. Do you really think you can win? You're nothing but a joke. One-on-one, maybe not. But who said I was alone? Chains are suddenly fired off through the dust, catching me by surprise. They hold my arms backward, locking me into place. I know who you are. You will pay for what you did to Aizawa. Wasn't he a teacher at UA? Can you refresh my memory? I don't remember every asshole who crosses my path. I say whilst pulling forwards, testing the integrity of the chains. They weren't normal, they must be someone's quirk. How many people have surrounded us? I can't tell. You think you're a god? Do you think by imitating our comrades' voices that you can get away with anything? We aren't that stupid. Give up. A voice suddenly rises up that has been quiet until now. Hee hee. You skank. What are you doing with my Deku? Haha, Toga says as she charges forwards. The closer Toga got, the more she started to laugh and giggle. Until she collapsed on the floor, crying from laughter. Deku. And here I thought you were known as the puppeteer, she says in an exaggerated tone whilst waving around her hands. Obviously trying to distract us. How long are we going to play these games? You have nowhere to go. What game do you think we are playing? Haha. Well, I thought it went a little like this. I used my shadows to pull the chains towards me, sending the quirk user flying. I throw them forwards as I snap their chains and simply clap my hands. Ole. I say as if to taunt her. I look at the chain user as I see their grotesque sight. No wonder the chains felt odd, to think you would make them out of your own bones. Too bad that there are a lot of dark spaces in bones, tearing them apart is simple for me. Anybody else might have not broken out of it. TCH. I guess it isn't that easy. She says as she moves her hand as if to signal something. Are they positioning around me and keeping me busy with small talk that can't happen? Toga. I say to get her attention as I tie my shadow bind around her limbs to pull her away. She gradually stands up, wiping the tears away, but the most important thing is that her laughter is having less and less of an effect on me. Why, ignoring that fact, I whisper to Toga. Take advantage of the dust and smoke. There should be people creating a formation around us, I'll make a diversion. Do your thing. She silently nods in response. I can't play this how I usually do. I don't know how many pro heroes are here. It's obvious that Endeavor or All Might has yet to arrive, as if they were here they would attack me without hesitation. It may be a bluff on her part to stall for time and save the interns. What is she planning? I can't get close to her. I guess this will have to do. I jump backwards to get distance as I use my shadow bind to create whips similar to my support gear. I grab the rebel around us with these strings and slams it into the ground all around us. Making dust rise up, even more, I throw the rest of the rebel at the building near the interns, forcing some of the heroes in the dust to rush towards them. Whilst they are distracted, Toga disappears into the smoke. I start throwing them towards Ms. Joke. Because of the flexibility of my shadows, they should do some damage. This way I can avoid being hit by her quirk too much. Ms. Joke tries to dodge them, however, Deku predicted her dodge patterns as he watched a lot of her previous battles. She dodged right, only to get hit by a large piece of rubble. Deku used the first one as a feint. As she got hit, she blocked it with one hand and her other supporting it. Her wrist bends backward as the rubble broke of midair and slammed into two parts of her arm, dislocating her wrist. Her arm turned bloody as she supported it with the other. She looks extremely nervous as if she was expecting something else. Loud thudding can be heard in the smoke as if bodies are dropping left and right. I see this must be Toga's doing. I smile wrly as I realize that I don't have to do everything on my own anymore. I have someone to help and support me. As I continue to think about Toga, my wry confident smile slowly turned into a gentle one, as more thoughts of Toga appeared in my mind without realizing it. I shake my head, dismissing my thoughts. It's just a side effect of overusing my quirk. Calm down. Where are your heroes? Chapter 51, Attack on Hosa 710 All Might. Where are your heroes? Suddenly another chain attack comes from the dust. I suppose he recovered. Knowing they are just bone though, I use puppet strings on the bones itself, controlling the direction the chains are going. I redirect the chains to Ms. Joke's mangled arm. As it attaches, the chain pulls back and dislocates her arm from her socket. The heroes start to drop out of the mist. Toga did well. I start to walk closer to Ms. Joke, to her surprise. She tries to strike me, I block her punch and twisted her arm, causing her to scream out in pain. The shouting along with constant screams I'm hearing of the damned. I lost it. I throat punch her, making her gasp for breath as I throw her over my shoulder onto the ground. You want to see something funny, I say as I pull a remote out of my void storage. All the heroes and interns lay around Toga and I press the button. Little robotic bird drones fly into the buildings, destroying homes and causing more rubble to fall towards the heroes and interns, burying them under some of the rubble. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! I look around and see a group of heroes and interns laying before me, weak, defenseless. Almost comical. Ha. You heroes act like you're better than everyone else. How does it feel to be weak? I continue to laugh. At this point, I can't tell if it's the effects of this woman's quirk or if it's because of all my repressed emotions coming out. Stop thi.s, a voice whispered from behind me. Oh, it's you. You love to make people laugh. All the screams in my head, aha. All the voices. Everyone who begged for your help. How many people did you let down, for my ears to burn this much? How many people did you kill? I shout maniacally as I pull her head upwards, grabbing her by her hair to see the tears stream down her cheek. Not so funny, is it? Haha. I just had an amazing idea. What if you hear what I'm hearing? Maybe the screams of the people you let down will refresh your laughter like it has mine. Haha. I slowly place both of my hands on her temples, letting the wailing screams in. Ghaa, her screams and shrieks echoes, her expression of pain distorts into the face of insanity. She won't be able to laugh after this. She will be tormented like I was by the endless screams of the damned. Unlike her though, I've become numb to it. As she screams more and more, the effects of her quirk get less effective. Her quirk has stopped working. A wry smile appears on my face as I start to laugh of my own accord. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha. This is priceless. I say as I wipe a tear out of the corner of my eye for laughing so much. A sound from behind me interrupts my laughter. It's great that you're having fun, Deku. I don't get to see your smile too often. I took out all the heroes and made them fight each other. Did I do well? Toga asks energetically. Her appearance isn't surprising, but having her here supporting me, it feels odd. It's not as if I hate it, but her presence alone makes me want to smile. It makes me want to spoil her. Didn't I hate her? I guess this is just another side effect of my quirk. You did really well, I say positively as I hug her lightly, holding the back of her head in my embrace. Her face turns flush, I smile gently as I turn back to Ms. Joke. I guess we should end this charade, I say as I click my remote again, making more explosives to be launched. It was 3 times the amount of the previous explosives. The houses around us completely collapse. They would fall and kill all the heroes around us. However, amongst the dust, a figure can be seen holding up the collapsed building, protecting the heroes. I see. The main event has arrived. Hey there! All Might. Chapter 52, Attack on Hosu 810 Forgiveness. I see. The main event has arrived. Hey there! All Might. Young. Midoriya ha. Ha. Oh, so you figured out who I am. I'm sorry. I should have never said you shouldn't be a hero. I am responsible for you. Oh. I might just stop being a villain. I say whilst putting on a really sad expression as if I'm contemplating everything that I've done as a villain. You can. He says whilst struggling to hold up the debris. Deku. What is my acting that good that even you believed me, Toga-chan? I say as I flick her head. I believe there's still good in you. Your mother is worried about you. You even intruded on my personal life. What a great hero. I say sarcastically. Please, young Midoriya. You can stop this. We can give you immunity for prosecution. For some that might be a good deal. To have all immunity at no extra cost. That sounds too fishy, it's not like I would take it anyway. I believe you can be reasoned with. All Might says with a smile. That smile, that fucking smile that gave me hope every day. That smile that ripped everything away from me. What about poor little Aizawa? I'm sure your little friends at UA would love to set me free in the world. I try to dig under All Might's skin to see his true intentions. You will be given a new identity. You will be given a new life. Just tell us. Where is All for One hiding? He is the only person who could do this. I put my hand over my face. Not to hide my tears from hearing his true intentions, but my smile. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Brilliant. You went from trying to help me, to trying to stop the only person who actually gave me hope in this pitiful world. Young. Don't call me that. My name is Deku, I shout loudly, interrupting him. You. You know. I always still had a tinge of hope left. Maybe if I talk with them, I will understand why. Why everyone shot me down, treated me like trash. But seeing you and talking to you now, I finally understand. This world, everything is merely a game. Everything is a game. But no. I don't have any humanity left for scum like you. As my intent to kill grew, larger than before, an ominous feeling could be felt through the air. All Might understood that there was no more time to talking as he looked on with a serious expression looking down on Deku. All Might tries to protect the fallen heroes and interns. I set off one last explosion. This time on the evacuation center. Screams could be heard as the evacuation center crumbled. All Might rushed to protect those from fallen debris. I walked slowly towards the center that was barely in view. As it came more and more into view, All Might can be seen holding the collapsed pillar from falling. He is the pillar holding everything together. Just one more. One more. As I approach All Might, who couldn't move due to the building collapsing and who is worn out from stopping attacks all over the city. I picked up a piece of steel and scratched it against the ground. Screech. The sound of a steel bar screeching against the concrete can be heard, as it creates sparks. All Might couldn't do anything but watch. I drew closer and closer before All Might shifted his balance. He held up the building with one arm. With his other, he starts to shout with pain as if he has no other options. Texas smash! Wind pressure blew both me and Toga away. I stopped myself from flying by stabbing the steel pole into the ground. Toga, you alright? I say as I recover from the punch without looking back. Toga's silence fills the air as I have a bad feeling in my gut. I turned around to see Toga, who was completely blown away in the attack, who was sent flying into a destroyed building with metal poles everywhere. As the dust clears, I see a piece of construction steel, sticking out of Toga's stomach. Blood gushed everywhere as I fell into a moment of shock. Toga. Chapter 53, Attack on Hosu 910, The Fall of the Symbol of Peace. Toga. I rushed over towards Toga, she was bleeding heavily. I don't think I can stop the bleeding fast enough after taking out the pole. I look back at All Might, I want to kill him. He needs to die. If I don't take this gamble, Toga could die. I don't know if it would even work. No, I can't hesitate. Is.Yuku.n Hearing her words, I make up my mind. I need to take this gamble. As I pull Toga off the pole, screams of pain could be heard as she bleeds further. I quickly put her in my void. I had tested this on guinea pigs, but I couldn't be sure this would work. As we vanished from sight, Toga started to suffocate due to the lack of oxygen, from the moment we entered the void realm. Knowing I might need to do this one day, I stocked up on oxygen tanks. I attach it to Toga as blood continues to spill. I quickly ripped the bottom of her shirt, where the wound was covering. I checked and luckily none of her vitals are damaged. I quickly wrap bandages around Toga. My void storage works to retain the quality of the items, even food won't go bad if I store them here. Meaning if my theory is correct, time itself is stopped within this space. Once I leave, she shouldn't even realize time had passed. It's similar to my theory on how it looks as if time has stopped by it's merely because shadows can travel as fast as light, as shadows will always follow. In this case, does it depend on what side I'm on? Time will stall when I'm in the void, and when I'm outside, time in the void will stall. Nevertheless, it's my saving grace, as of now. If I hadn't gotten this specific quirk, if I wasn't curious about my quirk, what would have happened? If I wasn't someone who prepares in advance, what would have happened? Toga would be dead. It's All Might's fault. It's always his fault. Toga. I'm sorry. I left my void space as soon as possible. Will she really be okay? Doubts entered my mind as I realized I need to be more prepared. Please be okay, Toga. As I leave my void, All Might has a surprised expression as Toga vanished completely. I pick up the piece of steel, once again as I control All Might's body with puppet strings this time. I won't make a mistake. This time All Might will die. All Might. I can forgive you for making me have false hope. I can even learn to forgive you for crushing my dreams. But for hurting Toga. As I approached All Might, his smile disappeared. He knew what was about to happen. He tried to shake off my puppet string, to which he managed to dispel my shadows and block the pole, but as soon as he did, the building started to crumble. In the moment that he hesitated to counter-attack me and instead went to hold the building. In that moment, I stabbed the steel pole into All Might's chest. I took the pole straight out, leading blood to gush like a fountain. As he collapsed on the spot and the building fell apart. All the people inside were already evacuated. You were so focused on me that you didn't realize, the building you were trying to stop from falling had already been evacuated, moments ago. Do you have anything else to say? How about sorry you nearly killed my friend? Do you have anything to say at all? You ruined my life. I could have been a hero. You can be better. Ah ha ha. Ha ha. That's it. To his silence, I compose myself. Realizing that I am not that same kid anymore who strived to be a hero. Goodbye. The symbol of peace. Midoriya. You don't have to do this. You could still help people. Cough, All Might says in one final breath to stop Deku. In that moment he coughed up a mouthful of blood. If you said in the beginning that I could be a hero, I wonder how our fates would turn out. But you caused this for yourself. You hurt the one I care about. You deserve this. I say, trying to hold back my anger as much as I can. He doesn't deserve a fast death. Toga. I will make him pay for what he did to you. Your career as a hero is done. How about I take away your signature punch as well? I say as I surround the pole with a layer of shadows. It sharpens it, as it acts as a sword. I cut All Might's arm off with ease, as blood began to gush everywhere. His right arm drops to the ground as the building collapses below half of his body. He is still conscious. He won't live through this. Even then, I have to make sure. I have to deal the final blow. As I'm about to strike down on All Might. Puppeteer. A loud roar approached as Endeavor screamed from the shadows. He sees All Might pinned to the ground, as he charges towards me. He throws a blaze of fire straight at me. Tired from everything that had happened, I couldn't move my body fast enough. The fire scorched the side of my jaw. It created a burn mark from my cheek to my neck. I couldn't feel anything, and in response, I merely said, "Sir Nightai. We are too late." Mirio says as they all witness All Might disarmed, crushed under rubble and defeated. I told you this would happen. Why didn't you listen? Nightai mutters to himself. Uninterested in what they have to say, I leave fast in order to make sure Toga is okay. Kurogiri, we're done here. A shadow suddenly appears as if he was always watching me, ready to intervene. Good work today. We have finally dealt with the symbol of peace. Let's leave. Kurogiri says as I merely nod in response. Our mission had been achieved. The symbol of peace is dead. Puppeteer, no. Deku. I will avenge All Might. I suppose All Might still have his comms open, they heard everything. Mirio states. I look forward to it, I say as I disappear into the shadows with Kurogiri. Leaving nothing but a smile as I leave. Chapter 54, Attack on Hosa 1010 Aftermath. Urgent news report, the symbol of peace is gone. During the crisis at Hosu, many locations were targeted by a group known as the League of Villains. During one of the attacks, a group of 13 heroes and interns were struck down by the villain, Puppeteer, who is now confirmed to be Izuku Midoriya, who refers to himself as Deku. During this attack, to protect those who had fallen, All Might covered for them, one of which was the hero known as Ms. Joke. In this battle she was crippled by the villains formerly known as the Puppeteer. Until the villains unleashed an attack on the evacuation center. All Might saved everyone by holding together. With this chance, Deku finished the symbol of peace. We have footage from CCTV that shows some moments that were captured. You will be given a new identity. You will be given a new life. Just tell us. Where is All for One hiding? He is the only person who could do this. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Brilliant. You went from trying to help me, to trying to stop the only person who actually gave me hope in this pitiful world. Young. Don't call me that. My name is Deku. You know. I always still had a tinge of hope left. Maybe if I talk with them, I will understand why. Why everyone shot me down, treated me like trash. But seeing you and talking to you now, I finally understand. This world, everything is merely a game. Everything is a game. But no. I don't have any humanity left for scum like you. Skreek. Texas smash. Dash. The CCTV was damaged after All Might's attack. But from eyewitnesses, it seems that Deku took advantage of All Might's goodwill and tricked him. All Might's condition is currently unknown. Izuku Midoriya was a quirkless kid. He strived to do his best in school and was treated as a good friend. Teachers often praised him for his good work, and he was even accepted to intern for the Kamino Cooperation. The president of the Kamino Corp had no further comments. How did a boy with so much potential, like this, turn into the person who crushed the symbol of peace? More on this, later on. UA Students POV. Deku he was. How why did he do that? Bakugo shouted with tears in his eyes as he realizes that what he saw during the U.S.J incident wasn't a lie. He did see Deku. If he had only reported it, he might have saved All Might. Even then, he was the one who made him like that. He caused this. He is the reason the symbol of peace is dead. Midoriya killed my brother. I was face to face with him and I couldn't tell that anything was wrong. Ida grits his teeth, thinking that if Deku actually had fallen off the mountain at that time, his brother would still be alive. Eureka had nothing to say but looked down in disappointment. The one that she had made a friendship with, the one she tried to contact for tips on how to beat Bakugo at the sports festival. Even though he didn't reply back, she thought that they were friends. But to find out that he was Deku, that he was the one that killed the symbol of peace, she couldn't take it. Bakugo left his room. He felt lightheaded. He couldn't process the information. Deku. That weakling, the one who loved All Might as much as him, why? Why did he kill the symbol of peace? He punched the wall, blaming himself for everything that happened until... Bam! Bakugo collapsed on the floor. He couldn't take in the information, he passed out from shock. The little brat that always followed him around saying how cool he was. Did this Toga POV? Beep beep beep, a steady sound of a heart rate monitor echoes through the room. Toga wakes up, still dizzy. She wondered what happened. Is Izuku alright? As she begins to question it, she looks to her side to see that she's in a hospital bed and that her hand is held tightly. Izuku held her hand as he was still sleeping. He looked malnourished, skinny, and really tired. The underside of his eyes is red. Has he been crying for me? His eyes suddenly open as I move slightly to look around more. To.ga. Yes, I say in response. Toga. Thank God you're awake. He smiles brightly as he suddenly hugged me tightly. It's warm but... Ah. I grunt a little bit as I feel a slight pain in my abdomen. Sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. It's all my fault. What is he saying? Why is it his fault? Don't say sorry. I was the one who was weak. I say meekly as I still feel really tired. What happened whilst I was out? To my words. Izuku didn't answer. I could tell through that entire incident that he was pushing himself. He did act like himself, he acted like a crazed beast hunting for his prey. I look up slightly at the now stand Midoriya. Instead of his usual vest, he's wearing a sweatshirt. How long has he been here? But more importantly, how did that happen? I slowly lift up my hand to press the side of his face. There's a burn scar going from his neck to his cheek. Does it hurt? I ask without realizing it. Focus on yourself for once, stupid. he says whilst forcing a smile. I could see tears swell up in the corner of his eyes. He has never acted like this way towards me before. If he's like this, I can't help but love him. As I was about to say something, the doctor suddenly walked through the door. Where are we anyway? If they knew we were villains, wouldn't they report us to the police? Why aren't we at the League of Villains? So many unanswered questions. Your husband carried you here. He hasn't drunk anything, eaten, or even slept for 4 days. Last night he passed out from hunger. You really are lucky to have someone so dedicated. Who? Husband. I look over to Izuku, who didn't say a word. What's happening? He's been here for 4 days. Doctor, could you give us a second? Right, I'll leave you two lovebirds to it. That's not what I mean. The doctor left without even letting him finish. His face is flushed bright red as he tries to hide. He coughs and straightens himself up. All for One gave us a gift. Because of what we did and the fact that at the bar there was no medical equipment, he used a quirk on us that disguised our appearances. To the doctors and staff, we are just a newlywed couple who got injured on their honeymoon. Newlywed. I'm so happy. I wish I could die right now. Toga-chan, he asks curiously as I begin to look down. Can you do me a favor? I ask, hoping to use this situation to my advantage. Anything. Can you call me Himiko? He suddenly turns flush again. I giggle slightly to myself as all of his reactions are so cute. He covers his face slightly as he says, Hi. Miko-chan. I smile brightly, even if it sounds stupid. I'm glad I got injured. He seems like he has something he wants to say. What wrong? I ask, nervously. I'm sorry. Even though you were my partner during the mission, I should have protected you. I lost my mind of greed. I'm sorry. I promise to protect you and be with you from now. He says with a serious tone. I don't even think he knows what he just said. Pfft. My face goes flush as I think to myself. That sounds like a proposal. Deku notices my red face and looked bewildered for a moment before gasping and turning bright red as well. That's no. I didn't mean to. I haven't seen him flustered in a while. Too cute. League of Villains POV. That brat actually managed to do it. Shigaraki says as he scratches his neck furiously. He took my prey. All Might was mine. All for One listens to him. Instead of having a joyful face, it turned slightly dark and sour. Even though Deku did in fact defeat All Might, he wanted to break his spirit. He wanted to make All Might know that Shigaraki was his master's grandson. Even if All Might is dead, the symbol of peace still lives. He still has a successor. Nevertheless, he's a greater asset to Shigaraki than I thought. Next volume. Mother. Deku stands against his mother's hospital bed. Knowing that she's in this position because of him, he can't help but feel sorrow. There is a war brewing. I created this. I should finish it. The leader of a business, with armies at his command, fighting against the Yakuza. Redestro vs Overhaul. I will save you, Eri. I won't let you live in fear anymore. I'll let you smile freely. Chapter 55, Dropped. Though this should be self-explanatory, due to a lot of things that had happened in my life, I had decided to drop the fanfic a while ago. I didn't tell anybody and left people waiting, and I'm sorry for that. I will not be continuing this story as I want to write something new. As this was my first story, I could see a lot of places that needed to be improved, but I'd much rather start the story anew. I will be writing another villain Deku fanfic, however he will have the powers and abilities of Joker from Persona 5. I will make his combat primarily quirkless and only use his persona when necessary. If you have any questions, please let me know and I will answer them in the comments. The new fanfic will be named Trickster's Game. Thanks for watching.